The rain fell in needles, slicing through the sodium vapour glow of streetlights and hammering the pavement until it shimmered like wet bone. The crosswalk chimed its metronomic warning, tick, 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 a sound that always made you think of hospital monitors counting down to flatline. You pulled the red scarf from your bag and looped it once around your neck, then twice, trying to block the wind that cut between the buildings like a scalpel through skin. Your phone buzzed. Mina's name glowed on the screen above her message. "You okay? You've been weird lately." Your thumbs moved automatically, muscle memory typing the words before your brain could intervene. "I'm fine." The moment you hit send, the scarf cinched. Not dramatically, just a millimetre tighter, like someone had tugged the fabric from behind. You reached up to loosen it, but the knot felt the same, unchanged. Still, your throat registered the pressure, a kiss of constriction that made you swallow hard. The crosswalk chimed its permission. You stepped forward, passing a darkened storefront, and caught your reflection in the glass. The image showed you clearly. Coat damp, hair plastered to your forehead, scarf red as a wound against your collar. And behind you, half a step back and slightly to the left, stood a woman in a surgical mask. She wore no coat despite the rain. Her hair hung straight and black, water streaming down it without seeming to touch her at all. The mask covered the lower half of her face, white and pristine, edges crisp. She didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there in the reflection, eyes fixed on the back of your head. You spun around, heart suddenly hammering against your ribs. Empty sidewalk, rain and streetlights, and the distant hiss of tyres on wet asphalt. No woman, no one at all. When you looked back at the glass, she was still there in the reflection, unmoved, as if the world behind you and the world in the mirror had split into two separate truths. You walked faster. The scarf felt warmer now, almost feverish against your skin, and you could feel your pulse beating against it. Each throb counted and returned. Another storefront window approached, a shuttered electronics shop with its display screens dark and lifeless. As you passed, you couldn't help but glance. She was closer now, only inches behind your reflection's shoulder. Close enough that you could see the surgical mask wasn't quite white anymore. There was a faint discoloration around the edges, brownish yellow, like old bloodstains that had been washed but never quite came clean. The childhood memory surfaced unbidden, dredged up from some deep place where you'd buried it along with other nighttime fears. Your grandmother's voice, paper thin and serious in the dark. The Kuchisaki Onna walks the city at night. She wears a mask because her mouth is cut, ear to ear, a smile that never ends. She asks questions through glass and reflections. "Am I pretty?" she says. No answer is safe. You'd asked. What happened if you said yes? Your grandmother's face had gone still as stone. Then she removes the mask and asks again. And when you see what's underneath, you'll want to lie. You'll want to scream. But if you do, she'll give you the same smile she wears. She'll cut you to match. The memory made your skin prickle. Childhood nonsense you'd thought back then, and later, as an adult, you'd dismissed it entirely. Urban legends, folklore. The kind of stories grandmothers told to keep children from wandering at night. But the woman was in the window again, and again. Every reflective surface you passed held her, and she was always closer than before. Your phone buzzed. Another message from Mina. "Seriously, talk to me. I'm worried." Your fingers moved to type "I'm fine" again, but you stopped. The scarf had tightened with the last lie. You were certain of it now. You typed instead, "Just tired. Long day." Not the whole truth, but not a lie either. You hit send and waited. The scarf stayed the same, no cinch, no constriction. The bus stop ahead glowed like a small island in the rain. You hurried toward it, shoulders hunched, trying not to look at the advertisements behind their plastic shields, trying not to see what might be reflected there. You made it to the shelter and pressed yourself against the far corner, away from the glass walls, but the rain had fogged the panels, and in the condensation something moved. Not a shadow, a shape, forming slowly in the moisture, drawn by some invisible finger, or breath. The outline of a woman's face, simplified, childlike, and below it, a smile that stretched too far, curving up past where the corners of a mouth should end, almost reaching the ears. Then words appeared in the fog, written backward so you could read them from your side. "Am I pretty?" Your throat closed. The scarf pulsed against your neck, warm and tight, like a living thing testing the limits of your windpipe. You wanted to run, but your legs had turned to water. You wanted to scream, but the air wouldn't come. The words stayed there in the fog, waiting, demanding an answer. You thought of your grandmother's warning, the rules she'd laid out in the dark, rules that had seemed like fairy tale nonsense, but now felt like the only map through a nightmare. Lie, and she cuts. Say yes, and she shows you her mouth and asks again. The only safe path is courtesy and precise truth. Tell her she looks hurt. Tell her she's seen. Speak without judgment. Your hand was shaking as you reached up and touched the glass, right next to the words. Your fingertip left a small clear circle in the fog. When you spoke, your voice came out strangled, compressed by the scarf's pressure. I don't know how to answer that. The words in the fog didn't change, but they didn't multiply either. In the corner of the fogged glass you could see her outline, still behind you in the reflection, but not moving closer. The bus arrived with a hydraulic gasp and you climbed aboard, without looking back, without checking the windows, keeping your eyes on the scuffed rubber floor as you found a seat. The bus pulled away from the curb and you felt the slightest loosening of the scarf, as if whatever held it had relaxed its grip by a fraction. You sat in the back corner as far from the windows as possible, but the city rolled by in a blur of reflected lights, and you couldn't help but see. Every dark window showed her, sometimes distant, sometimes close. The surgical mask never moved, but her eyes, dark and still and infinitely patient, tracked you through every reflection. Your phone buzzed again. This time, it was your mother. Are you eating enough? You sounded stressed last week. Your thumbs hovered over the keyboard. The automatic response rose like bile. I'm fine, Mum. Don't worry. But before you could send it, you remembered the rule. No lies. The scarf was already tight enough that each breath took effort. You deleted the message and typed, I'm managing. It's hard right now, but I'm trying. Send. The scarf didn't tighten. You exhaled slowly, feeling the tiny bit of give in the fabric, and almost sobbed with relief. The bus rumbled on through flooded streets. Outside, the rain had turned torrential, washing the city into a watercolour blur. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered once, twice, and in that stuttering illumination, you saw her in the window beside you. Not in the reflection, in the window itself, as if she were riding alongside the bus, suspended in the rain, her face pressed against the glass from the outside. The mask was clearer now, and you could see that the discoloration wasn't just age or stain. It was something seeping through from underneath, something dark and wet that shouldn't be able to pass through fabric. Her lips moved behind the mask. You couldn't hear the words through the glass and the rain and the engine noise, but you didn't need to. You could see the shape of them. Am I pretty? And then, horribly, your own reflection's lips moved to repeat them. Your voice came from the glass, slightly delayed, slightly wrong. Am I pretty? The question didn't come from you, you hadn't spoken, but your reflection had, using your mouth, your voice, your breath, except it wasn't your breath anymore. It belonged to her. You clapped your hand over your mouth, but it was too late. The words had been said, and the scarf cinched tighter, tight enough now that black spots swam in your vision. You clawed at the fabric, trying to pull it away from your throat, but the knot had turned to stone, immovable. The bus lurched to a stop, your stop, though you hadn't pulled the cord. The doors hissed open. You stumbled down the steps and onto the sidewalk, gasping, one hand pressed to your throat as if you could hold your windpipe open through sheer force of will. The bus pulled away, and you were alone on a street corner you half recognised. A convenience store glowed on the opposite corner, its windows bright and clinical. You staggered toward it, thinking maybe there would be people inside, witnesses, something to anchor you to the real world and away from whatever was happening. But as you approached, you saw the store's glass door and stopped. 3 versions of the door, actually, 3 panels of glass in the entryway, each set at a slight angle to create a vestibule, and in each panel, a different reflection. In the left panel, she stood behind you, mask in place, eyes patient. In the centre panel, the mask was lowered, hanging around her neck like a surgical bib. Her mouth was visible, and it wasn't a mouth anymore. It was a wound, a gash that stretched from ear to ear, the edges ragged and red as if carved with dull scissors. The flesh inside was white, bone white, and you could see her teeth all the way back to the molars, exposed in a permanent grin that had nothing to do with happiness. In the right panel, her mouth was partially stitched shut, crude black thread lacing through the torn flesh, pulling it together in a way that made the smile even worse, constrained but not contained, as if the stitches might pop at any moment and let the grin split wider still. All three versions spoke simultaneously, their voices layered and slightly out of sync, but all using your voice. Am I pretty? Then another voice joined, your friend Mina's voice coming from the left panel. Am I pretty? And your mother's voice from the right. Am I pretty? And underneath them all a voice you almost didn't recognize as your own, younger and smaller and scared. Am I pretty? The scarf was strangling you now. You could feel your pulse hammering against the fabric, could feel the blood trying to force its way past the constriction, and failing. Your vision tunneled, darkness creeping in from the edges. Every denial feeds her borrowed breath, your grandmother's voice whispered from memory. Every lie gives her your voice. Every "I'm fine" when you're breaking feeds her until she wears your words like a mask. You fell to your knees on the wet pavement, no longer caring about the glass, the reflections, any of it. Your fingers found the knot of the scarf and pulled, tore, tried to loosen it, but it was like pulling at your own throat. The fabric had become indistinguishable from skin. Your phone tumbled from your pocket and landed face up in a puddle. The screen glowed beneath the water, showing your last message to your mother. I'm managing. It's hard right now, but I'm trying. Not I'm fine. The truth. Small and inadequate, but truth nonetheless. The scarf loosened. Just a fraction. Just enough for a thimbleful of air to pass. You understood then, kneeling in the rain with your lungs burning and your vision fading. She didn't feed on fear or blood or screams. She fed on the gap between what you said and what you felt. Every I'm fine when you were drowning. Every don't worry when you were terrified. Every automatic lie you told to smooth over the rough edges of your real self. She fed on the distance between your voice and your truth. And she would keep feeding until there was nothing left of you but pleasant lies, and the smile she would cut onto your face to seal them in forever. You needed to get to a crosswalk. The rules. You grasped at the memory of your grandmother's instructions like a drowning person reaching for driftwood. 3 sweets at a crosswalk. Speak a careful truth. Stitch your real fear into the scarf's hem and tie it to a bridge rail. Don't look back. The nearest crosswalk was half a block away, but it felt like miles. You forced yourself to stand, forced your legs to move, keeping your eyes down, avoiding every window, every puddle, every reflective surface. Your phone stayed behind in the rain, screen finally going dark. A 7-Eleven huddled on the corner, its automatic doors sighing open as you stumbled inside. The clerk looked up from his phone, started to ask if you were okay, then thought better of it. You grabbed 3 wrapped sweets from the display near the register, strawberry, melon, and something that might have been yuzu, and paid with shaking hands, not meeting the clerk's eyes, not looking at the security monitors behind the counter that surely showed your reflection, and whatever stood behind it, outside again. The crosswalk waited, its signal glowing red-handed against the rain. You positioned yourself at the edge of the curb and unwrapped the first sweet, placing it carefully on the textured yellow paving that marked the crossing. The crosswalk chimed, tick, and you placed the second sweet beside the first. Another chime, tick, and you set down the third. The signal changed. The walking man glowed white, and the chime became a steady rhythm, faster now, counting down the seconds to cross. You didn't cross. You stood there with the rain streaming down your face and the scarf tight around your throat and spoke. Not to the empty street, not to the rain or the lights or the distant rumble of traffic. To her, to the thing that followed through mirrors and spoke with borrowed voices. You look hurt. The words came out strangled, compressed by the scarf's pressure, but they came. You look hurt and seen. I'm afraid. Your voice broke, started again. I'm afraid of being seen when I'm hurt. I'm afraid that if people see what's really inside me, they'll know I'm not fine. I'm not managing, I'm barely holding on, and the more I pretend otherwise, the less of me there is left to hold. The scarf loosened. Not completely, but enough that you could draw a full breath. Enough that the black spots in your vision began to recede. You looked up for the first time since leaving the convenience store. The crosswalk signal counted down 7, 6, 5, and in the reflective surface of the signal pole's chrome housing you saw her clearly. She stood directly behind you now, close enough that you should have felt her breath on the back of your neck. The surgical mask hung, loose around her chin. Her mouth stretched in that impossible grin, the torn flesh pink and glistening in the rain, the edges never quite meeting despite the black stitches that tried to pull them together. But she wasn't smiling at you. She was looking down at the 3 sweets on the yellow tactile paving, their wrappers slowly darkening in the rain. When she looked up again, her eyes were different. Still dark, still patient, but something else now. Something that might have been recognition, or memory. As if she too had once stood at a crosswalk in the rain and tried to answer questions she didn't know how to answer. "I don't know if you're pretty," you said, and this time your voice came easier. "I don't know what you are or what you were, but I see you. I see that you're hurt. I see that you're still here, asking the question, even though no answer has ever been enough." The crosswalk signal reached 0 and reset. The walking man vanished, replaced by the red hand. Don't walk. Wait. The chimes fell silent. In the chrome reflection, her mouth moved, not to ask the question, just to move, the torn flesh working around words that wouldn't come. She reached up slowly, and for a terrible moment you thought she would remove the mask entirely, would show you something worse than the smile. But instead, she touched the stitches at the corner of her mouth, the black thread that tried to hold her together. Then she was gone. Not fading, not walking away, just gone, as if she'd never been there at all. The chrome showed only you, soaked and shaking, with a red scarf wound around your throat like a patient ligature. But the scarf was looser now. You could feel it. The knot had shifted, softened, no longer trying to strangle you but simply resting against your skin. You bent and retrieved the 3 sweets before they could wash away. The wrappers were wet but intact. You tucked them into your pocket, gifts given and accepted, even if you didn't fully understand the transaction. The nearest bridge was 2 blocks south. You walked there through rain that had finally begun to ease, letting the storm drain itself into the gutters and sewers. Your coat was soaked through and you were shivering, but the scarf around your neck felt warm. Not feverish anymore, just warm, almost comforting. The bridge spanned a narrow river that ran through the city's industrial district, carrying runoff and waste to the bay. At night, with the rain hammering its surface, the water looked black and depthless, a river that might go down forever. The handrails were painted metal, cold and slick, and you gripped one to steady yourself as you pulled your phone from your pocket. Except you'd left it behind, lying face down in a puddle outside the convenience store. Right, you'd forgotten. You patted your other pockets and found what you needed anyway. The small sewing kit you carried everywhere, a habit inherited from your grandmother who believed you should always be able to mend what tore. Inside the kit, needles, pins, safety pins, and a small spool of red thread that matched the scarf almost perfectly. You threaded a needle by the light of a street lamp squinting against the rain. Your hands shook, and it took 3 tries, but finally the thread passed through the eye and you pulled it long enough to work with. The scarf came unwound with a simple tug. You laid it across your lap and turned it inside out, exposing the inner hem where the fabric was softer, more worn. This was where you would write it, the fear you never said, the truth you buried under every "I'm fine" and "don't worry" and "I'm managing." You put needle to cloth and began to stitch. 8 letters, 1 word, the word you'd been taught to avoid because it sounded weak, sounded needy, sounded like a confession of failure. You formed each letter carefully, the red thread only slightly darker than the red fabric, visible only if you knew to look for it. Hurting. The stitches were crude. You'd never been particularly good at needlework, but they were honest. Each pull of the thread through fabric felt like lancing a wound, letting pressure escape. Your throat felt looser with every stitch, as if the scarf's constriction had been tied to your silence, and breaking that silence broke its grip. When you finished, you bit the thread to cut it and tuck the needle back into the kit. The scarf lay finished across your lap, confession hidden in its hem, visible only from the inside. You stood and approached the bridge rail. The metal was icy against your palms as you leaned forward, looking down at the black water. Your reflection rippled there, distorted by rain and current, but it was only you. No one behind you, no surgical mask, no grin that stretched too far. You tied the scarf to the rail by its stitched hem, knotting it carefully, firm enough to hold but loose enough that someone could untie it if they wanted. A morning commuter might find it, a maintenance worker, or no one at all. It didn't matter. The rule said not to look back, not to check reflections, to walk away and let the knot slip loose on its own, releasing you from whatever bargain had been struck. You walked, north, away from the bridge, toward the lights of the commercial district where the streets were wider and better lit. You kept your eyes forward, refusing to glance at storefronts or puddles or the darkened windows of parked cars. Your throat felt naked without the scarf, exposed to wind and rain, but it also felt light, unburdened. Half a block from the bridge the air changed. You felt it like a physical thing, a presence lifting, a pressure releasing. Somewhere behind you, cloth fluttered in the wind, and you knew without looking that the knot had come undone on its own, that the scarf had slipped free of the rail and fallen into the water, or been caught by the wind, or simply ceased to exist in any meaningful way. You kept walking. A bus passed, its windows glowing, yellow, and you glanced at them without thinking. Just your reflection, rain-soaked, hair plastered to your skull, looking half drowned and exhausted. But just you. At the corner bakery, still open despite the hour, still piping the smell of fresh bread into the rainy night, you caught your reflection in the window. Still just you. No one behind you. No one borrowing your breath or wearing your voice. You went inside. The warmth hit you like a wall, and the clerk looked alarmed at the sight of you dripping onto her clean floor, but she didn't say anything, just waited while you examined the display case. "What can I get you?" she asked. You almost said, "I'm fine, just looking," but the automatic words caught in your throat. Not because something was strangling you, but because they simply weren't true. You weren't fine. You were soaked and shaking and probably going into shock, and you'd just spent the last 2 hours being hunted by something that spoke with your voice and wanted to cut a smile onto your face. "I need something warm," you said. "Tea, if you have it, and whatever bread is freshest." She nodded and moved to prepare your order, and you sat at the small table by the window watching the rain streak down the glass. Your phone was gone, lost in a puddle blocks away, and you'd tied your scarf to a bridge and walked away from it. You'd given 3 sweets to a ghost and stitched your secret fear into red fabric and spoken truth to a reflection that asked impossible questions. And somehow, you were still here, still breathing, still yourself, or at least more yourself than you'd been in months. The clerk brought your tea in a small plate with slices of still warm bread, and you paid her with the last crumpled bills from your pocket. The tea scalded your throat going down, but it felt good, felt real, proof that you could still feel something other than the phantom pressure of a scarf cinching tighter. After that night, things were different. Not magically better. You still struggled, still had bad days, still felt the weight of everything pressing down. But when someone asked how you were, the reflexive "I'm fine" stuck in your throat. Not because something was strangling you, but because you could feel the gap between the lie and the truth, could feel how that gap wanted to widen and swallow you whole. So you told the truth instead. Small truths at first, carefully measured. "I'm struggling today. I'm not okay, but I'm trying. I need help with this." Each truth felt like pulling thread through fabric. Difficult, necessary, creating something stronger than silence. Sometimes, late at night when the rain turned the windows into dark mirrors, you thought you saw her. A woman in a surgical mask standing just at the edge of your reflection, watching. But she never came closer, never asked her question again. She just stood there, a reminder carved into the corner of your vision, the price of lying to yourself, the shape that silence takes when it's been fed too long on swallowed truths, and sometimes, in those rain-dark windows, you thought her mouth moved behind the mask. Not to ask, "Am I pretty?" but something else. Something that looked like "thank you," or maybe "I see you," or possibly just "I understand." You never looked closely enough to be sure. Some reflections were better left blurred. But you kept speaking true sentences, trading each automatic "I'm fine" for something honest, even when honesty felt like exposure. Because you'd learned what happens when you let the gap between voice and truth grow too wide. You'd felt it tighten around your throat, had seen it watching from windows and waiting in reflections, patient as rain. And you'd learned that the only way to keep the glass empty, the only way to make sure your reflection showed only you, was to speak the truth before something else could answer for you. The scarf never reappeared. Sometimes you wondered if it was still tied to the bridge, slowly rotting in the rain, the red thread of your confession fading to pink and then to nothing, or if it had washed into the river and been carried to the bay and then the ocean, taking your stitched fear with it to dissolve in salt water, or maybe some other person found it on a rainy night, pulled tight by their own lies, and recognised the word in the hem, hurting. Maybe they wore it for a while, learning the same lesson you'd learned, before tying it to their own bridge and walking away. You hoped so. It seemed like the kind of curse that should be shared, not to spread harm, but to spread understanding, to help others recognise the tightening before it became strangulation, to teach them what you'd learned in rain and reflection, that the scariest thing isn't the woman in the mask asking impossible questions. It's the moment you realise you've been answering for yourself with lies for so long that your voice doesn't sound like yours anymore, that somewhere along the way you taught your reflection to speak without you, to mouth the comfortable untruths while your real voice strangled quietly beneath the fabric. The glass had nothing left to answer for you now. You'd taken your voice back, word by difficult word, truth by uncomfortable truth. And if that meant people saw you hurting sometimes, saw you struggling, saw the parts you'd learned to hide, well, at least they saw you. At least the face in the window was finally your own. The bakery became a ritual after that. Every few nights when the rain came and the windows turned to mirrors, you'd find yourself walking there, ordering tea and bread, sitting at the same table by the glass. The clerk recognised you now, would start preparing your order when she saw you approaching through the rain-streaked door. "Rough night?" she asked once, a few weeks after the bridge. You almost said "I'm fine," felt the phantom pressure against your throat and stopped. "Yeah," you said instead. "Rough night." She nodded like that was answer. Enough, and brought your tea extra hot. You'd replaced your phone, of course, had to. Work needed to reach you, friends needed to reach you, life required that electronic leash. But the new phone felt different in your hand, heavier somehow, weighted with awareness. Each message that came in, each "how are you?" or "everything okay?" felt like a test now, a small crossroads where you had to choose between the easy lie and the difficult truth. Mina texted, "Want to grab lunch tomorrow?" Your thumbs hovered over the keyboard. The old you would have typed "can't," swamped with work even though your calendar was clear. The old you would have invented obligations to avoid admitting you didn't have the energy for people, for small talk, for pretending. You typed instead, "I'm not up for it. I'm pretty drained lately. Rain check." The 3 dots appeared immediately, pulsed, stopped, started again. Finally, "You okay? Like actually okay?" "No," you typed, "but I'm dealing with it. I'll let you know when I'm ready to talk about it." The response came fast. "Okay, I'm here when you are. Love you. No pressure, no demands, just acceptance." It startled you how simple it was when you told the truth. How people didn't need you to be fine, they just needed you to be honest. But not everyone made it easy. Your mother called 3 days later, and you knew from the tone of her hello that someone had talked. Probably Mina, worried, reaching out to your family. Your mother's voice carried that particular frequency of concern that always made your chest tight. Love mixed with expectation, care tangled with judgment. "Your friend says you're not doing well." You watched the rain trace patterns down your apartment window. In the glass, your reflection looked tired. Just tired. No one stood behind it. "I'm managing," you said, then stopped. That was still a deflection. Still a way of saying I'm fine without saying the words. "Actually, no, I'm not managing great. It's been hard." Silence on the other end. Then, "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because you always need me to be okay," you thought. "Because your worry feels like weight. Because I'm tired of performing wellness for an audience." But you said, more gently, "Because it's hard to admit. Because I'm still figuring out how to talk about it." Another silence, longer this time. When your mother spoke again, her voice was smaller. "I wish you'd let me help." "I know," you said. "I'm learning how." After you hung up, you noticed the window, your reflection, clear and solitary. No masks, no surgical white, no smile that stretched too far. Just you and the rain, and the truth hovering in the air like breath made visible in cold. Work became harder before it became easier. Your boss, a woman whose entire personality seemed to be constructed from motivational posters and corporate jargon, noticed the change, called you into her office one afternoon with that expression that meant concern filtered through HR training. Your performance has been different lately, she said, shuffling papers that probably had your name on them, metrics and evaluations and all the ways they quantified your worth. Is everything all right? The old answer rose like muscle memory. Everything's fine, just adjusting to the workload. But you'd learned to recognise that tightening now, that phantom pressure against your throat, you'd learned what it cost to speak around the truth instead of through it. I've been struggling with some things, you said. Personal things. They're affecting my focus. I'm working on it, but I wanted to be honest about where I'm at. Your boss blinked. This was apparently not in the script she'd prepared. Oh, well, do you need... we have resources, employee assistance programs, mental health days. I might need some flexibility, you said. Not a lot. Just understanding that I'm doing my best, and my best might look different right now than it did before. She nodded slowly, still processing. Okay. Yes, we can work with that. Thank you for telling me. You left her office feeling strange, vulnerable, but not weak, exposed, but not endangered. The truth had been difficult to speak, had felt like pulling thread through resistant fabric, but nothing had strangled you for saying it. No reflection had stirred in the office windows. The rain continued through October and into November. The city lived under clouds, everything grey and wet and reflecting. You learned to move through it differently now, learned to meet your reflection's eyes instead of avoiding them. Sometimes you looked tired, sometimes you looked sad, sometimes on the better days you looked almost okay, and the reflection always showed only you, until the night you saw her again. It was late, past midnight, and you'd been walking because sleep wouldn't come and staying in your apartment felt like being buried alive. The rain had paused, leaving the streets slick and shining, every surface turned to dark mirror. You walked without destination, letting your feet choose the path, and found yourself in a part of the city you didn't quite recognise. The storefronts here were older, smaller, the kind of places that had survived decades through sheer stubbornness. A tailor shop with faded gold lettering, a bookstore that looked like it had never updated its inventory since 1975, and between them, a narrow alley that dead-ended at a brick wall. In a puddle at the alley's mouth, you saw her. Not behind you this time, not watching from glass. She was in the water itself, face up, suspended beneath the surface like someone drowned and frozen at the moment of death. The surgical mask hung loose around her neck. Her mouth was visible, that terrible smile, the torn flesh, the black stitches that tried to hold it closed. But her eyes were different. Not patient anymore, not hunting. They looked tired as you felt, as tired as your reflection looked on the worst nights. You knelt beside the puddle, ignoring the cold water seeping through your jeans. Up close you could see details you'd missed before. The stitches weren't clean surgical thread. They were rough, improvised, the kind someone might do to themselves in a bathroom mirror with shaking hands, and the torn flesh wasn't smooth. There were other marks beneath it, older scars, layer upon layer of cuts that had healed badly or not at all. She hadn't been carved by someone else. She'd done it to herself. The realization hit you like cold water. The legend was wrong, or at least incomplete. The Kuchisake honor hadn't been mutilated by a jealous husband or angry lover. She'd taken scissors or a knife or broken glass and done it herself, trying to carve away the part of her that had to smile when she was dying inside, that had to be pretty when she was screaming, that had to answer "I'm fine" when everything was burning. She'd cut through her own lies until there was nothing left but the wound. "I see you," you whispered to the puddle. Her eyes moved, focusing on you through the water. Her mouth tried to form words, but the stitches held, pulled, distorted them into silence. You understood. She'd asked her question, "Am I pretty?" Not because she wanted to be told yes or no. She asked because it was the only question she'd ever learned to voice, the only acceptable way to seek validation, to ask if she was worth seeing beyond the surface. She'd asked because she didn't know how to say, "Do you see that I'm hurt? Do you see that I'm scared? Do you see me at all beneath this smile?" "You're not pretty," you said softly. "You're hurt. You're scared. You're angry at what was done to you, maybe angry at what you did to yourself. And you're seen. I see you." The puddle rippled though there was no wind. When it stilled again, the image had changed. She was sitting up in the water now, or seemed to be, though that was impossible. The puddle was barely an inch deep. She reached up slowly and touched the stitches at the corner of her mouth. Then she pulled. The black thread tore free one stitch at a time, and you expected blood, expected gore, expected the wound to gape open wider. But instead, as each stitch broke, the torn flesh began to close. Not healing, not becoming smooth or whole, but closing. The smile that stretched too far contracted, pulled back to almost normal proportions. The raw edges touched and held, not stitched, but simply tired of being open. Her mouth was still wrong, still scarred, but it no longer screamed silence, it just was. She looked up at you through the water, and for the first time you saw her try to smile. Not the carved grin, but something smaller, sadder, real. Then the puddle was just a puddle, reflecting streetlights and clouds and your own face looking down. You stood, knees soaked, and continued walking. But something felt different, lighter, as if you'd been carrying a weight you didn't know was there, and it had finally been set down. The seasons changed. Rain gave way to winter cold, then early spring rain again. The city cycled through its moods, and you cycled through yours. Some days harder than others, some weeks better than before. You learned to recognize the warning signs, the automatic lies creeping back into your vocabulary, the reflexive "I'm fine" hovering on your tongue. When you caught yourself doing it, you'd stop, breathe, find the true words underneath. It wasn't always possible. Some situations demanded performance, job interviews, family gatherings, small talk with acquaintances who didn't really want to know. You learned to navigate those, to choose your truths carefully, to save your honesty for people who could hold it. But you also learned to recognize the cost of each lie, the small tightening, the tiny gap opening between voice and truth, and you learned to close those gaps before they grew, before something could slip inside them and start answering for you. The bakery clerk, you learned her name was Naomi, became something like a friend. Not close, not someone you'd call in crisis, but someone who saw you regularly at your worst and never demanded you be better. "You seem lighter," she said one evening in March, setting your tea down. You considered deflecting, considered saying, "Do I?" Or maybe it's the new haircut, or any of the dozen ways you'd learned to sidestep observation. Instead you said, "I'm learning to carry less." She smiled. "Good. We're not built to haul everything all the time." That night, walking home, you passed your bridge. The rail where you'd tied your scarf was empty, had been empty for months, but you stopped anyway, stood in the place where you'd stitched your confession into red fabric and left it behind. The water below was high with spring runoff, dark and fast. Your reflection churned in it, broken by current into 1,000 fragments that reassembled wrong. But it was still your reflection, no one else's. You thought about the Kuchisake Onna, about the woman in the puddle who'd torn out her own stitches and let her wound finally close. You wondered if she was still out there somewhere, still following mirrors and glass, still asking her question, or if she'd found her own bridge, her own moment of truth, her own way to stop answering for herself with someone else's voice. You hoped she had. You hoped wherever she was, if she was, she'd learned what you'd learned. That the only way to keep your reflection your own was to speak true, even when truth tasted like blood, even when honesty felt like tearing stitches, even when the easiest thing in the world was to smile and say "I'm fine," and let the lie strangle you slowly. Your phone buzzed. Mina. "Dinner this week? For real this time?" You typed "yes, but fair warning, I might not be great company. I'm still working through stuff." 3 dots. Then, "You don't have to be great company, you just have to be you." Something in your chest loosened. Not the phantom scarf, that was long gone. Just the knot of fear that said being honest meant being abandoned, that showing hurt meant being rejected, that people only loved the version of you that smiled and performed and pretended. You typed back, Thursday, love you too." You pocketed your phone and continued walking. The city sprawled around you, all glass and reflection, every surface a potential mirror. But you moved through it without fear now, without checking every window for a figure in a surgical mask, without feeling for phantom fabric tightening around your throat. The rain had taught you its lesson. The scarf had taught you its lesson. The woman in the mirrors had taught you hers, trading question for question until you learned that "am I pretty?" was just another way of saying "am I allowed to hurt? Am I allowed to be real? Am I allowed to exist without performing?" And the answer was yes. Always yes. Even if yes meant being seen in your worst moments. Even if yes meant letting people witness your struggle. Even if yes meant no longer hiding behind comfortable lies and the smile they carved into you. At home, you passed the bathroom mirror and caught your reflection. You looked tired. You were tired. It had been a long day, a long year, a long season of learning to speak true. But your face was your own. Your mouth was your own. Your voice, when you used it, was your own. "I'm not fine," you said to the mirror, testing the words. They came easier now. "I'm tired and I'm struggling and some days I barely make it through. But I'm here, I'm trying, and that's enough." The reflection agreed. Just you, no one else, speaking truth to empty glass. That night you dreamed of crosswalks and red fabric and a woman whose smile had finally closed. In the dream, she stood at a bridge you recognized, untying a scarf from the rail. The fabric was faded, the red turned pink by weather and time, but the stitches in the hem were still visible. Hurting. She looked at the word for a long moment, traced it with one finger. Then she folded the scarf carefully and tucked it into her pocket, not to wear but to keep, a reminder, a lesson, a map through the dark. When she turned and walked away from the bridge, her surgical mask was gone. Her mouth was visible, scarred, yes, still marked by what she'd done to herself or what had been done to her, but closed, quiet, hers. She didn't ask if she was pretty. She didn't ask anything at all. She just walked, and in every window she passed, her reflection walked beside her, matching her stride, no gap between the woman and her image. You woke feeling lighter than you had in months. Outside it was raining again, the way it always rained in the city, patient, persistent, turning every surface to mirror. But you rose and dressed and moved through your morning routine without checking every reflection, without bracing for a figure in the glass. At work, your boss asked how you were doing. You said, "Better. Still working on things, but better." She accepted this without pressing, and you felt grateful for the honesty, both yours and hers. At lunch, a co-worker made small talk about the weather, and you said it was good rain, that the city needed it, that you'd learned to like the sound of it on the windows. All true, all easy. And when Mina texted to confirm Thursday, you replied immediately, "Can't wait. I might talk your ear off, though. Fair warning." "Good," she wrote back. "I want to hear it. Whatever it is." Thursday came. You met Mina at a small restaurant neither of you had tried before, the kind of place with steamed-up windows and the smell of ginger and garlic in the air. You ordered, ate, talked, and when she asked how you were really doing, you told her. Not everything, not all at once. But you told her about the hard days, about the therapy you'd started, about the medication you were trying, about the slow process of learning to speak truth instead of performance. You told her about the scarf, though you left out the parts about the woman in the mirrors. Some truths were too strange, too private, too much like ghost stories. She listened without interrupting, without offering solutions, without trying to fix you. And when you finished, she reached across the table and squeezed your hand. "Thank you for telling me," she said. "I know that's hard." "It is," you agreed. "But it's harder not to." You'd learned that lesson in rain and reflection, learned it with phantom fabric tightening around your throat, learned it from a ghost who'd cut her own smile too wide because no one taught her she was allowed to frown. The rest of dinner was easier. You talked about small things. Her job, your apartment, a movie you'd both been meaning to see. Normal things. Friend things. The kind of conversation that didn't require performance, just presence. When you left the restaurant, the rain had returned. Mina offered you a ride, but you wanted to walk. Wanted to feel the rain on your face. Wanted to see your reflection in the puddles and windows and know it was only yours. "Text me when you get home," Mina said, hugging you goodbye. "I will," you promised. And then, because truth had become habit, "I love you. Thank you for not needing me to be fine." She smiled, eyes bright. "I love you too. Thank you for letting me see you, not fine. You walked home through rain-dark streets, past the bakery where Naomi was closing up for the night, past the convenience store where you'd once knelt choking on lies, past the bridge where a red scarf had hung briefly before vanishing into water or wind or whatever space holds things we surrender. Every window you passed showed only you, tired, rain-soaked, but yours. Every puddle reflected only your own face looking down. Every piece of glass held only your image, undoubled, unmultiplied, free. At home, you texted Mina, "Home safe, thank you for tonight." She replied with a heart emoji, and you smiled at the simplicity of it. Before bed, you stood at your bathroom mirror and looked at yourself. Really looked. You saw the exhaustion, yes, the signs of struggle, the marks that hard seasons leave. But you also saw something else, a person who'd survived, a person who'd learned to speak truth even when lies were easier, a person whose reflection was finally, fully their own. "I'm not fine," you said to the mirror. The words a prayer now, a practice, a way of staying honest. But I'm here, and I'm mine. The glass agreed, showing only you, no masks, no impossible smiles, no borrowed voices speaking in your mouth, just you, whole and tired and real and enough. Outside, the rain fell patient and clean, washing the city into midnight mirror, and somewhere in that rain, maybe in a puddle, maybe in a window, maybe in no place that existed on any map, a woman with a scarred mouth walked free, finally knowing how to answer the question she'd asked for so long. Am I pretty? No, but I'm real, and I'm seen, and I'm mine, and that you'd learned was always enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The drizzle threads through the overpass girders in silver needles, and you duck beneath the freeway where the flood canal runs black as motor oil. Your sneaker catches an empty bottle. Corona, label peeling, and you kick it hard enough to hear the splash. It bobs once in the oily churn before sinking. No big deal, you mutter, hands shoved in your hoodie pockets, but the words taste like copper on your tongue. The canal surface shivers, not from wind, not from rain. The water begins to climb. It spreads up the concrete walls in a thin, trembling film, defying every law you learned in high school physics. Droplets bead upward like a video playing in reverse, each one crawling toward the underpass ceiling with the patience of something that has waited a very long time. Your sneakers leave dark prints on the wet cement, size 10 Vans with the left sole wearing thin. Beside them, a second set of prints appears, small, webbed, splayed like a child's hand pressed into clay. They keep pace exactly one step behind yours, filling with water that should be falling but isn't. You stop walking. The footprints stop too. Then they take one more step forward. The memory comes back in fragments, the way childhood things do. A yellow school bus, the smell of diesel and peanut butter sandwiches, your 4th grade teacher Mrs. Chen standing beside the Sacramento River with her laminated poster boards. She told you about the kappa, voice dropping low for effect, making the boys in the back row finally shut up. A river spirit with a dish of water set into its skull like a bowl in a monk's hands. The water was its strength, its breath, the only thing keeping it tethered to this world. It bowed to courtesy and wagered with arrogance. To pass safely, you had to carve your full name and the harm you'd caused into a cucumber, set it floating, then bow lower than the kappa itself. When it bowed lower in return, because it had to, bound by something older than manners, the dish would spill. The river would take your apology instead of your breath. You'd laughed then, 10 years old and immortal, and thrown a rock into the water just to prove you weren't afraid. Your pace quickens now. The canal keeps running upward, a glittering membrane on the walls that catches the sodium vapor light from the street above and throws it back in shades of sick yellow-green. Each time you tell yourself it's fine, it's nothing, just a trick of the rain, another wet-webbed footprint slaps down beside yours. In the water's reflection you see it, a child-sized silhouette beneath the surface, ribs visible like leaves pressed in a book, shoulders hunched in a question mark, eyes bright as the quarters your grandmother used to leave on gravestones. It bows from the wrong side of the water, joints bending in directions joints shouldn't bend, and rises a little higher with each dismissal. The air thickens with the smell of algae and cucumber skin, and old coins left too long in stagnant water. Somewhere behind you, a bicycle bell rings once, clear and pure, though there's no bicycle anywhere in sight. You break into a jog. Your breath comes harsh and ragged, echoing off the concrete. The upward climbing water follows, spreading across the underpass ceiling now, pooling in reverse, dripping up instead of down. Your shoes squelch and slip. Behind you, the webbed footprints multiply, layering over each other in a pattern that suggests not walking, but something closer to swimming, the gait of a thing that moves through water the way you move through air. At the deepest part of the underpass, where the canal runs through a concrete throat barely wide enough for two people to pass, the surface breaks. Water explodes upward and a shape breaches, long arms slick with pondweed, fingers webbed to the second knuckle, nails like fish scales, skin the colour of river stones, mottled grey-green and sick white, covered in a thin membrane that glistens under the sodium lights. The head emerges last, and you understand why Mrs. Chen's voice had dropped to a whisper. The skull has been carved away at the crown, leaving a shallow depression filled with water so clear it looks like glass, so still it could be ice. Around it, a ruff of damp hair hangs in strings, dark as kelp, framing a face that might have been human once, before the river had its way. The eyes are too large, pupils blown wide and black, reflecting nothing. The mouth is a lipless line that splits the face from ear to ear. It stands on the underside of the water as if that were floor, feet planted on the ceiling of liquid, then steps down onto the concrete beside you with a sound like meat slapping tile. Each footprint it leaves is perfect, deep, the toes splayed wide, the webbing pressed into the cement with enough force to crack it. You edge backward, and the upward climbing water leans after you, tilting like the room itself is rotating, like gravity has decided to renegotiate its terms. Your back hits the canal wall, and the concrete is wet, so wet water running up your spine in cold fingers that make you gasp. The kappa bows. It's a slow movement, formal, the bend starting at the hips and rolling through the spine with the precision of a martial artist. The bowl on its head remains perfectly level, not a drop spilled, the water inside catching the light like a mirror. It holds the position, waiting, and you realise with a sick drop in your stomach that this is a test, a challenge, a courtesy that demands courtesy in return. You half bow on instinct, awkward, your hoodie falling forward over your face. The water on the walls surges with approval, a sound like applause made of rain, and the webbed footprints draw closer, matching your heartbeat, each step a bass drum in your chest. The kappa straightens and steps forward, close enough now that you can see the details. The scales on its shoulders, the way its chest doesn't rise and fall with breath, the smell coming off it in waves, rotting lily pads and fish guts and something else, something sweet and terrible like overripe fruits split open on hot asphalt. You try to run, your feet slip and you go down hard on one knee, the impact singing up your femur and into your hip. The kappa bows again, deeper this time, and the water on its head trembles but doesn't spill. It's waiting. It will wait forever if it has to. Time moves differently for things that live in rivers. You stop running. Your hands shake as you dig through your messenger bag, pushing past your dead phone and your keys and the library book you keep forgetting to return. At the bottom, wrapped in a paper towel from the 7-Eleven bathroom, is half a cucumber. You'd bought it this afternoon from the prepared food section, ate the other half with your sandwich, kept this piece because you were raised not to waste food. Your grandmother's voice in your head. Finish your plate. People are starving. With your keys, the brass one for your apartment, the one you've been meaning to get copied for months, you carve into the cucumber skin. Your full name first, letters crude and uneven. James Patrick Morrison. Then the harm, because that's what the legend requires, the specific sin that brought you here. Through a bottle into the canal. The juice runs over your fingers, cold and slick. You add the date, today's date, because it feels important. Because if you're going to apologise, you should at least be precise about it. You set the cucumber on the low eddy where the canal water meets the concrete. It floats forward against the current, drawn toward the kappa's feet as if pulled by an invisible string, bobbing through the oily surface like a tiny boat. The kappa watches it come, head tilted, the bowl on its crown perfectly still. You step to the water's edge. The canal runs fast here, deep enough to pull a person under, and you can feel it tugging at your shoes, eager, hungry. You bow once from the waist, keeping your eyes on the kappa's feet because you can't look at its face anymore. Can't stand the way its mouth doesn't move, the way it breathes through its skin in ripples. The kappa bows lower, the movement smooth as oil, and the water in its bowl trembles, surface tension holding but barely. You can see your reflection in it, distorted and small. You bow again, deeper this time, hands at your sides, and your spine cracks from sitting hunched over your laptop for 8 hours a day at a job you hate. The kappa must bow lower still, bound by rules older than concrete, older than cities, older than the idea that water should flow downward. Its knees bend at angles that make your stomach turn. The bowl tips forward, just slightly, and a single drop spills over the edge, rolls down its neck, disappears into the collar of pondweed wrapped around its shoulders. You bow a third time, slow and absolute, eyes down, forehead nearly touching your knees. Lower than you'd bow to anyone, lower than you'd bow to a king, lower than you'd bow to your own grave. Your hamstrings scream and your balance wavers, and for a second you think you're going to tip forward into the canal, into the black water that's been waiting for you since the moment you kicked that bottle, since before that, since the first time you ever threw anything away and pretended it would just disappear. The kappa bows lower. The bowl tips past the point of no return and the water spills. Not a trickle but a cascade, the entire contents pouring down its neck and chest and arms, splashing onto the concrete in a clear rush that sounds like every apology you've never said out loud. The kappa's eyes go wide, pupils contracting to pinpoints, and its mouth opens in a soundless gasp. The strength goes out of it like air from a slashed tyre. Its arms drop, its shoulders cave, its legs buckle. The upward running water collapses all at once, tons of it, slapping back into the canal with a sound like one long sigh, like the world exhaling, like every held breath released at once. The impact sends spray across the underpass, soaking you to the skin, and you taste it on your lips. Clean water, river water, nothing like the oily sludge you expected. The webbed footprints fill with ordinary seepage and fade, cement swallowing them like they were never there. The kappa blinks, dazed, and slides backward into the surface. Its hands are still folded from the bow, pressed together in a gesture that might be prayer or might be surrender. The water accepts it without ripples, the way water accepts everything eventually, and it's gone. Just gone. The only evidence it existed at all is the smell, slowly fading, and the cracks in the concrete where it stood. Your carved cucumber rolls past, bumping against the underpass pylons with soft hollow sounds, then drifts down the channel toward the river proper, toward the bay, toward the ocean. You watch until you can't see it anymore, until it's just another piece of garbage in the water, indistinguishable from all the rest. The air loses its coin smell. Night sounds return, one at a time, like musicians coming back after intermission. Tires on wet road, a distant siren, a gull somewhere under the bridge crying out for reasons only gulls understand. Your clothes are soaked, and your knee throbs where you fell, and your hands still smell like cucumber juice, but you're breathing. You're still breathing. You stand there for a long time, water dripping from your hair, your hoodie heavy as chainmail, watching the canal return to normal. The surface smooths out, becomes glass again, reflecting the underside of the freeway and the lights of passing cars. Orange streaks across black water. The rain has stopped without you noticing. Or maybe it never stopped. Maybe it just started falling the right direction again, and that counts for something. Your phone buzzes in your pocket, somehow still alive despite the soaking, and you pull it out with pruned fingers. 3 texts from your roommate asking where you are, if you're picking up beer, if you remembered to pay your half of the electric bill. The screen is cracked in a new place, a spiderweb spreading from the upper right corner that definitely wasn't there this morning. You stare at it for a moment, then type back. Got held up. Home soon. Your thumbs feel thick and clumsy, like they belong to someone else. You walk back the way you came, retracing your steps through the underpass. The concrete is darker in places where the upward water climbed, a high tide line that circles the entire throat of the tunnel about 8 feet up. You reach out and touch it as you pass. The stone is rough and cold and completely dry, as if the water evaporated the instant it fell, as if it was never made of water at all but something else. Something that only looked like water because that's the shape your brain could accept. The webbed footprints are gone, but you can still see where they were, a slight depression in the cement, a memory of pressure. You step carefully around them anyway, giving them space, the way you'd step around a grave even if the body had been moved centuries ago. Some things leave a mark deeper than the physical. At the edge of the underpass, where the canal opens up and the street noise comes back full force, you stop. There's a shopping cart half submerged in the water, rusted and listing to one side, filled with plastic bags that billow like jellyfish. A traffic cone floats past, orange, bright as a warning flare. Someone has spray-painted "Jenny was here, 2019" on the canal wall in pink letters 3 feet tall. The ordinary garbage of the city, the everyday pollution, the casual disrespect for water that you've participated in your entire life without thinking twice. You bow to the canal, just a small bow, the kind you'd give to a teacher or a stranger who held a door. Your back complains and your knee threatens to give out, but you hold it for 3 full seconds, counting in your head before straightening. A car passes overhead, tyres hissing on wet asphalt, and someone laughs, a woman's voice, high and clear, already fading into distance. No one saw you. No one would believe you if you told them. The walk home takes 40 minutes, and you spend the whole time remembering things you'd rather forget. The time you threw a full can of soda into the storm drain because it was flat and you were late for work. The time you watched your ex drop her phone in the river and laughed because it was an iPhone and she'd been so smug about upgrading. The time your little sister lost her retainer at the beach and you told her it was fine, fish probably needed braces too instead of helping her search. Small cruelties, small carelessnesses, the kind of thing everyone does and no one thinks about, because what's one more piece of trash in a world already drowning in it? But the river thinks about it. The river remembers. The river keeps accounts in a ledger older than writing, marked in silt and stone and the bones of things that thought they could take without giving back. Your apartment is on the 3rd floor of a building that should have been condemned 5 years ago. The hallway smells like weed and curry, and something sweetly rotten coming from the unit at the end that nobody has lived in for months. Your roommate, Marcus, is sprawled on the couch playing video games with the sound turned up too loud. Explosions and gunfire, and someone screaming about tactical superiority. He doesn't look up when you come in. "Dude, you fall in or something," he says, mashing buttons, eyes locked on the screen where soldiers are killing each other in elaborate ways. "Something like that," you say. You peel off your hoodie and it hits the floor with a wet slap that finally makes him glance over. "Jesus, you're soaked. You know it stopped raining like an hour ago, right?" "I noticed. There's leftover pizza in the fridge. It's got pineapple though, so sorry about your taste buds." He returns to his game, already dismissing you, and you stand there dripping on the hardwood you keep meaning to mop, wondering what you could possibly say. There was a thing in the canal. It had my grandmother's eyes. It wanted to drown me in courtesy. Instead, you grab a towel from the bathroom and head to your room, tracking wet footprints that look nothing like webbed feet but make you shudder anyway. You don't sleep that night. Every time you close your eyes, you see water climbing walls. You hear that bicycle bell, you smell cucumber and copper, and the particular stink of things that live in the space between water and air. Around 3 a.m, you give up and sit at your desk, laptop open, searching. The internet has everything and nothing. 1,000 blog posts about yokai and river spirits, anime fan art of cute turtle creatures, academic papers behind paywalls about the folklore of the Edo period. Wikipedia tells you that kappa are known for drowning children and livestock, for challenging people to sumo wrestling matches, for their love of cucumbers and their habit of removing a mythical organ called the shirikodama through a person's anus. You close that tab quickly, but there are other stories, older ones, buried in forum posts and scanned pages from books long out of print. Stories about people who wronged the water and paid for it. A farmer who dumped his chamber pot in the creek every morning for 30 years until one day he slipped and fell in, and they found him 3 days later, drowned in 6 inches of water, his lungs full of something that wasn't water at all but smelled like human waste. A child who killed frogs for fun, smashing them with rocks and leaving their bodies to rot on the bank until she went swimming and got pulled under by hands that felt like frog skin, cold and slippery and impossibly strong. A businessman who built a factory on a riverbank and dumped chemicals until the water ran 7 colours and nothing could live in it, and who drove his car off a bridge one foggy morning, sober and alert, seatbelt on, doors locked, like something had simply taken the wheel and turned it 30 degrees to the left. The stories all have the same shape: harm, accumulation, reckoning. The river is patient. The river keeps score. The river always, always collects. You read until dawn greys the window, until your eyes burn and your neck aches and you hear Marcus leave for his shift at the warehouse. Then you read some more. There are rituals, ceremonies, ways to maintain the peace once you've established it. In some villages in Japan they still hold kappa festivals, leaving cucumbers at the water's edge, bowing to the river at sunset, teaching children to respect what they can't see. In other places the traditions have died out, forgotten in the rush toward concrete and progress, and the comfortable lie that nature is something humans have moved past, something that happens on TV and in parks with designated trails. But forgetting doesn't make it gone. It just makes you unprepared when it comes back. You spend the next week in a strange state of hyper-awareness. Every drain, every puddle, every glass of water becomes a potential door to something else. You catch yourself apologising to the sink when you wash dishes, bowing slightly to the shower before you step in, freezing when rain starts to fall and waiting for it to reverse direction. Marcus notices and asks if you're okay, if you maybe want to talk to someone, like a professional someone, and you tell him you're fine, just tired, work stress, the usual lies. He accepts them because it's easier than pushing, because everyone is tired and stressed and barely holding it together, so why should you be any different? But you are different now. You've seen behind the curtain. You know what's waiting in the water. On Thursday you're walking to the bus stop and you pass a woman pouring old coffee into a storm drain, the cup still half full, liquid splashing across the grate and disappearing into darkness. Your hand shoots out before you can think about it, grabbing her wrist, and she spins around with wide eyes and coffee spilling down her shirt. "What the hell?" she says, yanking her arm back, and you realise how this looks. A stranger grabbing a woman on the street, aggression from nowhere. "I'm sorry," you say, hands up, backing away. "I'm sorry, you shouldn't pour that in there. The drains go to the river, it's bad for the ecosystem, the fish, You trail off because she's staring at you like you've grown a second head. "It's coffee," she says slowly, like explaining to a child. "Not battery acid." "I know, but..." "But what?" "But I met a river spirit and it could have killed me, and courtesy is the only thing standing between us and drowning in our own waste." "Never mind. Sorry. I'm sorry." You bow, a quick jerky movement, and her expression shifts from anger to concern. "Are you okay? Do you need me to? Call someone?" "I'm fine. I'm late. Sorry." You walk away quickly, hearing her mutter behind you, and you know she's right to be concerned. You sound crazy. You sound like the people who stand on street corners with signs about the end times, warning everyone about dangers only they can see. But you did see it. It was real. The cracks in the concrete are still there, you checked, faint but present. A webbed pattern that matches no tool or boot or natural erosion. The high tide line in the underpass hasn't faded. Your knee still has a bruise the size of a plum, purple and yellow and tender to the touch. Physical evidence in a world that doesn't believe in physical evidence of the impossible. On Saturday you go back to the canal. You tell yourself it's stupid, suicidal even, like a mouse returning to the trap. But you have to see. You have to know if it's still there, still waiting, or if the ritual worked, if your apology was accepted, if the debt is paid. The underpass looks different in daylight. Smaller, less ominous, just another piece of urban infrastructure slowly falling apart. The canal runs fast and brown, swollen from recent rain, carrying the usual debris. Plastic bottles, fast food containers, a soccer ball with most of its air gone. You walk slowly through the throat of the tunnel, searching the walls for the waterline. It's still there, about 8 feet up, a slight discoloration that could be anything. Could be old flooding from last winter, could be a trick of the light. The cracks are there too, spiderweb patterns in the concrete that fan out from several points on the ground. You kneel beside one and press your palm flat against it. The stone is cold and rough and completely ordinary. "I'm sorry," you say out loud, and your voice echoes strangely, bouncing off the curved ceiling. "I'm sorry about the bottle. I'm sorry about all of it. Every careless thing. Every time I treated the water like a garbage can. I'm sorry." The canal doesn't respond. Water flows past, indifferent, carrying its burden of human waste toward the bay. A fish breaks the surface. Or something breaks the surface. Something silvery and quick that disappears before you can be sure what you saw. The air smells like algae and exhaust fumes, and the particular funk of stagnant water warmed by afternoon sun. Normal smells. Nothing supernatural. Nothing wrong. You stand up, knees creaking, and notice something caught in the reeds near the bank. A cucumber, partially rotted, carved with letters you can't quite make out from this distance. Your cucumber, the one you sent downstream a week ago, returned like a letter to a wrong address. You scramble down the concrete slope, careful not to slip, and pull it free. The letters are still legible, swollen with water but readable. James Patrick Morrison. Threw a bottle into the canal. And underneath, in different letters, carved by a different hand, or something like a hand, new words appear. Debt paid. Courtesy. Remembered. The cucumber crumbles in your grip, dissolving into mush and seeds and juice that runs between your fingers and drips back into the canal. You let it go, watching the pieces float away, and something in your chest unclenches for the first time in a week. Accepted. Forgiven. Filed away in the river's long memory under accounts settled instead of debts owed. But as you climb back up to the path, you see something that stops you cold. Fresh webbed footprints, dozens of them, covering the concrete in overlapping patterns. They lead from the water to the underpass wall, then up the wall, impossible physics-defying, across the ceiling, and back down the other side. A complete circuit. They're not following you this time. They're marking territory. They're saying, I am here. I am always here. Remember me. You bow, deep and formal, holding it until your back screams. When you straighten, a man is walking his dog on the opposite bank, a golden retriever that barks once and strains at its leash, trying to reach the water. The man pulls it back, annoyed, and calls out to you. You drop something? Found something, you call back. All good. He nods and continues on, the dog looking back over its shoulder, whining softly. Animals know. They always know. There's a reason why dogs bark at empty corners, and cats stare at walls, and horses refuse to cross certain streams. They can see the things we've trained ourselves not to see, the things that hide in the spaces between what is and what we're willing to admit is. You leave the canal and walk home through the city, and everywhere you look you see water. It's in the gutters and the downspouts and the decorative fountains in front of office buildings. It's in the bottles people carry and the cups they throw away half full, and the sprinklers that run during droughts, watering grass that doesn't need to exist. Water is everywhere, patient and waiting, and you wonder how many of these places have their own guardians, their own spirits keeping accounts. How many kappa are there in a city of rivers and bays and storm drains? How many debts are accumulating, building up like sediment, waiting for the moment when the water decides to collect? That night you dream of drowning. You're in the canal, and the water is rising, filling the underpass from bottom to top, and you try to swim, but your clothes are too heavy, and your shoes are full of concrete. The kappa is there, standing on the ceiling, watching you with its coin-bright eyes. It doesn't move to help or hinder. It just watches, patient as erosion, as you sink and struggle and finally stop moving. Your lungs fill with water, and the water is clear and cold and tastes like cucumber. You try to scream, and water flows in, flows out, flows through, until you are water, until you have always been water, until you understand that drowning isn't death, but transformation, a return to the state you came from, the state you'll return to eventually, no matter what you do. You wake up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, and for a terrifying moment you think you're still underwater, still in the canal, still sinking. Then your bedroom resolves around you, the pile of laundry on the chair, the laptop on the desk, the crack in the ceiling shaped like Florida, and you remember how to breathe air. Marcus is in the kitchen when you stumble out, making coffee that smells like burned rubber. He takes one look at you and whistles. Rough night? You could say that. You want some of this? Fair warning, it tastes like ass, but it'll wake you up. I'll pass. You pour yourself water from the tap instead, watching it spiral into the glass, and before you drink you bow to it, just a small nod, barely noticeable. Marcus doesn't see. He's scrolling through his phone, laughing at something, the everyday morning routine of someone who has never met a river spirit and never will. You drink the water slowly, feeling it run down your throat and into your stomach, imagining it joining the ocean of fluid inside you, the 70% of your body that's just borrowed water, on loan from the rain and the rivers and the ancient seas that covered this land millions of years before humans had a word for courtesy. You are mostly water. Everyone is mostly water. The kappa isn't separate from you. It's a reminder of what you are, what you've always been, what you forget every time you treat water like it's something other than the substance of life itself. The weeks pass and the world continues. You go to work, you pay your bills, you have the same meaningless conversations with the same tired people, but something has shifted. You carry the memory of the underpass with you like a stone in your pocket, a weight that reminds you to pay attention. You start noticing things. The homeless man who sleeps under the bridge, who keeps a row of plastic cups filled with rainwater lined up on the concrete like offerings. The graffiti that says "The river remembers" in letters 10 feet tall, painted by someone who maybe knows what you know, who maybe has their own story about webbed footprints and water that flows the wrong way. The birds that gather at the canal's edge every evening at sunset, dozens of them, standing silent in the shallows like witnesses to something humans can no longer see. You start carrying cucumbers. You buy them at the grocery store, keep them in your bag wrapped in paper towels, and whenever you cross water, a bridge, a culvert, a fountain, you carve your name and set one floating if no one's watching. James Patrick Morrison. No harm today. Courtesy given, courtesy remembered. Most of them disappear downstream. Some of them return, marked with symbols you don't understand, messages in a language that predates language. You collect them and bury them in the little strip of dirt behind your apartment building where nothing grows except weeds, returning them to earth, completing the cycle. People think, you're eccentric now, maybe crazy. Marcus asks again about therapy and you tell him you'll think about it. Your co-workers notice you bowing to the water cooler and start giving you space in the break room. Your mother calls and asks if you're okay, really okay, and you tell her you are. You've just been thinking about Grandma a lot lately, about the old stories. She's quiet for a moment, then says, "She used to leave food at the creek behind her house. Did you know that? Every full moon. I thought she was feeding raccoons, but she said it was older than that," said her grandmother taught her, and her grandmother taught her, all the way back to a village by a river in a country we've never seen. I thought it was superstition. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we're all wrong about a lot of things, you say, and she doesn't argue. On the first anniversary of the night in the underpass, you go back. It's autumn now, the air crisp and clear, leaves skittering across the concrete in colours like fire. The canal runs low and slow, revealing trash on the banks that's usually hidden. Tyres and shopping carts and enough plastic bottles to build a small house. You walk through the tunnel with a cucumber in your hand, already carved, and when you reach the deepest point you kneel and place it carefully on the water's edge. "Thank you," you say, "for teaching me, for not taking my breath when you could have, for letting me learn." The water ripples though there's no wind. A shape moves beneath the surface, child-sized and quick, there and gone. The bicycle bell rings once, distant and clear, and you swear you hear something like laughter, high and strange and not entirely friendly but not hostile either. Amused, maybe. The river spirits are amused by the human who finally learned to bow. You bow back, deep and formal, and hold it until your thighs shake and your vision goes spotty. When you straighten, the cucumber is gone. In its place is a smooth river stone, black and perfectly round, warm to the touch despite being surrounded by cold water. You pick it up and put it in your pocket, a gift or a marker or a reminder. You're not sure which, maybe all three. As you walk home, you pass a teenager about to throw her empty soda can into the storm drain. Your hand moves before you think, reaching out, and the kid jumps back. "Yo, what's your problem?" "The drain goes to the river," you say. "The river goes to the bay. The bay goes to the ocean. Nothing disappears. It just moves somewhere else and becomes someone else's problem. Or something else's. Whatever, dude." He pockets the can instead, probably just to get away from you, and slouches off. But the can doesn't go in the drain. That's one less piece of trash in the water, one less insult to the things that live there, one less mark in the ledger of debts. It's not much. It's barely anything. But you do it anyway, over and over, the same way you bow to water and carry cucumbers, and remember that courtesy costs nothing, but saves everything. The same way you've started volunteering with a creek cleanup group on weekends, pulling garbage from the shallows while people in waders and rubber gloves talk about restoration and conservation and ecological balance. Words that mean the same thing you learned in the underpass. Respect what gives you life. The leader of the group is an older woman named Helen who's been doing this for 30 years. After your third cleanup, she pulls you aside and asks, "What made you want to help?" You consider telling her the truth. About the kappa and the reversed water and the webbed footprints that marked you as prey or student or both. Instead you say, "I threw something in the canal. I needed to make it right." She nods, like this makes perfect sense. "I did too. A long time ago. Dumped paint thinner down a storm drain when I was in college. Didn't think twice about it. Then my daughter got sick. Really sick. And we couldn't figure out why. Doctors ran every test. Nothing. Finally, I went back to that drain and I apologised. Out loud. Felt like an idiot. But I did it anyway. She got better the next day. Coincidence, probably. But I've been cleaning rivers ever since, just in case it wasn't. It wasn't, you say. And she looks at you with eyes that have seen something. Maybe not what you saw, but something close enough. Something that lives in the space where water meets land and the old rules still apply. No, she agrees quietly. It wasn't. You work side by side in the creek, pulling out bottles and cans and mysterious pieces of plastic that might have been toys once or tools or just the detritus of modern life that will outlast all of you. The water runs clear here, clearer than the canal, and small fish dart between the rocks, silver and quick. Once you see a footprint in the mud, smaller than human, toes splayed wide, and you don't point it out to anyone, you just bow to it, silent and brief, and keep working. After that night, whenever your hand twitches to toss anything into moving water, a candy wrapper, a cigarette butt, an empty can, you bow to the river first. Just a small bow, barely noticeable. The kind of thing people might mistake for adjusting your jacket or checking your shoes. But you do it every time, without fail, because you remember the sound of water spilling upward, remember the webbed footprints that matched your heartbeat, remember the thing with the bowl in its head that could have taken your breath and didn't. You bow, and you keep your breath, and you never forget that courtesy costs nothing but saves everything. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the light hits the water just right, you see shapes moving beneath the surface, small and hunched and watching, and you know they remember you too. The river always remembers. The river never forgets. And as long as you remember back, as long as you bow, as long as you offer courtesy to the water that gives you life, you'll keep breathing air instead of drowning in debt. That's the bargain. That's the price. That's the strange and terrible grace of things that live in rivers, things that have always lived in rivers, things that will live in rivers long after your bones have dissolved into the same water that nearly claimed you on a rainy night under a concrete sky. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets that turned the neon into bleeding watercolour, red and yellow and sick green pooling in the gutters. Jun's shoes were already soaked through, the cold seeping up through the soles as they took the shortcut past the funeral parlour on Wakyang Road. It was past midnight, and the street was empty except for the hiss of rain and the occasional taxi throwing up spray. The parlour's shutters were down, but someone had left paper chrysanthemums in the window, white ones, already going grey and soft in the humidity. Jun's grandmother's voice came back unbidden. Hold your breath past funeral doors. Don't let the old air in. But Jun was tired, bone tired, from a double shift at the convenience store, from the argument with their roommate, from the weight of existing in a body that felt increasingly like a bad rental. So they breathed in deep, pulling the wet night into their lungs, and kept walking. The apartment was on the 4th floor of a building that smelled like cooking oil and mildew. Jun climbed the stairs slowly, keys already in hand, and let themselves into the dark. The light switch clicked, but nothing happened. The bulb had been dead for 3 days, and Jun hadn't bothered to replace it. They moved through the familiar space by memory and ambient glow from the street, dropping their bag by the door, peeling off the wet jacket. In the kitchen, Jun filled the kettle and set it on the stove. While waiting for the water to boil, they leaned against the counter and stared at nothing. The window above the sink was fogging up, even though the room was cold, condensation creeping across the glass in uneven blooms. Jun watched it spread, their mind empty and drifting, until they noticed something wrong with the pattern. The fog wasn't random. It was forming a shape, clean lines, deliberate angles, a rectangle with symbols inside growing sharper as Jun stared. The design was unmistakable, a foo, a talisman seal, like the ones Jun's grandmother used to paint on yellow paper and paste above doorways. The strokes appeared with the precision of brushwork, as if someone were painting them from the other side of the glass. But there was nothing outside except the narrow gap to the neighbouring building and 4 stories of empty air. Jun's hand moved without thinking, reaching out to touch the fogged glass. The moment their palm made contact, warmth bloomed under their skin. Not the faint heat of condensation, but something alive, something with pulse and intention. Like pressing their hand against another person's chest and feeling the heartbeat through the ribs. They jerked back, wiping their palm on their jeans. The fog seal remained, glowing faintly in the kitchen's dimness. Behind them, the kettle began to shriek. "I'm fine," Jun said to the empty apartment. Their voice came out hoarse. "It's just condensation. I'm fine." The fog seal brightened, and the warmth against their palm intensified even though Jun was no longer touching. The glass. They could feel it from 2 feet away, a radiating heat that made their skin prickle. The kettle screamed louder. Jun turned off the stove and the sound died, leaving only the rain and the blood rushing in their ears. They didn't make tea. They left the kitchen, left the glowing seal on the window and went to bed with their clothes still damp. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time Jun closed their eyes, they saw their grandmother's hands folding yellow paper, heard her voice reciting the old stories in Hakka dialect that Jun only half understood. Stories about things that hopped in the dark, things that listened for lies. Jun's grandmother had died when Jun was 12, in a hospital that smelled like antiseptic and the particular sourness of bodies giving up. She'd gripped Jun's hand with surprising strength for someone so diminished and whispered, "Some doors you pass with borrowed breath. Some spirits lean toward warm air and unspoken fear." At the time, Jun had thought it was delirium, morphine dreams. Now, staring at the ceiling while rain hammered the window, they weren't sure. The Jiangshi stories came back in fragments. Corpses that wouldn't lie down, animated by resentment or improper burial or breath, inhaled at the wrong threshold. They moved by hopping, arms outstretched, still with rigor mortis, wearing the clothes they'd died in. Grandmother said they hunted by sound, the sound of breathing, of heartbeats, of denials spoken aloud. "When you say you're fine but you're not," she had explained, "when you swallow the truth and let the lie sit on your tongue, you make yourself loud to them. They hear what you won't say." Jun had asked how to stop them. Grandmother had smiled, showing teeth too large for her shrunken face. Sticky rice ground with tea to thicken breath. 3 coins on red string for passage. A fresh yellow seal inked with what you won't say. Ring a bell 3 times, fix the seal to the threshold and hop backwards 7 steps without blinking, so your fear cannot follow your gaze. It had sounded like a fairy tale, like the kind of superstition that belonged to old villages and older mines, not to the city, not to now. Jun had nodded and forgotten most of it by the funeral, but now, lying in the dark with their heart doing something complicated behind their ribs, Jun remembered. The next morning came grey and wet. Jun called in sick to work, actually sick this time, their throat tight and head pounding, and spent the day drifting between rooms. The fog seal was gone from the kitchen window, leaving only ordinary condensation and the faint outline where the shape had been. In daylight it seemed impossible, a trick of tired eyes, anxiety manifesting as hallucination. Jun's therapist would have had a field day with it, but Jun didn't go to therapy anymore, couldn't afford it after the hours got cut, and even when they could afford it, sitting in that beige room trying to articulate the shape of their emptiness felt like trying to describe colour to someone who'd never seen. So they'd stopped going, stopped trying to name things, and started saying "I'm fine" reflexively whenever anyone asked. It was easier, it took less energy. And most people didn't really want to know anyway. Around 3 in the afternoon, Jun's phone buzzed. A text from their co-worker May. "You okay? You sounded weird on the phone." Jun's thumbs moved automatically. "I'm fine, just a cold." As soon as they hit send, the sound came. Knock. Distant but distinct, from somewhere down the hallway outside the apartment. Jun froze, phone still in hand. The sound had been precise, measured, like someone rapping their knuckles against wood with mechanical evenness. Jun waited. The building was full of sounds. Neighbours coming and going, doors opening and closing, footsteps and voices and the general noise of 30 families stacked vertically. This could be anything. Someone knocking on a neighbour's door, someone moving furniture. Nothing to do with Jun at all. Knock. The same interval as before, exactly the same. Jun counted in their head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Knock. Perfect timing, like a metronome. Jun got up from the couch and moved to the door, pressed their ear against the wood. The hallway sounded empty, but the knocks continued, that same measured rhythm coming from somewhere further down. Not getting closer, not moving at all, just marking time. June's hand went to the deadbolt, then stopped. Grandmother's voice again. Don't open to even knocks. Don't look at what measures its steps. This is stupid, Jun muttered, but they didn't open the door. They went back to the couch, turned on the TV for noise, and tried to ignore the knocking that continued, faint but steady, for the next hour before finally stopping. That night, Jun took a shower. The bathroom was tiny, barely large enough for the toilet, sink and narrow shower stall, everything tiled in cracked white that had probably been installed in the 80s. The mirror above the sink was old too, the silver backing flaking around the edges, giving reflections a ghostly quality. Jun stood under the lukewarm spray, letting the water run over their face and shoulders. They'd noticed a bruise on their ribs earlier, purple and tender, though they couldn't remember how they'd gotten it. Probably knocked into something at work. They were always knocking into things lately, moving through space with increasing carelessness, as if the exact position of their body didn't really matter. When Jun finally turned off the water and stepped out, the mirror was completely fogged. They wiped a hand across it to clear a space for their face, and that's when they saw it. Behind their shoulder in the reflection, a shadow that wasn't theirs. It stood at chest height, arms extended forward at perfect right angles to the body, hands level like someone sleepwalking. The figure was dark, indistinct, but definitely there. Definitely not a trick of the fogged, glass or bathroom shadows. Jun spun around. The bathroom was empty. They turned back to the mirror, heart slamming, and the shadow remained in the reflection. Behind them, just over their shoulder. Close enough that if it were real, Jun would feel its breath. Slowly Jun lifted their hand and waved it through the space where the shadow appeared to be standing. Nothing. Empty air. But in the mirror, the shadow didn't waver. It stood perfectly still, arms outstretched, facing the back of Jun's head. Jun's breath came fast and shallow. They grabbed their towel and left the bathroom, didn't bother drying off properly, just pulled on clothes and went to the kitchen. The kettle was already on. They didn't remember turning it on, and steam was rising in thick curls toward the ceiling. The window was fogging again, and as Jun watched, the talisman shape reformed in the condensation. Sharp strokes, clean lines, appearing with impossible precision. This time Jun did touch it, pressed their whole palm flat against the glass. The heat was immediate and intense, almost burning. The fog seal seemed to pulse under their hand like something alive, like something trying to communicate. "What do you want?" Jun whispered. The seal brightened. The heat increased until Jun had to pull away, palm red and stinging. On the glass, the talisman glowed faintly yellow, as if lit from within. Then slowly it began to fade, the strokes evaporating until only ordinary fog remained. Jun wrapped their arms around themselves, shivering despite the kitchen's warmth. Their phone buzzed. Another text, this time from their mother. "You never call anymore. Are you okay?" Jun stared at the message. Their mother lived 3 provinces away, in the same apartment Jun had grown up in, surrounded by the same furniture and the same complaints about neighbours and weather. Calling her meant an hour of small talk and careful navigation around topics that might trigger criticism or unwanted advice. It meant performing okayness, maintaining the fiction that Jun was thriving in the city, that the move had been worth it. "I'm fine," Jun typed. "Just busy with work, I'll call soon." As soon as they sent it, the knocking started again. Knock, 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 this time closer. Not in the far hallway, but just outside the door. 3 measured knocks, evenly spaced, and then silence. Jun's fingers tightened around their phone. They waited, not breathing, counting heartbeats. At exactly 5 seconds, the knocks came again. Knock, knock, knock. Same rhythm, same spacing, like something was standing just outside, patient and methodical, marking time. Jun moved to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, the fluorescent lights flickering as always, throwing everything into harsh relief. No one there. Nothing there. But the knocks continued. 3 at a time, 5-second intervals, never varying. Jun backed away from the door and sat on the couch, turned the TV volume up to drown out the sound. But they could still hear it underneath, that steady rhythm, patient as erosion. It went on for 3 hours before stopping. By then, Jun's nerves were stripped raw. They lay on the couch, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince themselves this was explainable. Stress hallucinations, carbon monoxide from a faulty heater, side effects from the expired cold medicine they'd taken. Anything but the obvious. Anything but what grandmother would have said. Around 2 a.m, John finally dragged themselves to bed. They were too tired to brush their teeth, too tired to check the locks properly. Sleep came like a hammer. The dreams were worse than waking. June walked through the old apartment from their childhood, but all the furniture was covered in white sheets and the windows showed nothing but fog. Their grandmother sat at the kitchen table, painting talismans on yellow paper, each stroke deliberate and sure. She didn't look up when John entered. "You breathed in," grandmother said. Her voice was exactly as June remembered, but something was wrong with her face. The features kept shifting, like they couldn't decide what arrangement to settle into. "You breathed in at the funeral door and now it knows you're hollow." "What knows?" John asked. Grandmother's brush paused mid-stroke. She finally looked up, and her eyes were wrong. Too dark, too deep, like tunnels going back forever. "The thing that hops, the thing that listens, it hears every time you lie about being fine. It gets closer with each denial." "How do I stop it?" "You know how. I told you. But you have to mean it. The ritual only works if you're willing to name what you won't name, if you're willing to stop hopping away from yourself." The dream dissolved into something else, something worse. Jun was in the bathroom again, but the shadow behind them had moved. It was pressed against their back now, arms coming around from behind, stiff hands with overgrown nails reaching for Jun's throat. In the mirror, they could see its face over their shoulder, slack-jawed, eyes white and dried, skin the colour of an old paper. The face of someone dead for days, wearing the quilted funeral jacket Jun remembered from their grandmother's burial. Jun woke up gasping, tangled in sheets, the room pitch black around them. The digital clock read 3:47. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the city in heavy silence. Jun lay still, listening to their own heartbeat, and that's when they heard it. Knock. Inside the apartment this time, not at the door, but somewhere in the hall, in the interior hallway that connected the bedroom to the bathroom and kitchen. One measured knock, then silence. Jun's muscles locked. They couldn't move, couldn't reach for the light switch, could barely breathe. Knock. Closer, definitely closer. Like something was moving down the hallway, marking its progress one hop at a time. The sound was precise, patient, inevitable. Jun tried to scream, but their throat closed. Tried to move, but their body refused. Sleep paralysis, some rational part of their brain insisted. You're still dreaming. Knock. Right outside the bedroom door, Jun could see the door's outline in the darkness, a slightly lighter rectangle in the blackness. They watched it, waiting for the handle to turn for the door to open. But nothing happened. Just that single knock, and then silence. Minutes passed. Maybe hours. Jun couldn't tell. Time felt elastic, unreliable. Eventually their body unlocked enough that they could reach for the bedside lamp. The click was loud in the silence. Light flooded the small room, revealing nothing unusual. Just Jun's clothes piled on the chair, the stack of unread books, the dusty curtains. Everything normal, everything fine. Jun got up and opened the bedroom door. The hallway was empty. The bathroom door stood open, showing the toilet and sink and shower stall, everything still and ordinary. The kitchen at the end of the hall was dark. No shadows, no figure with outstretched arms. Nothing. But when Jun walked down the hallway to get water, they noticed something wrong. The distance felt off. The hallway seemed longer than usual, stretching out like it was pulling away as Jun moved through it. And on the bathroom mirror, visible even from the hall, was condensation forming a shape. The same talisman seal, glowing faintly in the ambient light from the street. Jun filled a glass with water and drank it standing at the kitchen sink staring at the window. No fog seal there this time, just their own reflection, pale and hollow-eyed, looking back at them. Behind their reflection, barely visible, a suggestion of something standing in the kitchen doorway. Arms at chest height, perfectly still. Jun didn't turn around. They set the glass down carefully and walked back to the bedroom, keeping their eyes forward, not looking at mirrors or windows or any surface that might reflect what stood behind them. They got into bed and pulled the covers over their head like a child, and stayed that way until grey light began seeping around the curtains. The next day, Jun went to work. It felt important to maintain routine, to act like everything was normal. The convenience store was the same as always, fluorescent bright, smell of hot dogs rolling on the warmer, customers coming and going with exact change and complaints about the weather. Jun's co-worker May noticed the circles under their eyes, but didn't comment beyond offering coffee. "You still look sick," May said during the lunch lull. She was eating noodles from the bowl she'd brought from home, steam rising between them. "You should go back to the doctor." "I'm fine," Jun said automatically. "It's just a cold. I'm fine." May frowned but didn't push. She went back to her noodles. Jun felt their phone buzz in their pocket but didn't check it. They already knew it would be someone asking if they were okay, and they already knew what they'd respond. The script was automatic, worn, smooth by repetition. The shift dragged on. Around 4, when the after-school crowd descended, Jun rang up purchases mechanically. Chips, soda, candy, cigarettes for the older kids who looked barely legal. Every interaction felt distant, like Jun was watching themselves from far away. Like they were operating the Jun body remotely, pulling strings from somewhere else. During a quiet moment, Jun went to the bathroom and locked the door. The mirror above the sink showed what Jun expected. Themselves, pale and exhausted, uniform shirt wrinkled. But in the corner of the mirror, just visible at the edge of the reflection, was that shadow again, arms outstretched, closer than before. If Jun turned their head, they could almost see it in their peripheral vision, a dark shape standing just behind, patient and still. Jun washed their hands, dried them, and went back to the register. May gave them a concerned look but didn't ask questions. The rest of the shift passed in a blur. When Jun finally clocked out and stepped into the evening, the sun was setting between the buildings, turning the sky the colour of a healing bruise. The walk home took forever. Every reflective surface, shop windows, puddles, the polished metal of a parked car showed the shadow getting closer. Sometimes it was behind Jun, sometimes to the side, but always with arms extended, always perfectly still. Other people on the street didn't seem to notice it. They walked past Jun without reaction, absorbed in their phones or conversations, living in a world where shadows stayed where they belonged. At home, Jun locked the door and leaned against it, breathing hard. The apartment felt smaller than before, the walls pressing in. Every surface seemed to be watching. The TV's black screen, the microwave door, the windows, all potential mirrors, all potential portals for something to look through. Jun's phone rang. Their mother. Jun stared at the screen until it went to voicemail. A minute later, a text. "I'm worried about you. Please call." "I'm fine," Jun typed. Their hands were shaking. "I'm okay. Don't worry." The knock came immediately, inside the apartment, in the bedroom, hollow and wooden, like knuckles on a coffin lid. Jun's breath caught. They counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Knock. The bathroom this time. Same rhythm, same interval. The sound seemed to be moving through the apartment, hopping from room to room, getting faster. Jun backed into the kitchen, their back against the counter, watching the doorway. The knocking continued, circling closer. Bedroom, bathroom, hallway, getting louder with each iteration. Then it stopped. Complete silence. Jun waited, heart hammering so hard it hurt. In the window above the sink, the fog seal was forming again, but this time the glass itself seemed to be getting warm, radiating heat into the room. The talisman glowed brighter than before, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Jun's heartbeat. Movement in the doorway. Jun's head snapped. Toward it. And there. The shadow wasn't a shadow anymore. It had mass, dimension, solidity. A figure in a quilted jacket, the fabric stiff and old, patches of mould blooming across the chest. The arms were extended forward, elbows locked, hands clawed and dark-nailed. The face was slack, skin grey and papery, eyes clouded white like spoiled eggs. The mouth hung open, showing swollen tongue and black gums. It stood in the kitchen doorway, perfectly still except for a slight swaying, as if moved by a wind Jun couldn't feel. And it was looking at Jun with those milky eyes, looking directly at them with terrible focus. Jun's back pressed against the counter. They couldn't move, couldn't breathe. couldn't do anything but stare. The figure swayed, and then, with a sound like dry stick snapping, it moved. Not a step, but a hop, both feet leaving the ground together, arms rigid, landing with a heavy thump that shook the floor. One hop closer. June's hand found the kitchen knife by instinct, fingers closing around the handle. But grandmother's voice was in their head. You can't stab what's already dead. You can't fight what you invited in. The figure hopped again. Closer. June could smell it now. Camphor and rot. The specific sourness of meat gone bad. Its clothes rustled with the movement, stiff fabric scraping against itself. The face remained slack, emotionless, but the eyes seemed to see everything. To see through June's skin to the hollow underneath, to the lies piled up like kindling. "I'm sorry," June whispered. Their voice came out broken. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The figure tilted its head. The movement was wrong, too far to one side, like the neck bones had no resistance. Its mouth opened wider, and a sound came out. Not words, but something else. A wet clicking that might have been laughter or hunger, or just the sound of a throat too dry to work properly. June's fingers tightened on the knife. The fog seal behind them was burning now, hot enough that June could feel it through their shirt. The talisman pulsed faster, urgent, and suddenly June understood. Not a warning, an instruction, a way through. A fresh yellow seal inked with what you won't say. June dropped the knife and grabbed a notepad from the counter, the cheap pad they used for grocery lists. A pen from the drawer. Their hands were shaking so badly they could barely hold it, but they forced the pen to paper. The figure hopped closer, close enough now that June could see the individual threads of its jacket, the places where the fabric had split and torn. What wouldn't June say? What truth had they been swallowing down, letting it rot inside, fermenting into something toxic? There were so many. Years of them, piled up, compressed under the weight of "I'm fine and don't worry and everything's okay." But one sat at the core, the seed from which all the others grew. June wrote it in shaking characters. "I want to die, but I'm too afraid to do it myself." The pen fell from their fingers. The words stared up from the paper, ugly and honest and true. The figure was close enough now that June could see the fine details of decay, the split in its lower lip, the way its fingernails had grown long and yellow, the dark fluid that seeped from its nostrils. It hopped once more and stopped an arm's length away, swaying slightly, those blind eyes fixed on June's face. June tore the paper from the pad. The fog seal behind them blazed with heat. They turned away from the figure, every instinct screaming not to turn their back, and pressed the paper against the window over the glowing talisman shape. The paper stuck immediately, adhering to the condensation, and June felt the heat flow from the glass into their palms, up their arms, into their chest where it burned like swallowed fire. Ring a bell 3 times. June didn't have a bell. They had a wind chime their roommate had left behind when they moved out suddenly, a cheap thing made of aluminum tubes that hung by the window. June grabbed it and shook it once, a flat, discordant jangle. Behind them, that wet, clicking sound grew louder. June shook it again, a 3rd time. The sound filled the kitchen, chaotic and graceless, nothing like the clear tones grandmother had described. But maybe that didn't matter. Maybe intention counted more than execution. Fix the seal to the threshold. The threshold was the doorway where the figure stood. June's mind raced. They needed sticky rice ground with tea, needed the paste grandmother had described. The rice cooker sat on the counter, full of old rice from 2 days ago. June grabbed a handful, dumped it into the mortar they'd bought at a tourist market and never used. The kettle still had water from the morning. They poured it over the rice, burning hot, and grabbed the pestle. The figure hopped. Right there in the doorway, arms extended toward June, close enough now that June could feel the cold emanating from its body, a dead cold, winter grave cold. Its mouth opened wider, and the clicking became words, rasping and broken. "Fine. You're fine. Everything's fine." June ground the rice and tea together, hands moving frantically. The mixture became paste, sticky and grey-white, steam rising from the mortar. Behind them, the figure hopped again, and now it was in the kitchen, between June and the door. No way out except through it. Jun grabbed the mortar, the paper from the window, still warm, still glowing faintly, and turned to face the thing. Up close, it was worse than Jun had imagined. The eyes weren't just clouded, but actively weeping. Clear fluid running down the grey cheeks. The mouth worked soundlessly, tongue moving like a slug. The hands reached forward, and Jun could see the skin was split at the knuckles, showing the bone beneath. "I'm not fine," Jun said. Their voice was steady despite the terror. "I'm not fine, and I haven't been fine for a long time. I'm so tired I can barely think. I'm so empty it feels like I'm disappearing. I want to die, but I'm too afraid, so I just keep going, keep lying, keep pretending, and it's killing me slowly instead." The figure stopped. Its hands wavered, dropped slightly. The clicking sound faded. "I don't want to die," Jun continued. The words were coming faster now, spilling out. I want to live. I want to feel like being here matters. But I don't know how anymore. I don't know how to be a person. I only know how to be a body going through motions, and I'm so fucking tired of it." The figure's head tilted back to centre. Its mouth closed slightly. It stood there swaying, and for a moment it looked almost confused, almost uncertain. Jun stepped forward. They held up the paper with its damning truth, smeared paste across one side and pressed it to the thing's chest. The paper stuck to the quilted jacket and immediately smoke began rising, not from the paper, but from the body itself, wisps of grey that smelled like burning hair and spoiled meat. The figure jerked, arms flailing, and that clicking became a shriek, high and awful. Hopped backward 7 steps without blinking. Jun backed up, 1 hop, feet together, landing hard. The figure thrashed, pulling at the paper on its chest, but the paste held and the burning spread. 2 hops. Jun's back hit the counter, 3 hops. The figure was smoking now, substantial smoke, its body starting to come apart at the edges. 4 hops. Jun's eyes were burning, desperate to blink, tears streaming down their face. 5 hops. The figure collapsed to its knees, still clutching at the paper, still shrieking that awful sound. 6 hops. Jun's calves hit the cabinet. 7 hops. Their back was against the sink as far as they could go, and their eyes felt like they were on fire, but they didn't blink, didn't close them, just stared at the thing as it came apart. The figure broke into pieces. Not like a body falling apart, but like paper in water, dissolving into strips and fragments that lost cohesion and drifted into nothing. The jacket collapsed flat against the floor, empty. The shrieking faded to a wheeze, then to silence. The smoke dissipated, leaving only the smell, camphor and rot and something else, something that smelled like rain-soaked earth. Jun blinked. Once. Twice. The kitchen was empty except for the crumpled jacket on the floor. They slid down to sit with their back against the cabinet, shaking so hard their teeth rattled. The fog seal on the window had faded to nothing. The apartment was quiet. Jun sat there for a long time, watching the jacket to see if it would move again. It didn't. Eventually they got up and looked at it more closely. It was just cloth, old and stained and moth-eaten. Not the burial jacket from grandmother's funeral. Not anyone's funeral jacket. Just something old someone had thrown away and forgotten. Jun picked it up carefully and put it in a garbage bag, tied it shut, and set it by the door to throw out tomorrow. Then they made tea. Real tea, not the burnt instant stuff, and sat at the kitchen table. Their hands were still shaking, but it was getting better. The apartment felt larger somehow, like space had returned to its proper dimensions. The next day, Jun didn't go to work. They called in, actually called, not texted, and told May they needed a few days. "I'm not okay," Jun said. "I'm having a hard time and I need to take care of it." May was quiet for a moment, then, "Okay, take the time you need. Let me know if you need anything." "Thank you," Jun said, and meant it. They spent the day cleaning, opened all the windows despite the cold, letting fresh air flow through, threw away old food from the fridge, did dishes that had been piling up for weeks, scrubbed the bathroom until the mirror was clear. It felt like a different kind of ritual, one about making space livable instead of just enduring it. Jun called their mother. The conversation was hard. Jun cried, their mother cried. Things were said that needed saying. But at the end, when their mother asked if Jun was okay, Jun said, "No, but I'm working on it." Their mother was quiet. Then, "Okay, call me again soon." "I will," Jun promised. That night Jun made a proper dinner. Nothing fancy, just rice and vegetables and an egg, but they sat at the table and ate slowly, tasting things instead of just consuming them. Afterward, they went to the kitchen window and looked out at the city, all those lights in all those windows, all those people living their complicated lives. June's reflection looked back at them from the glass, just their reflection, nothing behind them, nothing in the periphery, just June, tired and scared and still here. They got 3 old coins from the drawer, ones they'd saved from a night market years ago without knowing why. They threaded them on red string, knotted it carefully, and hung it above the front door. Then they took the mortar with its remaining rice tea paste and the box of tea bags and put them together in a small tin by the kettle, where they'd see it every day. The knocking didn't come back. The shadows stayed where shadows belonged. June still had hard days, plenty of them. Days when getting out of bed felt impossible, when the weight came back and pressed down until breathing was work. But on those days, June didn't say, "I'm fine" anymore. They called May or their mother or the crisis line the doctor had given them. They named what was happening, spoke it out loud, and the speaking made it real but also manageable, contained, something they were living with instead of something living in them. Sometimes, walking home late, June passed the funeral parlour. The shutters were always down, the paper chrysanthemums always sagging in the window. But now June held their breath out of respect, out of acknowledgement of thresholds and what lived on the other side. They held it until they passed the last shutter, and only then did they breathe in the city air, cold and polluted and full of exhaust, but clean in its own way. Honest, the air of the living. At home, if denial rose like steam in the quiet apartment, if June felt the old reflex to minimise and dismiss and say everything was fine when it wasn't, they would stop, touch the dried seal above the door, ring the wind chime once, and then they would name what they were afraid of, speak it into the empty room so nothing else had to come hopping through the dark to hear it. The apartment stayed quiet. The mirrors reflected only what was there, and June learned, slowly, painfully, in increments so small they were almost invisible, how to be in their body without running from it, how to measure their progress not in hops but in breaths, taken one at a time, each one a small act of choosing to stay. The weeks that followed felt like learning to walk on a healing fracture, every step tentative, testing weight that might not hold. June went back to work but cut their hours, telling their manager the truth. They needed time for therapy, for doctor's appointments, for the simple act of existing without collapsing. The manager, a middle-aged woman with greying hair and perpetual exhaustion in her eyes, had just nodded and adjusted the schedule without questions. Therapy was harder than June expected. The new therapist, Dr. Lin, worked out of a small office above a pharmacy, the waiting room decorated with plastic plants and magazines from 2 years ago. She was younger than June anticipated, maybe in her early 40s, with silver-framed glasses and a calm way of sitting that made silence feel less oppressive. "Tell me why you're here," Dr. Lin said in their first session. June's mouth opened with the automatic response. "I'm fine, just need a tune-up." But the words stuck in their throat. They thought of the figure in their kitchen, its grey face and outstretched arms, the way it had fallen apart when June finally spoke the truth. They thought of grandmother's stories, of all the ways people hopped away from themselves until something came to fill the empty space they left behind. "I'm not okay," June said instead. "I haven't been okay for a long time, and I'm tired of pretending." Dr. Lin wrote something in her notebook. "Can you tell me what not okay feels like for you?" June tried to find words for it. "Like I'm hollow. Like I'm watching someone else live my life and I'm just, I don't know, operating the controls from far away, like nothing matters, including me. Do you have thoughts of hurting yourself?" The question was direct, clinical. June appreciated that. No dancing around it, no euphemisms. Sometimes, not like a plan, just like, "It would be easier to not be here, but I'm too afraid to do anything about it, so I just keep going." "That takes courage," Dr. Lin said. "Staying, even when it's hard." June laughed, bitter. "It doesn't feel like courage. It feels like cowardice." "Maybe it's both. Maybe courage is being afraid and staying anyway." They scheduled weekly appointments. The sessions were exhausting. An hour of excavating feelings June had been burying for years, examining them in the fluorescent light of Dr. Lin's office, trying to articulate the shape of a sadness so old and familiar it felt like a part of their skeleton. But afterward, Walking back to their apartment through the city streets, June felt fractionally lighter, like they'd set down one brick from an invisible load. At home, June started noticing things they'd stopped seeing. The way afternoon light came through the kitchen window at a particular angle, turning dust motes into floating gold. The sound of the neighbour's kid practicing piano, the same scales over and over, getting slightly better each week. The smell of someone cooking dumplings, savoury and rich, drifting through the building's ventilation. Small things, real things, things that belong to the world of the living. The red-strung coins above the door caught the light sometimes, turning the cheap metal into something almost precious. Jun found themselves touching them when they came home, a small ritual of acknowledgement. I'm here, I made it back, I'm still choosing to stay. May noticed the changes. During a slow afternoon shift while they were restocking the drink coolers, she said, "You seem different." Jun paused, a six-pack of iced tea in their hands. "Different how?" "I don't know. More here, I guess. Before it was like you were always somewhere else. Now it's like you're actually in the room." "Is that good or bad?" May smiled. "Good. Definitely good. I was worried about you." "I was worried about me too," Jun admitted. They slid the tea into the cooler. "I'm doing better. Or trying to, anyway." "That's all anyone can do," May said. Then after a pause, "If you ever want to talk, I'm around, just so you know." Jun felt something warm bloom in their chest, unfamiliar and a little scary. Connection. The possibility of not being alone. "Thanks," they said. "I might take you up on that." That night, Jun's mother called. They'd been talking more regularly. Short conversations, nothing earth-shattering, but regular contact. Tonight, though, their mother's voice was strained. "I talked to your aunt," she said. "She told me about your grandmother's stories, the ones about the Jiangshi." Jun's hand tightened on the phone. "What about them?" "She said grandmother believed in them. Really believed. That she'd seen one when she was young back in the village." Their mother paused. "I always thought they were just stories. Superstition. But your aunt said grandmother told her before she died that the worst kind of Jiangshi wasn't the one that hopped through streets. It was the one people became when they stopped being honest about their pain, when they got so stiff from holding everything in that they couldn't move naturally anymore. Couldn't bend, couldn't feel." Jun's throat felt tight. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I think I was becoming one," their mother said quietly. "After your father left, I just kept going, kept saying I was fine, kept my arms out in front of me, pushing through each day without letting myself feel anything. And I think I taught you to do the same thing." "Mum, I'm sorry," she said. "I'm sorry I didn't show you how to be sad, how to be scared, how to be anything except fine." Jun closed their eyes. In the darkness behind their eyelids they could see their mother, not as she was now, but as she'd been when Jun was a child, moving through their old apartment with mechanical precision, cooking and cleaning and working, and never once sitting down to cry. Never once admitting that she was breaking. "You did your best," Jun said. "My best wasn't good enough, and now you're struggling because of it." "I'm not just struggling because of you. There's a lot of things, a lot of reasons." June opened their eyes, looked at the red coins above the door. "But I'm dealing with it now. I'm learning how to be honest. About all of it." Their mother was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was rough with crying. "I'm proud of you." The words hit June like a physical thing. They couldn't remember the last time their mother had said that. Maybe never. "Thanks," Jun whispered. After they hung up, Jun sat in the dark apartment, feeling something shift inside them. Not healing exactly. Healing was too simple a word for what this was. More like a bone that had been broken and set wrong finally being rebroken so it could mend properly. Painful. Necessary. The only way forward. Jun started writing. Not for therapy, not for anyone else, just for themselves. Late at night, after work or appointments, they'd sit at the kitchen table with a notebook and write about what they felt, what they feared, what they wanted. The handwriting was messy, the sentences fragmented, but the act of putting words on paper felt like a small kind of exorcism, taking the ghosts out of their head and pinning them to the page where they could be examined and understood. Some entries were dark, pages of wanting to disappear, of feeling like a burden, of imagining the relief of just not existing anymore. But John wrote those too, wrote them honestly without flinching away, and somehow the writing made them less overwhelming. The thoughts were still there, but they were no longer the only thoughts. There were other entries too, small observations about the city, memories of childhood that didn't hurt to remember, lists of things that made June feel something other than numb. One night, Jun wrote about their grandmother. Not the sanitised version, the sweet old lady of family stories, but the real woman, sharp and difficult and sometimes mean, but honest in a way that made Jun ache with recognition. Grandmother had never pretended things were fine when they weren't. She'd complained loudly about her aches and pains, about the neighbours and the weather and the government. She'd cried at funerals without shame, laughed at jokes that were slightly too dirty, gotten angry when things made her angry. She'd been fully, messily human in a way that Jun was only now learning to be. You knew, Jun wrote. You knew what happened when people stopped being real, when they got so stiff from holding everything in that they couldn't move naturally anymore. You tried to warn me here, and I didn't understand until it was almost too late. The next day, Jun took the bus to the cemetery where their grandmother was buried. It was on the outskirts of the city, a sprawling place full of stone markers and plastic flowers, and the occasional elaborate shrine. Jun hadn't been since the funeral. 5 years ago now. Time moving in that strange way that made it feel both recent and ancient. Grandmother's grave was modest, a simple stone with her name and dates. Someone had left fresh chrysanthemums recently. Probably Jun's aunt, who still came regularly. Jun sat on the ground beside it, not caring that the earth was damp and cold. "I'm trying," Jun said loud. A man walking past with a trash bag full of wilted flowers glanced over but didn't stop. "I'm trying to do what you said. Be honest. Name what I'm afraid of. It's hard. It's so fucking hard. But I'm trying." The stone said nothing, of course, just sat there being stone, holding up its burden of names and dates. But Jun felt something ease in their chest anyway, like permission granted, like a door opened. "I miss you," Jun said. "I miss you being mean about the neighbours. I miss your stories, even the scary ones. Especially the scary ones, maybe. They made sense of things that don't make sense." A breeze picked up, moving through the cemetery trees, rustling the offerings people had left. Jun sat there until their legs went numb, talking to a stone and the memory of someone who'd understood about hollowness and what came to fill it. Work became easier as the weeks passed. Not because the job changed, it was still fluorescent lights, and beeping scanners and customers who treated Jun like a vending machine, but because Jun started treating it as just a job, not their entire identity. When someone was rude, Jun didn't take it personally. When the shift dragged, Jun didn't interpret it as evidence of their worthlessness. It was just work. Just a thing they did to pay rent while they figured out what they actually wanted. What did Jun want? That was the question Dr. Lin kept asking in various forms. What did Jun want to do? Where did Jun want to be? Who did Jun want to become? And Jun, who'd spent so long just trying to survive each day, found they didn't have answers. The wanting muscle had atrophied from disuse. "Start small," Dr. Lin suggested. "What do you want for dinner tonight?" Jun thought about it. Actually thought, instead of just defaulting to whatever required the least effort. "Dumplings," they said. "The good ones from the place by the market, with lots of vinegar and chili oil." Okay, that's a want. That's something. So Jun started practicing wanting. Small. Things at first. Specific foods, particular routes to walk home, the kind of tea they actually liked instead of just whatever was cheapest. It felt indulgent, almost wrong to care about these details. But Dr. Lin insisted that wanting was a skill, something you had to practice, and that small wants could build toward bigger ones. Jun joined a group therapy session too once a week, in the same building as Dr. Lin's office. 6 people sitting in a circle talking about depression and anxiety and the various ways their brains betrayed them. At first, Jun barely spoke, just listened to other people's stories and felt the relief of recognition. "You too," the stories said. "You also feel like this? You also struggle with this?" There was a woman named Xiao who talked about the year she spent barely leaving her apartment, ordering everything online, letting her life shrink to the size of a room. A man named Wei who described his depression as a weight on his chest, pressing down, making every breath deliberate. A younger person named River who cried through most sessions but kept coming back, kept trying. In the 3rd session, Jun spoke. "I had something in my apartment," they said. The group looked at them with various degrees of curiosity and concern. Or I thought I did. A shadow that kept getting closer. It sounds crazy, but it felt real. And it was only there when I was lying, when I was saying I was fine when I wasn't. Like a visual manifestation of your depression, River asked. Maybe. Or maybe it was real in its own way. My grandmother would have said it was a jiangshi, a kind of ghost, something that comes when you're hollow. Wei nodded slowly. I get that. Not seeing things, but feeling like there's something following me. Something waiting for me to slip up. Exactly, Jun said. And the only thing that made it stop was being honest, saying out loud how bad things were, writing it down, making it real instead of pretending. Xiao leaned forward. How did you make yourself be honest? I try, but the words get stuck. Jun thought about the figure in their kitchen, its grey face and outstretched arms, the way it had shrieked when Jun pressed the truth to its chest. I didn't have a choice anymore. It was be honest or, I don't know, disappear. Become one of those things that just hops through life without really living. The group was quiet. Then the facilitator, a soft-spoken man named Chen, said, That's beautiful in a way. Terrifying, but beautiful. The idea that we have to speak our pain or it manifests as something worse. Jun met his eyes. My grandmother used to say the worst thing you can do is tell people you're fine when you're not, because then the lie starts living inside you, taking up space, and eventually there's no room left for you. After that session, people started approaching Jun during the break, asking questions, sharing their own stories of shadows and hollowness. Jun realised they weren't alone in this particular flavour of struggling. Everyone in the circle was fighting their own jiangshi, whether they called it that or not. Jun started sleeping better. Not every night, but more nights than before. The nightmares came less frequently, and when they did, Jun had strategies now. Breathing exercises Dr. Lin had taught them, grounding techniques, the option to call a crisis line if things got really bad. The apartment felt less oppressive. Jun bought a plant, a succulent that required minimal care, and put it on the kitchen windowsill where the fog seal used to appear. The plant was thriving, its fleshy leaves glossy in the afternoon light. May invited Jun to dinner. Not a date, she was careful to specify, just dinner with some friends. Jun almost said no. The thought of being social, of performing normalcy for strangers, felt exhausting. But they remembered Dr. Lin's words about practicing being alive, about saying yes to things even when the depression said no. The dinner was at a hot pot restaurant, the kind where you cook your own meat and vegetables in boiling broth at the table. May's friends were easy to be around, a couple who taught at the local school, a guy who worked in IT and made terrible puns, a woman who was training to be a paramedic and had stories that were both horrifying and hilarious. Jun sat there, adding mushrooms and tofu to their section of the pot, and realised they were enjoying themselves. Actually enjoying it, not just enduring it. You're smiling, May said, bumping Jun's shoulder. I guess I am, Jun said, surprised. It's a good look on you. Later, walking home through the night streets, Jun felt something they hadn't felt in a long time. Lightness. Like they could float up off the pavement if they wanted to. The city at night was beautiful in its way. All those lights, all those lives being lived behind windows and doors. Jun had spent so long feeling separate from it, watching it from outside. But tonight, they felt like part of the organism of the city. A single cell in the body of millions, but a living cell. Present. Here. At home, Jun made tea and sat at the kitchen table with their notebook. They wrote about the dinner, the feeling of connection, the strange joy of laughing at a dumb pun about vegetables. Then they wrote about the jiangshi, the thing that had hopped through their apartment with its arms outstretched and its dead eyes. I don't know if you were real, Jun wrote. I don't know if you were a hallucination or a manifestation or an actual ghost. But I know what you represented. You were everything I wouldn't say, given form. You were the weight of every "I'm fine, I didn't mean." You were the price of hollowing myself out. Jun paused, pen hovering over paper. Thank you, they wrote finally. Thank you for showing me what I was becoming. Thank you for being something I had to face. The apartment was quiet. No knocking, no shadows in the periphery. Just Jun and the plant on the windowsill and the red coins catching light above the door. Time moved forward, not in dramatic leaps, but in small increments, days adding up to weeks, weeks to months. Jun's hair grew out. They changed the light bulb that had been dead for so long. They started cooking more, trying recipes from a food blog they'd discovered. The meals weren't always successful. There was an incident with oversalted soup and another with rice burned to the bottom of the pot. But Jun was trying, and that felt significant. Dr. Lin started spacing out their appointments, every other week instead of weekly. "You're doing well," she said during one session. "You're building a life instead of just surviving." "It doesn't always feel like that," Jun admitted. "Some days are still really hard. That's normal. Recovery isn't linear. There will be hard days. The difference is that now you have tools to deal with them, and you're not dealing with them alone." June joined an art class, something they'd been thinking about for a long time but had never felt worthy of trying. It was held in a community centre basement, a dozen people of various ages clustered around tables with paints and paper. The teacher, an elderly man with paint-stained fingers, emphasised process over product. "Art isn't about making something beautiful," he said. "It's about making something honest." Jun painted abstract things, shapes and colours that represented feelings they couldn't put into words. Murky blues for sadness, jagged reds for anxiety, soft golds for the moments when living felt possible. The paintings weren't good by any objective measure, but they were honest, and that felt like enough. One painting Jun did in shades of grey and white with just a touch of yellow. It showed a figure, simplified, almost stick-like, with arms outstretched. But instead of being threatening, the figure seemed to be embracing something, or maybe offering something, or maybe just being. Jun titled it Guest and hung it in their bedroom, a reminder that even the scary things could be teachers. Jun's mother came to visit. She took the train from her city, arrived at noon on a Saturday, and stood in Jun's small apartment looking around with an expression Jun couldn't quite read. "It's small," Jun said, suddenly self-conscious. "It's yours," their mother replied. "That's what matters." They went to lunch at a noodle shop, then walked through a park where early spring flowers were starting to bloom. Their mother talked about the neighbours back home, about Jun's younger cousin who was starting college, about the new grocery store that had opened. Surface things, safe things. But then she paused by a bench and said, "Can we sit?" They sat. The bench was cold through their jeans. Around them, other people walked past, couples holding hands, parents with children, an old man doing Tai Chi in the grass. "I've started seeing someone," their mother said. "A therapist. After our conversation about grandmother and the jiangshi, she looked down at her hands. I realised I've been holding my breath for 30 years, just trying to get through each day, and I don't want to do that anymore." Jun felt tears prick their eyes. "That's good, Mum. That's really good." "It's hard," she continued, "talking about your father, about how I felt when he left, about how scared I was raising you alone, about how I made myself into stone because stone doesn't hurt." She looked at Jun. "But stone doesn't feel anything else either. And I want to feel things, even the painful things, because the painful things mean I'm alive." They sat there together, mother and child, both of them learning the same lesson from different angles. Around them, the city continued its endless motion, traffic and voices and the general hum of life being lived. But for this moment, Jun and their mother were still, present, here with each other in a way they hadn't been in years. That night, after their mother had gone back to the train station, Jun called their aunt, the one who told their mother about grandmother's stories. "I wanted to thank you," Jun said, "for telling Mum about the jiangshi, about what grandmother believed." Their aunt laughed, warm and a little sad. "Your grandmother was a strange woman, difficult, but she understood things. She'd seen what happens when people stop being real." "Did she really see one? A jiangshi?" A pause. "She said she did. Back in the village when she was young. A woman whose husband beat her, who told everyone she was fine, who kept her pain locked up until it killed her. And grandmother said the woman didn't stay dead right. Hopped through the village at night, arms out, looking for people who were lying the way she'd lied." Jun's skin prickled. "What happened to her?" "The village elders did the ritual. Coins and rice and a written truth. They sealed her up, sent her on. Grandmother helped with it. She was only 16, but she never forgot. She always said the living could become jiangshi too if they weren't careful. If they got too stiff from holding everything in." "I think I almost became one," Jun said quietly. "But you didn't," their aunt replied. "You chose to stay human instead. That takes courage." After hanging up, Jun went to the kitchen and made tea. The ritual had become automatic. Kettle on the stove, leaves in the pot, the particular smell of jasmine filling the small space. Jun poured a cup and stood at the window looking out at the city lights. Somewhere out there, other people were struggling. Other people were hollow, denying their pain, saying, "I'm fine," until the words became a cage. Jun couldn't help all of them, couldn't even help most of them. But they could help themselves, could keep choosing honesty, could keep speaking their fear so nothing else had to come hopping to hear it. The succulent on the windowsill was growing a new leaf, pale green and tender. Jun touched it gently, felt the plant's aliveness under their fingertips. Everything grew at its own pace. Everything healed in its own time. The important thing was to keep growing, keep healing, keep choosing to stay rooted in the world instead of drifting away from it. Jun finished their tea and washed the cup. Tomorrow they had therapy, then work, then the art class. A full day. A day that required energy and presence. But Jun felt ready for it in a way they hadn't felt ready for anything in years. Ready not because everything was fixed. It wasn't, might never be completely fixed. But because they knew how to keep going now. How to ask for help. How to name what hurt instead of letting it fester. Before bed, Jun touched the red coins above the door, rang the wind chime once and spoke aloud to the empty apartment. "I'm scared I'll slip back. I'm scared this good feeling won't last. I'm scared I'm still too broken to have a real life." The apartment stayed quiet. No knocking, no shadows. Just the normal sounds of a building settling, neighbours living their lives through thin walls. Jun got into bed and pulled the covers up. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. Tomorrow would require its own courage. But tonight, Jun was here. Jun was alive. Jun was learning slowly and imperfectly how to be human instead of hollow. And in the kitchen, the succulent grew its new leaf, reaching toward light. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets so thick Ari's headlights barely punched through 10 feet of it. The wipers beat a frantic rhythm across the windshield, smearing the water more than clearing it, and the defroster wheezed like something dying in the vents. 3 hours behind schedule. 3 hours of client bullshit, traffic snarls, and now this. A storm that turned the mountain highway into a drowning track. The GPS had cut out 20 minutes back, dissolving into static and a spinning icon that promised recalculation but delivered nothing. Ari's phone showed 1 bar, then none, then one again like it couldn't decide. The main road snaked ahead, adding another 40 minutes at least. But there, barely visible through the downpour, a turn-off. No sign, just a gap in the vegetation and a strip of cracked asphalt vanishing into the trees. Ari took it. The car jolted as the road narrowed, the smooth highway giving way to something older, something that predated proper paving. The canopy thickened overhead, banyan branches weaving together like arthritic fingers, their aerial roots dangling down to brush the roof with wet whispers. The headlights carved a tunnel through the dark, catching droplets that hung in the air like suspended glass. Then the trees appeared, 3 of them, distinct and wrong. The first had a knot in its trunk that gaped like an eye socket, weeping sap that looked black in the headlights. The second split into a Y shape about 5 feet up, the fork creating a space that suggested something waiting in the gap. The third bore a lightning scar down its entire length. The burnt wood opened up like a wound that had never healed, exposing pale pulp beneath. Ari's foot eased off the gas as the car rolled past them. Something about the arrangement felt deliberate, like markers or sentries. The dashboard clock read 11:47. The rain hammered harder. 1 minute later, maybe less, the 3 trees appeared again. Ari blinked, hands tightening on the wheel. The eye socket knot, the split trunk, the lightning scar. Identical positions, same side of the road, same distances between them. A loop in the road, maybe. These mountain back routes doubled back on themselves all the time. Ari pressed the gas, watching the speedometer climb to 40. 50. Faster than was safe on wet asphalt, but suddenly desperate to put distance between the car and those 3 watching trees. The dashboard clock skipped. 11:47 to 11:52 to 11:49. The numbers flickered and jumped like something was feeding them through a faulty wire, and the trees appeared again. "What the fuck?" Ari whispered, and the sound of their own voice felt wrong, too loud and too small at the same time. The rain changed pitch, no longer just white noise, but something with rhythm, something with intent. The wipers beat their pattern, thump, scrape, and from somewhere outside, deeper in the tangle of branches overhead, something clicked in time with them. Ari's grandmother had told stories. All the old folks had, back when Ari was small enough to sit on the porch during typhoon season and listen to tales meant to keep children from wandering. The tikbalang, they'd called it. The watcher of mountain passes, long-limbed and wrong, with a horse's head on a man's body, knees that bent backward, hands that could palm a car roof. It sat in the high branches of banyan trees, clicking its teeth in time with travellers' lights, leading them in circles until they went mad or crashed or simply vanished into the spaces between roads. Ari had laughed at those stories once. Folklore, superstition, the kind of thing you told kids to keep them from taking stupid shortcuts. The centre line of the road tilted. Not much, just a degree or two, but enough that Ari felt it in their inner ear, a sensation like the world had cocked its head. The asphalt remembered a different slope, a different angle, and reality was struggling to catch up. Ari drove on because what else was there to do? Turn around. The road behind looked the same as the road ahead, and the 3 trees would be waiting either way. Stop. And do what? Sit in the dark while something clicked its teeth overhead and the rain closed in like a fist. The radio crackled to life without being turned on. Static at first, then something underneath it. Not quite music, not quite voices, but a sound that wanted to be both. Ari jabbed at the power button. The radio went silent, but the static continued, leaking from the speakers like an infection. The 3 trees rolled past again, and again, and again. Each time they were closer to the road. The eye socket knot had widened, its edges curling back like lips. The split trunk's gap had grown, and now Ari could see something in the darkness between the forks. A shape that suggested height and angles and joints that bent in too many places. The lightning scar's wound gaped wider, exposing wood that glistened wetly, almost like muscle tissue, almost like something alive. The guardrail to Ari's left showed fresh damage. Long scrapes in the metal, 4 parallel lines gouged deep enough to catch the headlights. Too high for a car to make, too deliberate for a falling branch. They ran along the top edge of the rail, as if something tall had gripped it in passing, digging in with fingers, or claws, or hooves. Ari's hands were slick on the wheel. The car's interior had taken on a strange quality, the instrument panel's glow seeming too bright and too dim at the same time. The temperature gauge crept upward, though the engine sounded fine. The fuel needle dropped, then jumped, then dropped again. Time on the dashboard cycled through numbers that made no sense. 11:58, 11:43, 12:04, 11:47. The turn signal started clicking on its own. Left, right, left, right. Ari hadn't touched it. The sound synced with the rhythm outside, the clicking in the trees, and now Ari could hear it clearly. The precise mechanical snap of something hard meeting something. Harder. Teeth on teeth. Bone on bone. In the highest fork of the split trunk tree something moved. Ari saw it in the space between one blink and the next. A shape that was all wrong proportions. Torso too long, limbs too thin, head too heavy. It perched with knees bent upward, feet planted on the branch, body hunched forward. The head swung down to watch the car pass, and even through the rain and the darkness Ari saw the skull. Horse-long, jaw too wide, eye sockets too deep. The teeth clicked again, and this time Ari watched them do it, watched the jaw work up and down with metronomic precision. The hazard lights double flashed. Ari's hands were nowhere near the button. The road pitched steeper. The gravel shoulder narrowed to nothing, leaving only asphalt and the guardrail and the drop beyond that Ari couldn't see but could feel, a void that pulled at the car's frame. The yellow reflectors along the edge had rearranged themselves, no longer marking a straight path but curving inward, beckoning towards something that wasn't on any map. Ari tried the brakes. The car slowed, but the 3 trees kept their pace, rolling past at the same intervals. Speed didn't matter anymore. The loop had its own rules, its own geometry. Fog rolled in from nowhere, thick and low, filling the space between the trees like water finding its level. The headlights carved white tunnels through it, and at the end of each tunnel, the 3 trees. Always the 3 trees. The eye socket knot now wept something darker than sap, running down the bark in sluggish streams. The split trunk pulsed, the gap between its forks expanding and contracting like something breathing. The lightning scar opened wider with each pass, and inside it Ari could see movement, pale roots that writhed like tendons, pulp that glistened red. Ari wrenched the wheel hard, spinning the car into a violent U-turn. Tires shrieked. The world tilted. For a moment Ari faced back the way they'd come, headlights stabbing into the rain, pointing at freedom, at escape, at the 3 trees, directly ahead. Same formation, same distances, same clicking from the branches. "No," Ari said, and the word came out broken. "No, no, no." The guardrail rang like a struck bell. A hollow, mournful sound that shouldn't have carried over the rain but did, vibrating through the car's frame and into Ari's bones. On top of the rail, fresh marks appeared as Ari watched. Crescents pressed into the metal, still smoking slightly, the edges glowing faint orange like cooling brands. Hoof prints. Too large, too perfectly formed, the kind of marks that required weight and heat, and something very deliberately placing itself there. Caught in the wiper blade, waving like a flag, a single golden hair. It was impossibly long, at least 2 feet, and impossibly fine, thinner than human hair, thinner than anything natural. Rain beaded on it but didn't seem to wet it, each droplet sitting perfect and spherical like mercury. The hair moved with a life beyond the wiper's mechanical sweep, undulating in patterns that had nothing to do with wind or momentum. Ari stared at the side mirror. Behind the car, the banyan was changing. The silhouette in the highest branches gained definition with each passing second, the shape resolving into something Ari's brain didn't want to process. Legs that reversed at the knee, ending in hooves that gripped the branch with 4 points each. Torso impossibly narrow, ribs showing through skin like rungs of a ladder. Arms too long, hanging down, knuckles dragging on bark, and the head. The skull swung fully toward the car, the jaw opened. Even from this distance, even through the rain and the darkness and the fog, Ari could see every tooth. They were perfect, rectangular, made for grinding and tearing and clicking together in that horrible, patient rhythm. The tikbalang tilted its head. The clicking paused, and in that pause, Ari heard something worse. Their own breathing, ragged and quick, echoing back from somewhere that wasn't the car's interior. The rain had stopped falling on the windshield. The drops hung suspended, caught in a moment that stretched like taffy. Then the clicking resumed, and time snapped forward, and the rain crashed down twice as hard. Ari killed the engine. The silence that followed wasn't really silence. The rain still fell, but it had changed. No longer the white noise of weather, but something more like breathing. A vast respiration that surrounded the car on all sides. The clicking from the trees went on, but now Ari could hear variations in it, a pattern that was almost language, almost music, almost something that wanted to communicate. Ari's hands shook as they gripped the hem of their shirt. The fabric was soaked with sweat despite the car's chill. Pull it off, turn it inside out. That's what grandmother had said. That's what you did when the tikbalang caught you. Show respect, show submission, prove you understood the old rules. The shirt came off in one shaking movement, and Ari wrestled it reversed, the seams now exposed, the tag hanging at the front. It went back on wrong and rough, but it was done. Step 1. The car door opened with a groan of wet hinges. Rain hit Ari's face like a slap, cold and sharp and tasting of minerals and rotting leaves. The asphalt was slick under their shoes, treacherous, and the air had weight to it, a thickness that had nothing to do with humidity. Ari could feel eyes on them, not human eyes, eyes that saw in spectrums beyond visible light, that tracked heat and fear and the specific frequency of a racing heartbeat. In the glove box, the emergency kit. Ari had thrown it together years ago after a bad winter drive. Road flares, a blanket, a first aid box, and, because grandmother's voice never quite left, a small Ziploc bag containing salt and tobacco. Just in case. Just because some superstitions ran deeper than reason. The salt felt gritty between Ari's fingers. The tobacco was dry, pungent, probably stale, but it would have to do. Ari twisted them together in a slip of paper towel from the first aid kit, making a small offering, a packet that weighed almost nothing but felt heavy as lead. The mile marker stood 10 feet ahead, A concrete post marked with faded paint and numbers that made no sense. 212, or maybe 717, the digits sliding around when Ari tried to focus on them. At the post base, a flat rock jutted from the ground, worn smooth by years of rain. Ari placed the offering there, watching the paper towel darken as water soaked through, the salt and tobacco bleeding into a paste. Ari stood at the guardrail, close enough to touch it but careful not to cross it, not to step over that boundary between road and whatever lay beyond. The void past the rail pulled harder now, a gravity that had nothing to do with physics. One hand gripped the slick metal for balance, the other hung loose, trying not to shake. "I ask permission," Ari said, and their voice came out steadier than they felt. "I'm Ariadne Reyes Cruz. I'm travelling this road. I didn't mean disrespect. I ask permission to pass." The clicking stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. No rain sound, no wind, not even the whisper of Ari's own breathing. The world held itself in suspension, waiting. Then the leaves moved. Not blown by wind. There was no wind, but lifted as if exhaled upon, curling upward one by one in a wave that rippled through the canopy. The golden hair on the wiper blade quivered, vibrating so fast it blurred, producing a sound like a tuning fork, a pure note that made Ari's teeth ache. Ari moved carefully, reverently, retrieving the hair from the wiper. It came free without resistance, wrapping around Ari's fingers with a warmth that was shocking after the cold rain. In the glove box, the emergency sewing kit yielded a spool of red thread, the only red thing in the car, the only piece that mattered. Grandmother had been specific about that. Red thread, gold hair, a binding. Ari wound the thread around the hair, working quickly but precisely, tying a knot that pulled tight without breaking the impossibly fine strand. The hair seemed to cooperate, staying taut and straight, and when the knot finished, it pulsed once with that same warmth, like a heartbeat against Ari's palm. "Thank you," Ari said to the trees, to the rain, to whatever watched from the high branches. "I'll return it. I won't look back." Behind Ari, metal groaned. Not the guardrail, something else. The sound of weight settling on the car's roof, 4 points of contact denting the metal inward. Through the rear window's reflection in a puddle, Ari saw the shape perched there, knees up, head down, watching. The skull's eye sockets glowed faint amber, like embers in a dying fire. Ari walked, one foot in front of the other, eyes forward. The mile marker ahead seemed to recede with each step, telescoping away into the fog, but Ari kept walking. The reflectors along. The road's edge pulsed in sequence, yellow lights that beat like a pulse guiding the way. Behind, hooves tapped once on metal, a sound like a hammer on a gong, resonant and final. The turn signal's clicking resumed but fell out of sync with itself, two rhythms overlapping and creating something discordant, something wrong. Then it stopped. The fog thinned. The mile marker resolved into clarity, no longer sliding between numbers but fixed, 214. The flat rock at its base was dry despite the rain, a small circle of protection. Ari set the red-threaded golden hair on the concrete, laying it down with the same care used to lower a body into a grave, and released it to the storm. For a moment, nothing happened. The hair lay there, thread unwinding slightly, strand gleaming even in the dark. Then the rain hit it directly, and both hair and thread dissolved. Not melted, not washed away, but simply ceased to exist, there and then gone with no transition between states. Ari turned around. The rule was don't look back, but the return to the car required facing that direction, and grandmother's stories had never been clear about the distinction. Ari walked with eyes lowered, watching their own feet, the pavement passing beneath them. Peripheral vision showed shapes in the fog, tall and spindled, but Ari didn't turn to look, didn't acknowledge them. One step, another. The car's bulk emerged from the mist. The roof was unmarked, no dents, no hoofprints, just rain-slick metal reflecting the clouded sky. Ari got in, closed the door, and sat in the driver's seat with hands gripping the wheel hard enough to hurt. The engine turned over on the first try, catching smooth and even. The dashboard clock read 12:17 and stayed there, seconds ticking forward in steady, reliable increments. The fuel gauge held steady at a quarter tank, temperature normal. All the small betrayals of reality had reset themselves, like a twisted ankle popping back into joint. Ari let the car idle, watching the speedometer's quiver settle into stillness. When it held perfectly still for 10 seconds, Ari shifted into drive and pressed the gas gently, feeling the wheels find purchase on asphalt that felt true again, that responded with the expected resistance. Ahead, the 3 bent trees appeared one more time. The eye socket knot was just a knot again, weeping clear sap. The split trunk stood parallel, its gap showing only bark and darkness. The lightning scar had closed to a thin seam, the wood beneath invisible. Ari drove past them, and they stayed behind, stayed gone. The road began to straighten, the curves evening out, the grade becoming something that matched topography again instead of some impossible geometry. The gutters ran with ordinary runoff, muddy water and leaf debris, nothing that pulsed or breathed or suggested intent. The guardrail stood clean and unmarked, just weathered metal doing its job. The banyans swayed in a wind Ari could feel through the open window, rain fresh, and carrying the smell of wet earth and growing things. The phone buzzed with 3 delayed texts, all time-stamped from the last hour. "Where are you? Call me. You okay?" The clock on the phone matched the dashboard. Signal showed 3 bars. In the rearview mirror, fog was closing over the shortcut's entrance, rolling in thick and final, sealing it away. Ari watched for shapes in that fog, for the silhouette of something tall and wrong perched in the trees, but there was nothing. Just fog. Just rain. Just the mountain road behind them growing distant. Ari took the long way the rest of that season. 40 extra minutes each trip, staying on the main highway where the lights were bright and the pavement was wide and the trees kept their distance. The emergency kit stayed in the glove box, but Ari added to it. Fresh salt in a proper container, tobacco in a sealed pouch, red thread on a full spool, just in case. Just because grandmother's rules had weight, and some debts were ongoing, and some roads remembered. 3 months later, on a different mountain pass, at a different hour, Ari felt it again. That sensation of the road tilting, of time skipping, of something watching from high branches. The urge to push harder on the gas, to rush through, to deny what was happening rose up like bile. Ari's hand went to the shirt hem instead, fingers pinching the fabric, turning it inside out with the small gesture grandmother had taught. And Ari spoke their name, full and clear, introducing themselves to the mountain before the mountain could decide who they were. The road straightened, the trees swayed in ordinary wind, the mile markers ticked past in perfect numerical order. When Ari finally made it home that night, there was a single golden hair caught in the car's antenna, wrapped there like a marker or a promise or a reminder. Ari left it. Some gifts weren't meant to be refused, and some watchers didn't forget, and the Tikbalang kept count of travellers who'd learned to show respect. The hair stayed there through 2 winters and a repaint, never washing away, never breaking, just gleaming in the sunlight and waiting for the next time Ari took a shortcut through the mountains and needed to remember their name before something else remembered it first. The golden hair on the antenna became a talisman, a marker that separated Ari from other drivers. In parking lots, strangers would sometimes stare at it, drawn by something they couldn't articulate, a shine that was too pure, a movement in still air that shouldn't happen. Ari never explained it. There was no explanation that would make sense to people who'd never driven the old mountain roads at night, never felt the geometry of a path fold in on itself like origami. Work took Ari through the mountains twice a week. The long route added time but felt safer, predictable. The main highway had rest stops and cell coverage and other cars, witnesses, essentially, to the fact that the world remained normal and laws of physics still applied. But the long route also meant earlier mornings, later nights, and eventually the creep of fatigue made the shortcut's promise whisper again. It was a Thursday in late autumn when Ari took the turn for the second time. Not the same road, at least not the same entrance. This one appeared on the GPS as a legitimate alternate route, a county road with a number and everything, Route 77. But the moment the car's tyres left the highway and met that older asphalt, Ari felt it. The air pressure changed. The steering wheel's resistance increased just slightly. The rain that had been a drizzle on the highway became a deluge, drops hitting the windshield with force that suggested intention. And there, maybe a quarter mile in, growing from the roadside like they'd always been there, like they'd been waiting. 3 trees. Not the same 3. These were pines, not banyans, their trunks straight and their branches heavy with needles that rattled in the wind like finger bones in a bag. But the arrangement was identical. The spacing, the angles, the way they created a frame through which the road had to pass. The first pine had a gash in its bark oozing amber sap that caught the headlights and glowed. The second grew in a spiral, its trunk corkscrewing upward in a pattern that hurt to follow. The third was dead, struck by lightning or disease, but still standing, its naked branches reaching out like accusations. Ari's hands tightened on the wheel. The shirt was already inside out. Ari had taken to wearing clothes reversed as a default on mountain drives, the tags scratching at collar and waist as a constant reminder. The salt and tobacco sat ready in the cup holder, no longer buried in the glove box but kept accessible, practical. The 3 pines rolled past. The dashboard clock flickered, 8:47 p.m. 1 minute later, the 3 pines appeared again. "I see you," Ari said aloud, and the words felt important. An acknowledgement that cost nothing but might buy everything. "I'm Ariadne Reyes-Cruz. I'm travelling this road with respect." The clock steadied. 8:48 p.m. The pines passed and stayed past. The road continued straight, and after 2 miles it rejoined the highway without ceremony, just a merge lane and reflectors that marked the boundary between the old path and the new. Ari exhaled slowly, hands aching from gripping the wheel. Lesson learned, apparently. Speak first. Show recognition. Don't wait for the loop to tighten before offering respect. But the mountains had more than one watcher, and respect was a currency that needed to be paid in different denominations to different collectors. The second incident came in winter, on a road Ari had driven dozens of times. Snow had started falling around noon, light flurries that dusted the windshield and melted on the warm glass. By evening, the flurries had become a storm, thick and blinding, turning the world beyond the headlights into a white void. The highway was a parking lot, cars crawling at 15 miles per hour, hazards blinking in a chain of red lights that stretched to the horizon. An exit appeared, marked for a scenic route that Ari knew looped back to the highway 10 miles up. Slower than sitting in traffic, probably, but at least it meant movement. Ari took it. The scenic route wound through a valley, following a river that ran black between white banks. The trees here were bare, deciduous skeletons that interlaced overhead to form a tunnel. Beautiful in summer, Ari remembered. Ominous now, with snow piling on the branches and the dark pressing in from all sides. The 3 trees appeared without warning. Oaks, ancient and massive, their trunks wider than the car. The first had a hollow at its base, a cave-dark opening that went back farther than seemed possible. The second grew at an angle, leaning out over the road so far its highest branches scraped the sky on the far side. The third was split by lightning but still lived, both halves growing upward in a V that framed the road ahead perfectly. Ari's foot hit the brake instinctively. The car slid slightly on the snow-slick asphalt before the anti-lock system caught and held. The clock read 7:12 p.m. "I'm Ariadne Reyes-Cruz," Ari said immediately before the loop could start. "I asked permission to pass. I travel with respect and will leave offerings." The oak stood silent. Snow fell. The hollow at the base of the first tree exhaled a breath of air that should have been cold but looked warm, condensing in the freezing night. Inside the hollow, something glinted. Eyes, maybe, or ice catching the light, or something else that wanted to be mistaken for ice. Ari's hand went to the cup holder, fingers closing on the salt and tobacco packet, but something felt wrong. The weight of attention pressing down on the car was different from before, heavier, older. The Tikbalang had been playful in its malevolence, leading travellers in circles until they learned manners. This felt less like a test and more like a judgment. The clock jumped, 7:12 to 7:09 to 7:15. Ari opened the door and stepped out into the storm. The snow had stopped falling directly overhead. A circle of calm air surrounded the car, maybe 20 feet in diameter, beyond which the blizzard raged on. The silence was profound. Even the river had stopped its burble, frozen mid-flow or simply holding its breath. Ari walked to the first oak, the one with the hollow, and placed the salt and tobacco at its base. The packet looked tiny against the massive root system, inadequate, but it was what grandmother's stories had prescribed. Ari straightened and spoke clearly, projecting voice into the hollow. "I'm Ariadne Reyes-Cruz. I ask permission to pass. I mean no disrespect to this place or its guardian. From inside the hollow a sound, not clicking this time but something lower, a rumble like stones grinding together deep underground. The eyes, definitely eyes now, blinked slowly, horizontal pupils contracting and expanding. Not horse eyes, something else, something reptilian or amphibian, something that predated hooves and manes and the folklore that had come with Spanish colonizers. This was older, indigenous, a spirit of the land itself rather than something that had merged with imported stories. Ari added, I carry a marker from the mountain passes. I've been acknowledged. I ask the same acknowledgement here. The rumbling stopped. The eyes stared, unblinking now, and Ari felt the weight of consideration, of decision being made according to rules that had nothing to do with human courtesy. The golden hair on the car's antenna was visible from here, gleaming even in the dark, even through the snow. A mark of passage, a sign that Ari wasn't completely ignorant. One of the oak's roots shifted. Not much, just a subtle flex like a finger tapping, but enough that Ari felt it through their boot soles, a vibration in the earth. The hollow's darkness deepened, then lightened, and the eyes withdrew, receding into depths that couldn't possibly fit inside a tree trunk but clearly did. The snow resumed falling. The circle of calm collapsed, and cold air rushed in with a gasp. The river's sound returned, water over stones, normal and mundane. The clock in the car read 7:16 p.m. and ticked forward steadily. Ari got back in the car with hands shaking from more than cold. The three oaks remained, but they were just trees now. Old and impressive, but not actively watching. The road ahead was clear, the snow falling in ordinary patterns, and after 5 miles the scenic route merged back with the highway as promised. But Ari understood now that the rules were more complex than grandmother's stories had suggested. The Tikbalang was one thing, one entity with specific preferences and customs. The mountains held others, and not all of them had been catalogued in folklore, named and described and given clear protocols for appeasement. The research started that night. Ari's apartment filled with books ordered from obscure publishers, printouts from academic databases, scanned pages from texts that weren't supposed to leave university archives. Philippine mythology was well documented, but the specifics varied by region, by island, by the particular old person who told the story. And the American mountains, the Sierras, the Cascades, the Rockies, had their own entities that overlapped with imported ones in strange ways. Wendigos and stick Indians and things with no English names that indigenous elders spoke about carefully, if at all. Ari wasn't indigenous, had no claim to those traditions, but the mountains didn't seem to care about heritage as much as they cared about recognition. Acknowledge us, the eyes in the dark seemed to say. Know that we're here. Speak your name so we know you see us as we see you. The golden hair on the antenna became a subject of research too. Tikbalang hairs were supposed to be powerful, used in binding spells, in rituals of control, in old magic that required something from the spirit world to anchor it. Ari had no interest in control or magic, but the hair's presence clearly mattered. Other spirits recognized it, some with approval, some with wariness, but always with acknowledgement. 3 months of research, 3 months of safe driving, taking the long routes, arriving late but arriving whole. And then the job changed. The promotion meant more travel, tighter schedules, and routes through mountains that had no long alternatives, the old roads or no roads at all. Ari accepted because refusing meant stagnation, and stagnation meant a different kind of death than the mountains offered. At least the mountains were honest about their danger. The new routes revealed new watchers. On a road through redwood country, 3 trees appeared. Massive, ancient, their bark thick as armour. The first had a burl growth at eye level, swirled wood that suggested a face if you looked at it right, or wrong. The second grew with its roots entirely above ground, arching over the asphalt like a bridge made of wood and time. The third was hollow, burned out by some long-ago fire but still living, still green at the crown, its empty core large enough to drive the car through. Ari stopped, spoke the name, offered salt and tobacco at the base of the burned tree. The response was a feeling rather than a sight, approval, or at least acceptance. The road remained singular, no loops, no temporal stutters. The trees stayed behind when Ari drove on. On a road through desert mountains, 3 Joshua trees appeared. Twisted, alien, their spiky branches reaching in all directions like frozen explosions. The first had grown around a stone, its trunk splitting to accommodate the boulder at its heart. The second leaned at an impossible angle, held up by nothing visible, defying gravity through what looked like sheer stubbornness. The third was dead but hadn't fallen, its dried wood bleached white by sun and scoured by sand. Harry stopped, spoke the name, offered salt and tobacco at the base of the stone-hearted tree. The desert wind paused, and in that pause something watched from the shadow the leaning tree cast, a shadow that fell in the wrong direction, away from the sun. Then the wind resumed, and the shadow corrected itself, and the road ahead was clear. On a road through the Appalachians, 3 trees appeared, maples in full autumn colour, their leaves red and gold and orange. The first had a trunk that spiralled like a candy cane, bark and wood twisting in a helix. The second grew from a split in a boulder, roots spreading across the stone's face like veins. The third was surrounded by a perfect circle of mushrooms, a fairy ring that glowed faintly in the dusk. Harry stopped, spoke the name, and then hesitated. Salt and tobacco felt wrong here. The attention pressing down was different, lighter, more curious than judgmental. European folklore rather than Asian or indigenous. Harry had milk in a cooler in the back, part of lunch. Fairy rings wanted milk or honey or cream. Offerings that acknowledged the Fae rather than spirits of mountain and stone. Harry poured milk at the edge of the mushroom circle, careful not to step inside it, and spoke the name with an addition. I ask permission to pass and offer thanks for the beauty of this place. The maple leaves rustled though there was no wind. The mushroom's glow brightened, then dimmed, then settled to their previous luminescence. A scent like apple blossoms filled the air, wrong for the season but welcome. When Harry returned to the car, a single maple leaf had appeared on the driver's seat, perfectly preserved, more vivid than the others, and completely dry despite the damp evening. The leaf went in the glove box with the salt and tobacco, another talisman, another marker of passage granted. The pattern became clear over months of driving. 3 trees marked the boundaries of territories, the places where one watcher's domain ended and another's began. Highways were neutral ground, too much iron and noise and human presence for the old things to bother with. But the back roads, the shortcuts, the scenic routes that wound through wilderness, those were watched, and the watchers expected acknowledgement. Some were generous, some were harsh, some were indifferent, content to let travellers pass if they showed basic respect. But all of them noticed, and all of them remembered, and the golden hair on the antenna marked Harry as someone who'd already been judged and found acceptable, a guest of the mountains rather than an intruder. But guests could overstay their welcome. It happened on a road Harry had driven dozens of times, a route that had always been clear, always been safe. Maybe that was the problem. Too much familiarity breeding contempt or at least carelessness. Harry was tired, running on 4 hours of sleep and too much coffee, and when the 3 trees appeared, birches, white-barked and slender, the response was automatic, almost dismissive. Ariadne Reyes Cruz, asking permission to pass. Said while the car was still moving. Said without stopping, without offering, without the full weight of attention and respect. Said like a formula, a password, a mechanical recitation instead of a genuine acknowledgement. The birch's white bark rippled like water. The clock jumped. 3:47 p.m. to 3:52 p.m. to 3:41 p.m. The road ahead curved left, and then it curved left again in exactly the same spot, the same angle, the pavement repeating like a skipping record. Harry cursed and hit the brakes. Too late. The loop had already started, and this time it tightened fast. The 3 birches passed once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. The 4th time, they were closer to the road. The 5th time, their branches scraped the car's roof. The 6th time, their roots had broken through the asphalt, creating ridges that jolted the suspension. The 7th time, the birches were growing through the road itself, their trunks, emerging from the centre line, bark splitting the yellow paint. Harry stopped the car and killed the engine, hands shaking, heart hammering. The golden hair on the antenna was vibrating, producing that tuning fork hum, but this time it sounded discordant, wrong, like a warning that came too late. Outside, the birches towered. Their bark wasn't white anymore, but grey, diseased-looking, peeling away in strips that revealed black wood beneath. The leaves had turned from green to rust red, the colour of dried blood. And in the highest branches shapes moved, not one but three, perched and watching. Not tikbalang, something else, something that wore the skins of hanged men, bodies bent and broken, heads lolling at wrong angles. Their eyes were black pits, their mouths open in silent screams, and their hands were wrong. Too many fingers, joints that bent backward, nails like claws that dug into the bark. Ari grabbed the salt and tobacco and practically fell out of the car. The ground wasn't stable anymore. It rippled like water, like the asphalt was remembering that it used to be stone and earth and was trying to return to that state. The three figures in the trees tilted their heads in unison, tracking Ari's movement with insect precision. "I'm sorry," Ari said, and the words came out raw. "I'm Ariadne Reyes Cruz. I travel this road with permission granted before. I was careless. I spoke without full respect. I'm sorry, and I asked to be allowed to correct my error." The figures didn't move. The tree's bark continued to darken, and now Ari could see things beneath the peeling layers. Eyes, dozens of them blinking in the black wood. Mouths without lips, opening and closing. Hands pressed against the inside of the bark like people trapped in the trees, trying to push through. This wasn't a guardian. This was something else. Something that fed on disrespect, on carelessness, on travellers who thought they'd learned the rules and could shortcut the protocols. The golden hair had protected Ari before, but it only vouched for good faith. It didn't excuse arrogance. Ari placed the salt and tobacco at the base of the centre birch, the one growing directly from the road's centre line, then added the maple leaf from the glove box and the red thread from the sewing kit and, after a moment's hesitation, removed the small silver cross that hung from the rearview mirror. Not for religious protection, but as an offering, a symbol of something precious given up. "I offer these in apology," Ari said. "I acknowledge my error. I acknowledge your power and your right to this place. I ask for mercy, not as someone who's earned it, but as someone who understands they need to earn it again." The figures in the trees shifted. Their heads rotated, owl-like, scanning the offerings. The hands beneath the bark pressed harder, and for a moment Ari thought they would break through. Thought those trapped screaming things would emerge and drag Ari back into the wood to join them. Then the bark sealed. The eyes closed. The mouths disappeared. The three figures dissolved like smoke, leaving only empty branches behind. The birch's bark lightened to white again. The leaves returned to green, and the roots withdrew from the asphalt like time running backward. The ground solidified. The clock read 3:48 p.m. and held steady. The offerings at the tree's base were gone, not blown away but absorbed, pulled into the wood like water into sand. Ari got back in the car and sat for 5 full minutes, breathing, waiting for hands to stop shaking. The golden hair on the antenna had stopped humming. It hung limp and dull, and for a horrible moment Ari thought it had lost its power, that the protection was revoked. But then headlights from an approaching car hit it, and it gleamed, and Ari understood. Not revoked, just quiet. Disappointed, maybe, the way a parent might be disappointed in a child who knew better. The drive home took twice as long as it should have because Ari stopped at every turnout, every rest area, every place where the road met wilderness. At each stop, Ari got out and spoke the name and offered respect to whatever might be listening. Not because the three trees appeared, they didn't, but because respect given freely was worth more than respect extracted under duress. The lesson stuck. After that, every journey began with an offering at home before leaving. Salt and tobacco placed at the base of the oak tree in Ari's apartment complex's courtyard. Words spoken to the morning or evening or night. Ariadne Reyes Cruz, about to travel. I ask safe passage and offer respect to all who watch the roads. And every journey ended with gratitude, the same offering made on return. Ariadne Reyes Cruz returned safely. I give thanks to all who allowed my passage. It became ritual, then habit, then as natural as checking the mirrors before backing out. And the roads responded. The three trees still appeared. They always would, Ari understood now, because they were markers of boundaries and transitions, unavoidable if you travelled the old paths. but they appeared with less menace, more neutrality. Checkpoints rather than traps. Other drivers didn't see them. Ari confirmed this by accident when a co-worker rode along on a shared trip. The 3 trees appeared, cedars this time growing in a perfect line, and Ari stopped to offer respect. The co-worker looked confused. "Why are we stopping? Road's clear." "Just taking a moment," Ari said, and made the offering quickly, quietly. The co-worker saw Ari standing by the road, saw the salt and tobacco being placed, but didn't see the trees shimmer and settle, didn't see the way the shadows between them deepened and then lightened in acknowledgement. Couldn't see, or wouldn't see, or had never been forced to see, and so remained blind to what stood at the edges of the ordinary world. Lucky, maybe, or unlucky, depending on whether ignorance was truly bliss or just a different kind of danger. The golden hair on the antenna drew attention in parking lots now, but not from ordinary people, from others who'd seen the 3 trees, who'd learned to stop and speak their names. They'd nod at Ari from across the parking lot, a subtle acknowledgement. One old woman approached once, examining the hair without touching it, and said, "Horse or deer?" "Horse," Ari replied. The woman nodded. "Good. Horses remember names, deer forget." She showed her own car's antenna, where a tuft of white fur was tied with green thread. "Mine's deer anyway, forgetful but forgiving. Different rules, you know." Ari didn't know, but asked, and the woman explained. Different watchers, different protocols. The deer-headed ones required blood offerings, but only a drop pricked from your thumb. The wolf-headed ones wanted stories, not objects. You had to tell them something true about yourself, something you'd never told anyone else. The ones with human faces but animal bodies wanted music, would let you pass if you sang or played an instrument, or even just hummed a tune they found pleasing. "How many are there?" Harry asked. The woman shrugged. "More than I've met. Fewer than there used to be. Roads change, cities grow, the watchers retreat, but they don't disappear. They just find new territories, new boundaries to mark. You'll meet them if you keep driving the old ways." And Harry did keep driving, because the job required it, and because, honestly, the ordinary routes felt hollow now. The highways with their bright lights and endless traffic were safe but sterile. The back roads held danger, yes, but also wonder, also the electric feeling of moving through a world that was still wild beneath its thin veneer of civilization. The 3 trees appeared in new configurations. Willows by a river, their trailing branches creating curtains that hid the water's edge. Aspens in high mountains, white-barked and trembling, their leaves chattering like teeth. Magnolias in the south, heavy with waxy blooms that smelled like funeral parlours and tasted like forgotten dreams when petals fell on Ari's tongue. Each required slightly different offerings, slightly different words, but the core remained the same. Acknowledgement, respect, and a name spoken clearly so the watcher would know who you were and could judge whether you deserved passage. Ari's glove box became a mobile altar. Salt and tobacco, yes, but also honey in a squeeze bottle, milk in a thermos, red thread and green and gold, small coins of different metals, a tiny bottle of whiskey, dried flowers, fresh flowers when possible, apple slices that had to be replaced daily, and a growing collection of found objects, stones with holes, feathers that weren't from any bird Ari could identify, pieces of bark with symbols carved into them, a tooth that was too large to be human but shaped like a human molar. Other drivers who knew, who could see, would sometimes leave offerings at rest stops, little caches hidden in tree roots or under stones labelled with crude maps drawn on napkins or scratched into metal signs. 3 Oaks, mile marker 47, wants copper. Hemlock Grove, westbound likes tobacco but hates salt. Do not stop at the 3 Pines on Route 14 after dark unless you can answer riddles. It asks 3. Get one wrong and you're stuck until dawn. Ari added to the collective knowledge when possible, leaving notes about new watchers encountered, new protocols learned. It felt important, like maintaining a guidebook for a world that existed in the margins of maps, that couldn't be measured by GPS coordinates, but had to be navigated by feel and folklore. Months became a year became 2. The job expanded, territory growing, more roads to drive and more watchers to meet. Ari's apartment walls filled with maps marked in coloured ink, red for dangerous watchers, green for generous ones, yellow for unpredictable. Lines connecting routes, notes in margins. 3 Birches, mile marker 112, requires full stop and verbal acknowledgement, impatient, tightens loops fast if disrespected. Dogwood Cluster, Forest Road 7, accepts milk or honey, seems lonely, will talk if you listen. Talk, yes. Some of them talked. It happened first with a trio of cottonwoods in canyon country, their roots reaching down to water far below the road. Ari stopped, offered honey, spoke the name, and a voice came back. Not sound, exactly, but impression. Words forming in Ari's head with a texture like wind through leaves. You pass often, Ariadne Reyes Cruz. I do, Ari said aloud. My work requires it. I hope I haven't caused offence by being a frequent traveller. No offence, curiosity. Your kind usually forgets us quickly, but you remember. Why? Ari considered the question, standing in the hot sun with honeybees circling the offering. Because you're here. Because pretending you're not doesn't make me safer, just more ignorant. The voice rustled with what might have been laughter. Most of your kind prefer ignorance. Safer, they think. Simpler. Maybe. But I saw the truth once and I can't unsee it. And I don't want to. Silence then. The gold hair on your car marks you as acknowledged. But be careful. Acknowledgement by one is not acknowledgement by all. And some of my cousins are less conversational. I've noticed. Have you? Not a question. Then you've also noticed that the roads are changing. More of your kind every year. More metal and noise. The boundaries shift. We shift with them, but it's harder now. Harder to hold the old paths. Ari didn't know what to say to that. An apology felt inadequate. A promise to help felt presumptuous. The voice continued, softer. You acknowledge us. That matters more than you know. When you speak your name and ask permission, you remind the world that we exist. Names have power, Ariadne Reyes Cruz. Yours and ours. Don't forget that. The cottonwood's leaves stilled, and the sense of presence faded, but the conversation stayed with Ari, echoing through subsequent drives. Names have power. It was true in ways Ari was only beginning to understand. Speaking your own name to the watchers made you real to them, made you a person rather than just another vehicle passing through. And speaking to them made them real in turn, acknowledged their existence in a world that was increasingly determined to pave over anything that didn't fit on a map. The golden hair on the antenna grew brighter over time, or maybe Ari just noticed it more. It never tarnished, never frayed, never showed any sign of the weather it endured. Once, in a parking lot, someone tried to steal it. Ari came out of the grocery store to find a teenager with a pocket knife sawing at the hair. The knife's edge couldn't cut it. The hair just bent and flexed, and the teenager's hand was bleeding from where the blade had slipped and cut his own palm. I wouldn't, Ari said calmly. It's not mine to give, and it's definitely not yours to take. The teenager looked up and his eyes were wide and white-rimmed. It's so pretty. I just wanted... I know, but some things aren't for taking. Leave it alone. The teenager dropped the knife and ran. The golden hair recoiled itself around the antenna, undamaged, gleaming. A drop of the teenager's blood had landed on it, and for a moment the hair absorbed it, drinking it in, glowing brighter. Then it settled back to its normal luminescence, and Ari understood that the hair wasn't just a marker. It was alive, or as alive as anything from that world could be in this one. It had tasted blood and found it acceptable, or at least not offensive. Ari wiped the knife clean and left it on a nearby bench, then drove home carefully, very aware of the weight of attention that hung over the car now. Something had noticed the attempted theft. Something was deciding how to respond. That night, the teenager's face appeared on the local news. Missing. Last seen in the grocery store parking lot. No witnesses except security footage showing him approaching Ari's car, then running away. The police wanted to question anyone who'd been in the area. Ari called the tip line and described the encounter, leaving out the part about the golden hair being unnaturally tough. Just said the kid had tried to vandalize the car and ran when confronted. The police took notes, thanked Ari, and that was that. 3 days later, the teenager turned up. He'd been found wandering on a mountain road 50 miles away, disoriented and dehydrated, but alive. He claimed he'd gotten lost, that he'd been driving and the road just kept going and going, the same scenery passing over and over. He couldn't explain how he'd gotten there. His car was still in the grocery store parking lot, or where he'd been for 3 days. Ari saw him on the news, saw the haunted look in his eyes, and knew. The Watchers had judged the attempted theft and delivered their own punishment. A taste of what the loops were like, what it meant to be caught in a path that refused to end. Mercy, in its way. The kid was alive after all, but also a lesson. Don't take what isn't yours, especially when it belongs to something older than roads and cars and teenage bravado. The golden hair on the antenna grew a shade brighter after that. Protective, maybe, or just satisfied with how the situation had resolved. Either way, no one else tried to touch it, and people gave Ari's car a wider berth in parking lots, unconsciously avoiding it even when they couldn't articulate why. 2 years became 3, 3 became 4. The maps on Ari's walls grew dense with notations. The glove box offerings expanded to include items Ari couldn't easily source, stones from specific riverbeds, ash from specific trees, water collected under specific moon phases. A network of other travellers developed, people who knew and could see, trading knowledge and materials. I've got birch bark from the Watchers in Oregon if you can get me sage from the Colorado ones. The Watchers near the Great Lakes want iron nails, specifically hand-forged. Anyone know a blacksmith? Ari became a moderator for an online forum where this information was shared, heavily encrypted and invitation only. Too many trolls otherwise, too many people who thought it was a game or a joke until they encountered the 3 trees and couldn't laugh anymore. The forum's rules were strict. Share knowledge, not locations. Offer help, not judgment. And never, ever brag about tricking a Watcher or getting past without proper respect. That was how people got killed. Because some did die. Not often, but enough. Bodies found in cars that had gone off mountain roads, officially ruled as accidents but showing strange details. Dashboards clawed from the inside, steering wheels bent into shapes that required more force than human hands could generate. And always, always, the bodies were found near 3 trees of some kind, arranged just so. The deaths were reminders that respect was survival. The Watchers weren't friendly. They were old and other and operated by rules that didn't include human comfort or safety. Acknowledge them, yes. Speak to them, yes. But never assume they cared whether you lived or died. They marked boundaries and tested travellers, and if you failed the test, the consequences were final. Ari drove more carefully, spoke more earnestly, offered more generously. The golden hair on the antenna had kept Ari safe so far, but hair could be revoked. Approval could be withdrawn. Nothing was permanent in the world of the Watchers except the boundaries themselves, and even those shifted over time as roads changed and territories adjusted. 4 years became 5. Ari's job title changed. Pay increased, but the territory remained the same. Mountain roads and back routes, places where the old paths still existed underneath the new. And the Watchers remained too, patient and persistent, always marking their boundaries with 3 trees, arranged just so, always watching, always testing, always remembering the names of those who showed respect and those who didn't. The golden hair never faded, the maps never stopped growing, and Ari never stopped checking the hem of every shirt before driving, turning it inside out, preparing for the moment when the 3 trees would appear again, and judgment would be required. Because they always appeared eventually. That was the price of travelling the old roads. That was the cost of seeing what most people were lucky enough to ignore. And Ari had learned to pay it gladly, knowing that acknowledgement was survival, respect was safety, and a name spoken clearly into the dark was the only currency that mattered when the boundaries drew close and the Watchers leaned down from their high branches to decide who would pass and who would loop forever in the space between one tree and the next. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain hits the overpass in broken rhythms, metal on concrete, water finding rust. 1:47 a.m. and the sodium lights hum their insect song. You take the shortcut because it shaves off 12 minutes, and because the alternative means backtracking through campus where the drunks are still prowling for someone to bother. The chain link lot sits where something used to be. No sign says what. Just dirt and gravel and that particular emptiness that makes you think of pulled teeth. The fence runs 50 yards, maybe 60, all of it listing toward the street like it's trying to leave. Your phone's still recording from the call with Maya that dropped 2 blocks back. You'd been mid-sentence about the paper due Friday when the signal cut, but you'd forgotten to stop the voice memo. The screen glows in your jacket pocket, still capturing the hiss of rain, and the scrape of your sneakers on wet pavement. That's when you hear it. Click. Not a sound exactly, more like a sensation that finds your molars first, then radiates forward. A dry bone-on-bone percussion that feels like it's coming from inside your jaw. Click. You stop. The rain continues its industrial lullaby. Traffic mumbles from the interstate a half-mile off. Click. 30. Your brain supplies without asking why. The rhythm has a number attached to it, the way your heart has a beat. 30 beats per minute maybe. 30-somethings counting down. You walk. The clicking follows, patient and precise. Click. 29. It's just traffic, you mutter, and the words taste like iron filings. Click, 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 click. The rhythm lurches, skips ahead. 26 now. Your molars ache like you've been clenching them in sleep. You walk faster. The fence unreels beside you, hung with weather-murdered paper that used to be something important. Missing dog notices bleached to silhouettes. Permit applications melted to pulp. A laminated flyer curls near the gate, newer than the rest, covered in careful handwriting that crowds every margin. Your phone buzzes. Not a call, a notification from the voice memo app. File size exceeding storage, it warns, which makes no sense because you've only been recording for 6 minutes. Click. 25. You should go. Take the long way. Come back when the sun's up and your jaw doesn't feel like someone else's mouth got stitched inside yours. Instead, you stop at the gate. The flyer is plastic wrapped against rain, taped at all 4 corners by someone who wanted it to last. The handwriting belongs to an older person, all careful loops and pressed hard periods. Gashad Kuro, it says at the top in English and Japanese characters. Below, in smaller script, for the forgotten, for the unnamed, for the ones who fell through. The text describes something between ghost and garbage, a giant assembled from the unburied, from people nobody claimed. Ribs of grievance, the flyer says, jaws of want. It forms where the nameless are stacked like cordwood and left to settle into the cities. Foundation. It counts backward with its teeth. Your molars ache deeper, roots pulling like someone's testing which one comes loose first. Lamps go dark when it tilts to listen. It drinks those who pretend not to hear. You look up. The sodium lights run in a line down the overpass, bright and humming. 30 of them maybe. You didn't count before. Click. 24. The first light, the one nearest the lot, flickers. Once. Twice. Goes dark with a soft electric sigh. Fuck this, you say to the rain and the fence and the dead light. You walk. Click. 23. The second light dies. Then the third. A smooth wave of darkness rolling in your wake, each lamp giving up its ghost just as you pull even with the next. The overpass dims segment by segment, and your shadow shortens with each extinction, until you're walking in a tight pool of light that shrinks toward you like a noose. Your phone burns hot in your pocket. You pull it out. The voice memo is still running. The waveform spikes and valleys in patterns that look almost deliberate, almost like teeth. Click. 22. You thumb through your music, crank the volume, jam the earbuds in. Anything to drown out that bone-dry percussion. The bass drops heavy on some song you don't remember downloading, and for a moment there's nothing but drums and synthetic strings, and Maya's laugh from earlier playing in your memory. Click, click. Perfect time. The clicking matches the beat, rides underneath it like a second track you were never supposed to hear. You rip the earbuds out. Better the rain, better the dark. Click. 21. You don't come back for 2 days. Friday the rain returns, heavier, and your detour adds 20 minutes you don't have. The paper's due at midnight and your laptop died somewhere in the library stacks, and the shuttle stopped running an hour ago. The overpass waits like it never doubted. Click. 30. It starts the moment you hit the fence line, your molars lighting up like they're wired to a battery. You walk faster. You do not look at the lot. Click. 29. The dirt inside the fence looks churned, though there's no equipment, no footprints. Just disturbed earth arranged in lines and curves that might be random, or might be something your brain refuses to assemble into meaning. Missing notices hang thick on the chain link now, more than before. Dozens of them, all half destroyed by weather, ink running until only fragments remain. James, last seen. Ires, 43, construction work. Beloved daughter whose name. Your jaw aches like the roots are being tugged by invisible fingers, testing the give of gum and bone. Click, 28. It's nothing, you tell the rain. Bad wiring, tinnitus, something. Click, 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 25. The count skips when you deny it, like a reward for lying. The lights go out in sequence, that same expanding halo of darkness. You're in the centre now, walking faster, and the last 3 lamps ahead flicker in anticipation. The taste hits your tongue, mineral dust and old concrete and something underneath that's pure decay. You spit. The rain washes it away, but the taste remains, coating your teeth, filling the gaps. Your phone vibrates. The voice memo has been running since Tuesday. 4,000 minutes of recording. Impossible. Click, 24. You look back once. Just once. The lot is darker than the space around it, a hole in the city's ambient glow. And in that darkness, something tall. Something that makes the overpass struts look like ribs. The support beams look like a spine arching out of the earth. You run. Click, 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 click. It doesn't chase. It counts. 20, 19, 18. Your molars scream as you sprint. The ache spreading to your canines, your incisors, every tooth in your head pulling toward the lot like iron to lodestone. You make it to campus. The lights there are sodium bright and municipal. The clicking fades to a whisper, then a memory, then a lie you can almost believe. Your phone shows 6,000 minutes recorded. The waveform looks like a jawbone now, unmistakable, each tooth a spike in the pattern. You don't go back Saturday. You don't go back Sunday. Monday the rain comes down like punishment. The library closes early for maintenance. The dorms are full of flu cases and they've locked down 2 floors. Your apartment is 40 minutes on foot and the shuttle's busted again and every rideshare is surging to triple digits. The overpass is the only way. Click, 30. You stop at the fence line. The lot has changed. The churned earth has settled into shapes. A skull outline 50 feet across. Eye sockets pulled with rainwater that doesn't reflect the sky. The overpass struts have shifted, or you're seeing them differently now, each one a rib in a cage that arches over the lot. The support beams curve like a spine. Missing notices blanket the chain link, layered 3 deep, names melting into each other until the fence is a wall of anonymous grief. Click. 29. You walk. The lights die in sequence. The dark gathers. Click. 28. Your jaw aches so deep you taste blood. You run your tongue over your molars and they feel loose, shifting in their sockets like they're considering leaving. Click. 27. I see you, you say, and the clicking stops. 1 breath. 2. Click, 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 click. 20. 19. 18. 17. The lights go out in a rush, all of them, and you're in perfect darkness except for your phone screen strobing white-blue-white in your shaking hand. The lot exhales. Warm air pours over the fence, humid and rotten, carrying the smell of old bones and older earth. The gravel near your feet trembles, pieces rolling toward each other, assembling into the ghost of a hand. Fingers 5 feet long, knuckles made of brick chunks and rebar scraps. Click. 16. You step back. Your foot finds pavement. The clicking stops and starts again, inside your head. Click. 30. It's your teeth. Now. Your molars are clicking against each other in that same dry rhythm, except you're not moving your jaw. Your mouth opens without permission, closes, opens. The clicking broadcasts from inside your skull, each percussion rattling your eyes in their sockets. Click. 29. You're screaming, but no sound comes out because your jaw won't stop moving, won't stop counting down in bone percussion that's going to reach 0, and then you lunge forward. Grab the fence. Palms against wet chain link, fingers threaded through the gaps, holding on like it's the edge of the world. The clicking moves outside again. Back to the lot. Back to the skull made of shadows and infrastructure. Click. 28. Your molars ache, but they're yours again. Your jaw stops its involuntary counting. Click. 27. The phone screen shows the waveform, and buried in the pattern you see faces now. Dozens of them. Hundreds. All the people who fell through the cracks. Who died unnamed, unclaimed, uncommented upon. The city's forgotten, stacked like firewood in unofficial graves. Click. 26. The skull tilts in the lot. The eye sockets tilt. Toward you. At you. The overpass ribs expand like lungs filling. Click. 25. You run. You don't stop until you're back at the dorms. Don't stop until you're in your room with the door locked and a chair wedged under the handle. Your phone shows 11,000 minutes of recording. The waveform has evolved. Not just teeth now, but a complete skull, jaw open, waiting. Tuesday you don't sleep. Wednesday you research. The library's microfiche collection smells like decay and preservation fighting to a drawer. You find the records tucked in a drawer marked City Planning, archived, 3 folders thick with blueprints and permits and photographs from when the overpass went up. There used to be a workers' camp on that lot, temporary housing for the crew that built the interchange in 1987, cheap prefabs and chemical toilets, and a foreman who paid in cash and didn't check documentation too closely. The project ran over deadline. Costs ballooned. The developer went bankrupt mid-construction, and the city seized the assets and hired a cheaper crew, and suddenly nobody could account for the first team. 15 men, maybe 20. The records disagreed with themselves, pages missing, names smudged into illegibility. The camp was demolished. The lot was cleared. The earth was levelled and gravelled and left as surplus property that never quite got sold. You find one photo, the crew standing in front of the half-finished overpass, all of them in hard hats and dust masks. Someone's written on the back in fading ballpoint, for the ones who finished the job but never got paid. Below that, fragments of names. James K., Manuel P., Eres. 12 others reduced to first initials and question marks. You photograph everything. At the campus bookstore you buy red thread, the thick kind meant for crafts. At the hardware store you buy a box of washers, the closest thing to old coins you can find. At the corner market you buy a bottle of water and a container of white rice. Thursday you don't go near the overpass. Friday the rain returns and you pack everything into your backpack and walk the long way around, approaching from the far side where the fence meets the underpass support. Click. 30. The lights die in sequence. The skull assembles in the lot, huge and patient. Your molars ache like they're remembering what it feels like to be pulled. You knot the first washer onto the thread, pull it tight. James K., you say, reading from your phone. Your voice sounds thin against the rain and the clicking. Click. 29. 1 beat slower, like it's listening. Manuel P., you continue, knotting the second washer. Eres. I don't know your first name, I'm sorry. Click. 28. Each name slows the count. Not much. Just a beat. Just enough to feel like progress. You work down the list, names where you have them, fragments where you don't, first initials when that's all the records preserved. Your fingers ache from knotting the thread, the washers clicking against each other in a gentler percussion than the one in your jaw. For all the ones we never wrote down, you say when the list ends. For everyone who fell through. For the unnamed. Click. 20. The count hasn't stopped, but it's slower now, reluctant, like something reconsidering its purpose. You thread the last washer, set the bottle of water through a gap in the fence, upend the rice container beside it. The grains scatter across the mud in the shape of an offering or an apology or both. I'm calling the records office Monday, you say to the skull and the rain and the darkness. I'm going to request a historical marker. I'm going to make a list of everyone who worked on this project, and I'm going to click. The phone's speaker roars, feedback so loud it whites out your hearing. The skull leans over the fence, eye sockets vast and lightless, jaw hinged open in a grin made of girders and rebar, and the particular darkness that gathers where the forgotten go to die. Your molars scream, roots pulling, gums tearing, the sensation of your teeth trying to leave your head and join the count. You do not step back. You hold the fence. You meet the empty eyes. I'm not running, you say. Click. 19. The skull holds above you, vast enough to swallow the overpass, the city, the rain itself. I see you, you say. I know you're here. I'm going to make sure everyone knows. Click. 18. The ache in your jaw eases, degree by degree, like invisible fingers uncurling from your roots, letting go with reluctance and something that might be relief. Click. 17. You tie the red thread to the fence, let the washers dangle in the rain, a small chime against the chain link. Click. 16. The skull exhales. The breath pours over you, still warm, still rotten, but gentler now, like a sigh at the end of a long count. The numbers descend. 15, 14, 13. You stand. 12, 11, 10. The rain continues, the dark holds. 9, 8, 7. Your phone shows the waveform flattening, the teeth retracting, the skull dissolving into clean silence. 6. 5. 4. The first street lamp flickers, catches, burns sodium bright against the rain. 3. 2. More lights return, washing back over the overpass in reverse sequence, each one a small resurrection of municipal normalcy. 1. The last washer knots. The thread pulls taut. 0. The wind passes through the fence like an exhale after a long-held breath. The skull dissolves. Girders become girders again. Struts become struts. The lot returns to being just a lot. Empty. Waiting. Quiet. Your phone shows a clean waveform that ends in silence. Saturday morning you call the city records office. They're sceptical until you send the photos, the blueprints, the roster fragments. By Monday there's a clerk assigned to the case. By Wednesday a historical society volunteer is asking if you can meet on site. A week later the fence sprouts additions. Someone's taped a new missing notice, except it's not missing. It's a memorial. Chalk names on paper, protected in plastic. More water bottles. Coins threaded on red string. Strangers adding to the count of the remembered. You walk past the lot at night sometimes when the rain comes. Your phone hears only weather now. The clicking is gone, unless you say, it's just traffic. Then the nearest street lamp hesitates, flickers once, waits. You've stopped saying it. Instead, you count your steps past the fence. 30, 29, 28. Measuring the distance in numbers that used to be teeth. The city remembers now. The lot has a plaque coming, a historical marker, a list of names being compiled by 3 different agencies who suddenly care about workers who fell through the cracks in 1987. But some nights, when the rain comes down hard and the sodium lights hum their insect song, you hear it. Distant, patient, click. Not counting down anymore, just counting, keeping track, making sure the living don't forget. You never walk the long way around now. You take the overpass, trailing your fingers along the fence where the red thread hangs, where the washers chime in wind and rain. Your jaw doesn't ache. Your teeth are your own, but you count anyway. 30, 29, 28. So the city remembers before the teeth do. Part 2. The excavation. 3 weeks after the thread goes up, the city sends contractors. You're walking past on a Thursday afternoon. Daylight. Traffic humming, everything normal except for the orange cones and the white survey van parked half on the curb. 2 men in hard hats stand at the fence, one holding a clipboard, the other speaking into a phone with the kind of aggressive patience that means he's been on hold for 20 minutes. The memorial has grown. Red threads dangle in clusters now, washers and actual coins catching the light. Someone left flowers. Someone else left a photograph in a Ziploc bag. A young man in an old-style hard hat, grinning at the camera, arm around another worker whose face is sun-flared into anonymity. You the one who called it in? The man with the clipboard spots you slowing down, waves you over. His name tag says Morrison, and he's got the weathered look of someone who's spent 30 years arguing with concrete. Yeah, you say. You're here about the marker. Hear about a lot more than that. Morrison flips through pages on his clipboard, frowning. Historical Society flagged the site. Then the State Labour Board got interested. Now, we've got 3 different departments saying we need to do ground surveys before we can approve any memorial construction. He pauses, squints at the lot. You know what was here before? Worker camp, 1987. The crew that started the overpass. Yeah, well, Morrison's jaw works like he's chewing something bitter. Turns out nobody filed proper closure documents when the camp came down. No transfer of remains, no deceased worker reports, nothing. It's like 15 to 20 guys just vanished off the books. The other contractor ends his call with a curse, joins you at the fence. His name tag says Laughlin. Ground-penetrating radars booked until next month. They want us to do a visual survey first, mark any obvious disturbances. He looks at you. You been on this lot? No, just past it. Uh-huh. Laughlin doesn't sound convinced. Because someone's been in there. Fresh footprints, offerings left inside the fence line, not just hanging on it. And the dirt, he points. See how it's settled in those patterns? That's not natural. That's excavation and backfill, probably decades old, but somebody's been walking the perimeter recently, walking it a lot. You say nothing. Your molars ache faintly, a phantom sensation, muscle memory from teeth that remember being pulled toward the earth. Morrison makes a note. We're going to need to bring in cadaver dogs next week. If there's anything buried here, we have to know before we start digging for memorial footings. He looks at you directly. You heard anything? Seen anything? This area's got a reputation for being weird at night. It's quiet, you say. Just rain and traffic. Right. Morrison doesn't believe you, but he's not paid to care. Well, you see anyone messing with the site, you call it in. Last thing we need is amateur archaeologists contaminating a potential mass grave. They leave. The orange cones stay, harsh and municipal against the chain link and the red threads. You wait until dusk, then walk the fence line. The lot looks the same, empty, quiet. But the earth remembers its shape. The skull outline softened by rain, but still visible if you know where to look. The eye sockets are shallower now, puddles dried to damp depressions. The jawline has blurred. Click. Faint. So faint you might be imagining it. Your phone is in your pocket, not recording. You pull it out, open the voice memo app. The old recording is still there. 11,000 minutes collapsed into a file your phone shouldn't be able to hold. You've never played it back. Never deleted it either. You press play. Static. Rain. Your own footsteps from weeks ago. Then, underneath, the clicking. 30 beats, measured and precise, descending through the numbers while your recorded voice mutters and denies and finally runs. The waveform spikes into that jawbone pattern. Teeth distinct against the silence, and buried even deeper there are voices. Not words exactly, more like the shape of words, the ghost of speech. Dozens of people talking over each other in a frequency that never quite resolves into language. The recording ends at 0. In the silence that follows, you hear your own breathing from weeks ago, harsh and panicked, and then a sound like wind through a vast space, or breath through empty ribs. You close the app. The lot is dark now, the street lamps beginning their sodium warm-up. None of them flicker. The clicking has stopped. But you count your steps anyway as you walk away. 30, 29, 28. The cadaver dogs arrive on Tuesday. You're not supposed to be there. The whole block is cordoned off, official vehicles only, but you watch from the coffee shop across the street. 2 German shepherds, handlers in city utility vests, Morrison and Laughlin and 3 people you don't recognise, all standing at the fence while the dogs work. It takes 7 minutes. Both dogs hit on the same spot, the northwest corner where the skull's eye socket pooled deepest. They sit, trained and certain, and don't move even when their handlers try to lead them on. One of them whines, a high, anxious sound that carries across the street. Morrison makes a call. Within an hour there's a forensic team, a medical examiner's van, and more orange cones. By noon they've opened a trench, careful and methodical, while a small crowd gathers behind the barriers. You cross the street. The forensics team has erected a canopy over the dig site, but you can see the trench from the sidewalk, 3 feet deep, maybe 4, the earth darker below the topsoil. One of the techs is photographing something, flash-popping white in the shadow. A woman in a county medical examiner jacket emerges from under the canopy, pulling off latex gloves. She spots Morrison, talks to him in a voice too low to carry. Morrison's face goes carefully neutral. "How many?" Laughlin asks, loud enough for everyone to hear. "At least 6 in this one hole," the examiner says. "Probably more. Overlapping remains, incomplete skeletons, no personal effects. Whoever put them here didn't care about keeping them separate." Christ! Morrison looks at the lot like it's personally offended him. That's not just negligence. That's a mass burial. "That's a dump site," the examiner corrects. "These men died somewhere else and were disposed of here. Based on the soil, compaction, and the degradation, I'd say they've been here 35 to 40 years. And," she pauses, "there's trauma, blunt force, multiple fractures, signs of industrial accidents. At least 2 of them show saw marks consistent with heavy machinery." The crowd murmurs. Someone's recording on their phone. You stand very still, watching the trench, and your molars ache like they're remembering. "We're going to need to excavate the entire lot," the examiner continues. "Grid it, document everything, see how many we're actually dealing with." She looks at Morrison. "This is a crime scene now. I'm calling in the state police." Morrison nods, already pulling out his phone. The crowd grows. News vans arrive. By evening, the story is local headlines. Mass grave discovered under city overpass. By midnight, it's regional news. By morning, it's a footnote on national feeds. One more municipal horror in a country full of them. You don't go near the site for 3 days. When you finally walk past, the entire lot is excavated, a grid of trenches, each one carefully measured and marked, each one revealing bones. The count rises daily. 8 bodies, 10, 15. The medical examiner's office stops giving updates, says they won't have a final number until the analysis is complete. The memorial on the fence has quadrupled. Red threads hang in curtains now, thick with coins and washers and small metal charms. Photographs appear, old Polaroids, scanner copies from driver's licenses, pictures of men in work clothes standing in front of machinery or sitting on tailgates or grinning at cameras. Some of the photos have names written on the back, most don't. You add your photo, the crew in front of the half-finished overpass, the fragments of names on the reverse. You tie it to the fence with red thread, next to a water bottle and a handful of rice grains in a plastic container. The clicking doesn't return, but at night when you walk past, the excavation site breathes. Not wind, not settling earth, something deeper, a rhythm that matches the spaces between your heartbeats, the pauses between the rain. The city remembers now. The question is whether it remembers enough. The state police investigation takes 6 weeks. They interview everyone connected to the 1987 construction project. Most are dead. A few are in nursing homes, memories Swiss cheesed by dementia. 2 are still working in construction, older now, wary when the questions start. One of them talks. His name is Richard Kolchek, 68, retired crane operator. He worked on the overpass for 3 months before the developer went bankrupt. He remembers the first crew, remembers the foreman who paid in cash, remembers the men who spoke Spanish and Portuguese, and languages he didn't recognise. Men who worked 16-hour days and slept in prefabs that should have been condemned. He remembers the accidents. It was a bad site, he tells the investigator, and you read this later in the leaked police report that someone posts online. Bad ground, bad planning, bad oversight. We had 2 guys die in the first month. One fell from scaffolding, another got caught in the mixer. Then the developer started cutting costs, fired the safety inspector, brought in cheaper materials, pushed everyone to work faster. More accidents. A support beam collapse that crushed 3 men. A trench cave-in that buried 2 more. Machinery failures, falls, a man who walked into wet concrete and couldn't get out before it hardened around his legs, who had to be cut free and died 2 days later from infection. The foreman said he'd handle it, Kolchek says. Said he'd file the reports, contact the families, do everything proper, but then the developer went under and the foreman disappeared and suddenly nobody knew who those men were. No documentation, no time cards, no emergency contact forms, like they were never there. The bodies in the lot match the timeline. 15 men, all showing signs of industrial trauma, all buried without ceremony in what should have been a temporary workers' camp. When the camp was demolished, the earth was simply levelled over them. The city built the overpass, paved the access roads, and left the lot as surplus, a gap between properties that nobody wanted and nobody remembered, until the teeth started counting. The police investigation stalls. The foreman is dead, has been for 20 years. The developers' corporation dissolved in bankruptcy. The construction company that took over the project kept no records of the original crew. Without names, without families to notify, without anyone to prosecute, the case goes cold in everything but the headlines. But the city can't ignore 15 bodies buried under an overpass. They announce a memorial, a proper one, with marble and engraved names, or at least spaces for names once they're identified. The forensic anthropology team is still working on reconstructing identities from the bones, matching dental records to missing persons reports from the 1980s, trying to put names to the anonymous dead. It takes 4 months. In that time, the fence becomes a shrine. The red threads multiply until the chain link is barely visible beneath them. People leave offerings: water, rice, coins, flowers, photographs, letters apologising to men they never knew. Someone starts a website to collect names of workers who went missing in the 1980s. Families come forward, hesitant, carrying old photos and saying maybe this is him, maybe this is my father, my brother, my uncle, who went to work one day and never came home. DNA analysis matches 6 of the bodies to living relatives. 6 names, 6 funerals, delayed by decades but finally held, finally marked. The other 9 remain unnamed. The memorial is installed in November, 1 year after you first heard the clicking. It's a black granite wall curved like a ribcage, set into the ground where the skull's jaw used to be. 15 names are engraved on it. 6, with full dates and family names. 9, with only fragments, first names or initials or the words unknown worker and a number. You attend the dedication ceremony. So do 300 other people, some with family connections, most without. The mayor speaks. A historical society director speaks. A representative from the State Labour Board speaks about worker protections and the importance of documentation and how this will never happen again. Nobody speaks about the clicking. Nobody mentions the lights going dark, the counting, the teeth that measured the forgotten in descending numbers. But when the ceremony ends and the crowd disperses, you stay. You walk to the memorial, run your fingers over the engraved names, trace the letters of James K. and Manuel P. and Erez and all the others who have shapes now, markers, proof that they existed. The lot is quiet. The excavation has been filled, the earth replanted with grass that hasn't quite taken root. The chain-link fence is gone, replaced by a low stone border that people can cross easily, respectfully, to leave offerings at the wall. The red threads remain, tied to a new structure built specifically to hold them. A trellis of dark wood, simple and strong, where the threads hang like prayer flags in the wind. You add a new thread, tie a washer to it. No name this time, just the motion, the ritual of remembering. The street lamps above are steady, sodium bright and humming. No flicker, no hesitation. You walk away, counting steps out of habit. 30, 29, 28. The city remembers. The teeth are quiet. Part 3. The Witness. Winter settles over the city like sediment. You graduate in December, move into a cheap apartment 2 miles from campus, take a job at the historical society that posted the opening, specifically because of the overpass project. Your title is Documentation Specialist, which means you spend 40 hours a week digitizing old records, cross-referencing names, trying to build a comprehensive database of everyone who worked on municipal construction projects between 1980 and 1995. It's tedious work. It's necessary work. Maya visits for New Year's. You haven't seen her since the clicking started, haven't told her about any of it. She knows you were involved with the overpass memorial somehow. It was news for weeks, but not the details. So you're a professional gravedigger now, she says, sprawled on your couch with a beer, amused and proud in equal measure, digging up the city's buried history. Something like that. It's good work. She's serious suddenly. Someone needs to do it. There's probably 100 sites like that overpass, places where people got erased from the records because it was cheaper than doing paperwork. She's right. You found 3 more sites already in the archives, 2 other construction projects from the 1980s with suspiciously incomplete rosters, 1 demolition site from the 1970s where the worker camp records end abruptly, mid-project with no explanation. You flag them all for the State Labour Board. Whether they'll investigate is a different question. You ever go back, Maya asks, to the memorial? Sometimes. It still feel weird? You said it used to feel weird. You'd told her that much, that the overpass gave you bad vibes, that you'd felt watched. You hadn't mentioned the clicking or the teeth or the count that lived inside your jaw for 3 weeks. It's quiet now, you say. Good. Maya finishes her beer. Some places just hold on to bad shit. You gave it away to let go. That's worth something. After she leaves, you lie awake and listen to the apartment settling. The radiator clanks. The upstairs neighbour walks back and forth. A car alarm goes off 2 blocks away. No clicking. Your teeth are your own. But sometimes, late at night, you open the old recording on your phone. 11,000 minutes of clicking and counting, jawbone patterns in the waveform, voices that never resolve into words. You've tried to delete it 3 times. Each time the file reappears, marked as corrupted but still playable, still holding its impossible length. You think about the 9 unnamed workers. Unknown. Worker 1 through 9, engraved in granite, marked but not identified. The forensic team is still working on them, still comparing dental records and bone measurements to missing persons databases, but leads are drying up. Families don't come forward for people they never knew were missing. Documentation doesn't exist for men who are paid in cash and housed off books. The unnamed might stay unnamed forever. It bothers you more than it should. You start spending lunch breaks at the memorial. It's on your way to nowhere, but you make it on your way. The red threads snap in the winter wind, ice forming on the washers and coins, crystalline and catching light. People still leave offerings. Fewer now, but consistent. Water bottles appear weekly, rice grains scattered on the ground, flowers in various states of freeze and thaw. You've started bringing your own offerings. Nothing dramatic. A bottle of water every Friday, a cup of rice on the first of each month. You don't say anything out loud, don't perform any ritual, just set them down at the base of the wall, beneath the 9 names that aren't names, and stand for a moment before leaving. It feels right. It feels necessary. It feels like the count hasn't ended, just paused. In February you find another photo. It's in a box of records from a defunct construction union, local chapter disbanded in 1992. Most of the box is useless. Old newsletters, dues receipts, meeting minutes arguing about pension contributions. But at the bottom, tucked into an envelope marked unprocessed, you find a folder of worker intake photos. They're Polaroids, slightly faded, each one showing a man from the chest up against a plain background. Some are smiling, most aren't. In the bottom corner of each photo, someone's written a date and a job, site code in blue ballpoint. One of the photos shows a young man, maybe 25, with dark eyes, and a scar through his left eyebrow. He's not smiling, but he doesn't look hostile either, just tired. The kind of tired that comes from working sunrise to midnight and knowing you'll do it again tomorrow. The date says 03/15/87. The job site code says Interchange 07, the overpass project. There's no name on the photo, but when you flip it over, someone's written in different handwriting, pencil instead of pen, worked mixer and rebar, fell 3/28, no family contact. Your hands shake slightly as you scan the photo, upload it to the database, flag it for the forensic team. He might be one of the 9. He might finally have a face. The forensic anthropologist calls you 3 weeks later. "We got a match," she says without preamble. Her name is Dr. Sarah Chen, and she's been leading the identification effort since the beginning. Photo you found matches facial reconstruction for unknown worker 4. Cranial features, dental alignment, even the scar. He broke his orbital bone at some point, left a mark that matches your photo's eyebrow scar. You're standing in your kitchen, phone pressed to your ear, staring at the printout of the photo you've taped to the refrigerator. The young man looks back at you, tired and nameless. "Do we have a name?" you ask. "Working on it. The union kept intake forms separate from photos, safety regulation apparently to prevent discrimination. We're going through their storage facility now, trying to match dates and physical descriptions. It's going to take time. But we have a face." "We have a face," Dr. Chen confirms. "That's huge. We can circulate this to immigrant community centres, churches, anywhere that might have records from the 1980s. Someone might recognise him." She's right. Within a week the photo is everywhere. Online databases, community centre bulletin boards, local news segments. The Historical Society puts it on their website with a plea. "Do you recognise this man? He worked construction in 1987 and died in an accident at the Interchange 07 site. Help us give him his name." The responses come slowly at first, then faster. A woman in Phoenix says he looks like her uncle, who went north for work and never came back, but the timing doesn't quite match and she's not sure. A man in Los Angeles says that's definitely his cousin Paolo, but Paolo came home in 1988, so it can't be the same person. A priest in Sacramento says he remembers a young man who looked like that, came to Mass a few times, spoke Portuguese, but he never got a name. 3 weeks after the photo goes public, you get a call from Dr. Chen. "We have a name," she says, "and a family." His name was Miguel Enrique Pereira, 26 years old in 1987, born in a small town in northern Portugal, immigrated to the United States in 1985 on a work visa that expired 6 months later. He sent money home every week, Western Union transfers documented, by his family who kept the receipts in a shoebox for 38 years, hoping he'd come back and laugh about how careful they'd been. When the money stopped in April 1987, they assumed he'd moved, changed jobs, maybe met someone and started a new life. They tried calling the phone number he'd given them, but it was disconnected. They tried writing to the address, a rooming house that had burned down in 1989. Eventually they stopped trying, wrapped their hope in resignation, and told themselves he'd come home when he was ready. He never did. His sister Maria is 64 now. She takes a bus from Newark to attend the rededication ceremony, carrying that shoebox of Western Union receipts and one photograph. Miguel at 18, standing in front of his family's house, grinning like he's got the whole world figured out. The Historical Society adds his name to the memorial. Miguel Enrique Pereira, 1961-1987. 8 workers remain unnamed. Maria stays in the city for a week. You meet her at the memorial on a cold Tuesday, both of you bundled against wind that cuts through the overpass like it's looking for bones. "He was a good worker," Maria says in accented English, staring at her brother's name. "Always working, send money every week, never miss. I tell him, keep some for yourself, enjoy life. He say, later, when I make enough." She touches the granite, fingers tracing the letters. He never get to later. You stand with her until the cold drives you both away. You buy her coffee at the shop across the street. Listen to her stories about Miguel, how he loved soccer, how he was teaching himself English from television, how he wanted to save enough money to bring the whole family over, buy a house, start a business. "He was good boy," Maria says. "Good man. He deserved better than hole in ground, no name, nobody knowing." "He has a name now," you say. "People know now." "Because of you." Maria looks at you directly. "They tell me you the one who find photo, who start looking. Why you do this? You don't know him." You don't have a good answer. The truth, that his teeth counted backward in your jaw, that his bones called from the earth, that you heard the forgotten speaking in frequencies below language, sounds insane. "Someone needed to," you say finally. Maria nods. She understands, maybe, that some debts get paid by strangers, because nobody else is left to pay them. Before she leaves the city, she gives you the shoebox of Western Union receipts. "Keep them," she says, "for your archive. So people know he work, he earn, he try. Not just die, live first." You add the receipts to the database. 37 Western Union transfers, each one sending money home, each one proof that Miguel Enrique Pereira existed, worked, mattered. That night you go to the memorial. It's late, past midnight, and the street lamps are steady overhead. You leave water and rice beneath Miguel's name, tie a new red thread to the trellis. Click. So faint you almost miss it. You freeze, hand still on the thread, heart suddenly loud in your chest. Click. Not in your jaw this time. Outside, in the air, in the ground. 8 more beats, measured and patient. Not counting down, just counting. You stand. You listen. The clicking continues, steady as a heartbeat, 8 distinct beats and then silence. 8 unnamed workers, 8 teeth still counting. "I'm still looking," you say to the memorial. The threads, the cold air. "I promise, I'm still looking." The clicking stops. The street lamps remain bright. You count your steps as you walk away, out of habit, out of respect, out of the understanding that some numbers never reach 0. They just get smaller, one name at a time. 8, 7, 6. Someday, maybe, you'll count all the way down. Someday the teeth will stop for good. Until then, you keep the receipts, add the photos, trace the names, and make sure the city remembers, so the forgotten can finally rest, and the living can finally let them. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The drizzle came down in soft threads, catching on the ferns that lined the forgotten trail. Mara pushed past the rusted gate first, her pack catching for a moment on the warped metal, before John gave it a shove from behind. The blue blazes were faded, almost invisible against the wet bark of the maples, but they were there if you knew where to look, and they'd been hiking long enough to know. "Signal's gone," John said, thumbing his phone screen. The blue light made his face look hollow in the gathering grey of late afternoon. "Had it until the turn-off." Mara pulled out the paper map, unfolding it carefully. The thing was sun-bleached at the creases, torn along one edge where someone had folded it wrong too many times. "We're here, I think. Should be a straight shot to the fire road, maybe 3 miles. "You think?" The trailhead board was half rotted. This was the best they had. She tucked the map into her jacket pocket, felt the dampness already seeping through. "It's fine. Blue blazes all the way." They walked. The forest had that particular hush that comes before evening, when the day animals have gone quiet and the night ones haven't started yet. Somewhere distant a woodpecker hammered, stopped, hammered again. Their trekking poles clicked against roots and stones, a rhythm that should have been comforting. The leaf mould under their boots gave off that rich, complicated smell of things breaking down, returning to earth. Mara glanced back after the first 10 minutes, checking their trail. Her boot prints were there in the soft ground, John's heavier treads beside them. She looked ahead, counted 20 paces, looked back again. The prints were filling in, not eroding, not washing away in the drizzle. Filling. Moss was growing up through the impressions of their souls, soft and impossibly green, swallowing the evidence of their passage as if the forest was digesting their steps. She stopped. "What?" John nearly walked into her. "Look at our tracks." He turned. The path behind them was smooth, mossy, unbroken. "Huh. Ground must be springy here. Bounces back." "Moss doesn't grow in seconds, John." "Then the moss was already there and we're not actually leaving prints." He tapped her shoulder with his pole. "Come on, daylight's not getting any longer." They kept walking, but Mara looked back every few minutes. The phenomenon continued, relentless and quiet. Each time she checked, their trail was being erased, consumed by soft green growth that had no business appearing that fast. The forest was refusing to remember them. Worse, the blazes were wrong. She'd swear the one on that maple had been at eye level when they passed it, but when she glanced over her shoulder it was a foot higher up the trunk, and there, that pine with the double blaze marking a turn, hadn't it been on the other side of the path? "John?" "When's the last time you saw a blaze?" He stopped, looked around. "There, on that oak, 40 feet ahead." "That's new." "What?" "I've been watching. There wasn't a blaze on that tree a minute ago. Then you missed it." But his voice had lost its certainty. They reached the oak. The blaze was there, blue paint still tacky to the touch, though the trail was supposed to be abandoned. Mara pressed her finger to it and the paint came away sticky, not quite dry. The wrongness of it made her stomach clench. "Someone's maintaining this," John said. "That's all. It's not abandoned after all." "With wet paint? In the rain?" He didn't answer that. The trailhead board appeared around the next bend, which was impossible because they'd left the trailhead a mile back. But there it was, weathered wood and a plexiglass case that had fogged over with moisture and years. Most of the papers inside had degraded to pulp, but someone had scratched words directly into the wood frame. Mara leaned close, wiping away grime with her sleeve. "The Leshy keeps these woods. Respect the path or lose your way." Below that, in different handwriting, more scratched instructions. "Turn coat inside out. Walk backward when it repeats. Speak full names. Do not answer voices unless touching. Birch rings. Still trees." "Vandalism," John said. But he was reading too, and his voice had gone thin. "My grandmother used to tell stories about the Leshy." Mara's breath fogged the wood. Forest keeper in Slavic folklore. Protector of animals and trees. He'd lead disrespectful hunters in circles until they went mad or died. Could change his size, move landmarks, mimic voices. Folklore. Yeah. She touched the scratched warning. But someone was scared enough to leave this. Someone was bored, or fucking with hikers. John adjusted his pack. "Come on, fire road's ahead." But the trail forked 30 yards later, and it shouldn't have forked at all. The map showed a straight shot. Now there were two paths splitting off at angles, both marked with blue blazes, and a third option opening like a mouth into the bracken where no path should be. "Map's wrong," John said, "or the trail changed." "Trails don't change." "Look at our fucking footprints, John. Look at them and tell me what's normal about any of this." He looked. The moss was there, soft and thick, erasing their passage in real time now. They could watch it happen. Boot heel descends, compressed earth, then the green creeps swallowing the depression until the ground was smooth again. 5 seconds, maybe 10, no trace left. "Which way?" Mara's voice came out smaller than she wanted. John pulled out a compass, watched the needle swing lazy circles, refusing to settle. Fuck. They chose the left fork because it looked most travelled, though when Mara really examined it, she couldn't say why she thought that. The path was narrow, hemmed in by mountain laurel that scraped their packs. A cairn marked a small clearing, 6 stones stacked careful and deliberate. She counted them without thinking. 6 stones. 20 minutes later they found the cairn again, but now it had 7 stones. Did we loop back? John was turning in circles, scanning the forest. "I don't think so, I think..." Mara approached the cairn, touched the top stone. It was cold, slick with rain and something else. Sap, maybe. "I think it followed us." "Cairns don't follow people." "What the fuck does in the last hour, John? What makes sense?" He opened his mouth to answer, and a voice came from the trees to their left. His voice, his exact cadence and inflection. Shortcut. They both froze. John's mouth was still half open, his breath caught. The voice had been his, but he hadn't spoken. Mara felt ice walk up her spine. From behind them, closer. Shortcut! Same voice, same tone, like an echo with no original sound. We need to move, Mara grabbed John's sleeve. Now, straight ahead, don't look back. Which way is straight ahead? Which way is anything? But he was moving, his hand finding hers and squeezing too hard. They walked fast, not quite running. The path twisted more than it should have, bringing them past a deadfall that Mara swore had been facing the opposite direction. The massive, uprooted oaks sprawled across their trail, forcing them to climb over, and when she looked back after landing on the other side, the root ball was facing them now, its dirt-clotted tentacles pointing the way they'd come. A voice called out, sweet and familiar, "John, John, where are you?" Mara's voice. Her exact voice. But she hadn't spoken. John jerked toward the sound and Mara dug her fingers into his wrist. "Don't. The rules. Don't answer unless we're touching." "That's you. That's your voice. I'm right here. I'm touching you. That's not me. John? I can't find the trail. John?" The voice was plaintive now, scared, and it was pulling something in Mara's chest, even though she knew it wasn't her speaking. "What do we do?" John's face had gone grey. "Full names. Ground ourselves." Mara took a breath. "Mara Lynette Cole. Say yours. Jonathan Reed Hale." Something in the forest seemed to pause, like the woods were listening. The wrongness didn't disappear, but it diluted. Slightly, as if their names had weight, had substance enough to push back against whatever was pressing in. "Again," Mara said. "Every time it feels wrong. Every time we're not sure." They spoke their names as they walked, a litany that seemed absurd except for how it helped. The path began to make more sense, or less sense in a consistent way. They found a stream that should have been flowing downhill, but was running up its own bed, water climbing over rocks in defiance of gravity. The blue blazes had multiplied, appearing in pairs now, sometimes triplets, pointing in different directions. One set led straight into a mass of thorns. Another pointed up into the canopy. "It's fucking with us," John said. "The Leshy, yeah. There's no such thing as..." Say that when our footprints stop disappearing. Say that when you can explain your own voice calling from the woods. Dusk was pressing in, turning the spaces between trees into solid shadow. They climbed toward higher ground because down seemed more dangerous somehow, and found themselves in a clearing ringed by birch trees. Dozens of them, their white bark stark against the darkening forest, arranged in a pattern that was too regular to be natural. Not quite a perfect circle, but close enough to raise every hair on Mara's neck. Inside the ring, the wind stopped. Completely. The canopy above was thrashing now, trees bending in gusts they couldn't feel, but inside the birch ring the air was still as held breath. A red scarf hung from a low branch, snagged on a twig, and it didn't move at all even when the surrounding trees groaned and swayed. "We should go around," Mara said. "It's a shortcut. Look, the path continues on the other side." "John." From downslope his voice called out, "I can see road lights. There's a highway down here." From upslope Mara's voice answered, "This way, slow. I found the fire road." Neither of them had spoken. John grabbed Mara's hand so hard her knuckles ground together. Okay, we're doing this your way. What are the rules?" "Coats inside out." Mara was already shrugging out of her rain jacket, turning it so the light grey lining showed. "Walk backward when things repeat. Speak full names to anchor. Don't answer voices unless touching." She helped John reverse his coat, their hands shaking, and avoid birch rings and trees that don't move in the wind. That tree. John pointed at a thick birch at the edge of the clearing, separate from the ring. Its crown was absolutely still, while everything around it bent and swayed. "That's wrong. So we don't go near it. We walk backward if we have to, and we keep saying our names. Mara Lynette Cole. Jonathan Reed Hale." They started to move, and the world seemed to firm up beneath their feet just slightly. The ground felt more solid. The moss hesitated before swallowing their prints, taking 15 seconds now instead of 5. They walked backward, facing the birch ring, watching that still tree, and speaking their names in rotation like a chant, like a prayer, like the only true thing in a forest gone liquid and wrong. Then John broke. A fox barked close by, a harsh cry that cut through the stillness. A branch cracked in the darkness beyond the clearing. John's head whipped toward the sound, and he saw something, or thought he did. A flicker of light between distant trunks, warm and orange and human. "Stay here, I'll get help." He yanked his hand free and ran. "John, no!" Mara lunged after him, but the ground tilted without moving. Some sick, vertiginous shift that locked her calves and sent pain shooting up her legs. She was running in place, feet churning against earth that should be slipping beneath her but wasn't, climbing an invisible incline that grew steeper with every step. John's voice came from ahead, distant now. "There's a sign! I can see the road!" But John was still visible, sprinting toward the flickering light, and his mouth wasn't moving. Mara watched in horror as he ran straight toward the still tree, the one whose branches never swayed. Its roots were moving now. She could see them in the dying light, heaving up through the leaf litter and knitting together like fingers lacing. They were forming a shape, a cradle, a cage, and John was running right into it. "Jonathan Reed Hale!" She screamed his name like a curse, like a spell. "Jonathan Reed Hale, stop!" He slowed, stumbled. The light ahead of him flickered and went out, revealing nothing but darkness and trees. He turned back toward her, confusion clearing from his face, and in that moment the roots struck. They wrapped his ankles first, yanking him off his feet. He went down hard, crying out, and Mara was still locked in place, unable to move forward or back. The birch tree's roots spread over him like a net, like loving arms, pulling him toward the trunk. Sap began to web between the roots, sticky strands catching the last light, and something settled into the space the roots had made. Not visible, not exactly, but present, heavy, aware. The wind in the birch ring died completely. The still tree's crown grew perfectly motionless, and Mara understood with a sick certainty that John was being absorbed into whatever attention the Leshy had brought to bear on them. "Let him go," her voice cracked. "Please, let him go. We meant no disrespect." John's voice came from the roots, muffled and wrong. "It's okay, Mara. I'm okay. Come here." His lips weren't moving. His real mouth was clamped shut, his eyes wide with terror as the roots crept higher up his legs. Mara made her choice. She turned away from him, away from the birch ring and the still tree in the cage of roots. She turned to face the direction they'd come from. Which direction that even was didn't matter anymore, and she walked backward. One step, then another. She shrugged her jacket more thoroughly inside out, the lining slick with rain, and spoke as she walked. Mara Lynette Cole met Jonathan Reed Hale on a Tuesday in October. We were at a coffee shop on Maple Street. You ordered black coffee and spilled it on my paper. Mara Lynette Cole. A blaze stayed put on a distant tree for one breath. 2, 3. Jonathan Reed Hale promised Mara Lynette Cole last winter that we'd hike the Appalachian Trail together, end to end. We shook on it in the parking lot of the REI. Mara Lynette Cole. The moss slowed its consumption of her footprints. She could see the imprints lasting 30 seconds now before the green crept in. This morning, Jonathan Reed Hale and Mara Lynette Cole fought about the wedding venue. He wanted outdoors. She wanted the church. We didn't speak for an hour. Mara Lynette Cole loves Jonathan Reed Hale anyway. Behind her, John's real voice screamed, raw and terrified, and then cut off abruptly. She kept walking backward, kept speaking, counting the zipper teeth on her jacket with her fingers to maintain rhythm, to keep from turning around to resist the urge to run to him. Jonathan Reed Hale has a scar on his left knee from falling off his bike when he was 9. Mara Lynette Cole traced it with her finger the first night they slept together. The forest was paying attention now. She could feel it, the weight of regard like pressure against her skin. A voice called from her right, John's voice, perfect and desperate. "Please, Mara, I'm stuck. It hurts. Please!" She put her hand out without looking, feeling for tree bark. Found it. Rough and cold and real. The voice was coming from empty air, from nothing touching nothing. She didn't answer. Something caught her eye on the ground, a strip of red fabric. John's scarf, the one his mother had knit him, torn and scattered among the roots of the birch ring. Mara bent carefully, still walking backward, and snagged it without turning around. The fabric was sticky with sap. She wrapped it around the next tree she found, the one she'd just touched to confirm reality. Its trunk was rigid, unmoving even when wind rushed through the canopy above. Another still tree, another anchor point for the Leshy's attention. She tied John's scarf around it like a marker, like a claim, like a promise. Mara Lynette Cole will come back for Jonathan Reed Hale. This is a marker. This is a vow. Mara Lynette Cole. The tree's branches creaked and suddenly released, swaying in the wind like every other tree. The scarf fluttered. Whatever had been holding it still let go. She kept walking backward, speaking truths mixed with their full names, weaving their history into a rope she could follow out. The blazes began to behave. One appeared and stayed put, then another. The moss released her footprints, letting them show clear and deep in the soft earth. The path solidified beneath her feet. The voices didn't stop. They called to her in John's voice, in her mother's voice, in the voice of her dead brother whose name she hadn't spoken aloud in 3 years. They begged and pleaded and promised and threatened. She kept her hand trailing along trees, checking for rough bark for reality, and she didn't answer anything that came from air. When Mara Lynette Cole was 7, Jonathan Reed Hale was 9 and living 2 states away. They didn't know each other yet. Mara Lynette Cole. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had gone strange. The drizzle continued, cold and constant. Her legs ached from walking backward, from climbing in reverse over deadfalls and roots. Her hand was raw from checking trees, scraped bloody on bark. The sap from John's scarf had glued itself to her palm, tacky and organic. Jonathan Reed Hale said he loved Mara Lynette Cole for the first time on a bridge over the river. It was sunset. There were geese on the water. Mara Lynette Cole. Dawn came like a grey stain spreading through the canopy. Not sunrise, just a gradual decrease in the depth of darkness. She could make out details now. The texture of bark, the shapes of ferns, the wet gleam of her own footprints no longer being devoured by moss. Her heels struck something different. Gravel. She stumbled, arms windmilling, and landed hard on her back on a service road. Real road. Actual gravel that crunched and shifted beneath her. The sky above was pale and empty of trees. Mara lay there for a long moment, breathing hard, her jacket lining slick with rain and sweat, her hands sticky with birch sap where she'd clawed at roots. When she finally sat up and looked back at the forest, it appeared completely ordinary. Trees in their places, undergrowth thick and green, birds beginning to call in the growing light. Except for one tree, maybe 30 feet back from the road's edge. A thick birch whose crown didn't move at all, not even when a breeze came through and set all its neighbours swaying. John's scarf strip was still in her fist, darker where sap had bled into the red wool. She stood on shaking legs and walked to the still tree. Up close she could see scratches on the bark, deep gouges in sets of 4. Fingernails. How many people had grabbed at this tree trying to anchor themselves while the forest came apart around them? "Jonathan Reed Hale," she whispered. The forest answered in his voice, distant and soft and wrong. Mara. Just that. Just her name. Not her full name. The voice came from deep within the trees, from a direction that might have been north, or might have been last Tuesday, or might have been somewhere that wasn't a direction at all. Then thrushes began to sing, normal and clear, and the wrongness evaporated like morning fog. Mara tied John's scarf strip to the still tree, knotting it tight around a branch at eye level, a marker, a promise, a monument. Then she turned and walked the service road without looking back, because looking back was how you lost yourself, how you invited the attention of things that should remain unnoticed. The road met a highway after 2 miles. She flagged down a truck and told the driver there had been an accident, that her friend was lost in the woods. The search parties found nothing. The dogs went in circles, confused by scents that shouldn't exist and paths that weren't on any map. The official report listed Jonathan Reed Hale as missing, presumed dead, likely a hiking accident. Mara never told them about the moss eating their footprints, the blazes that moved when you weren't looking, the voices that knew things they shouldn't. She never mentioned the Leshy or the birch ring or the roots that learned to love. They'd think her mad, and maybe she was. Maybe the forest had taken her sanity as down payment on her survival. But she went back. Every season for the first year, then once a year after that. She'd walk the service road to where it met the trees, and she'd stand before the still birch with its red scarf marker. Sometimes she'd speak John's full name. Sometimes she'd just stand and listen to the forest breathe around her. The scarf was always there, never rotting, never fading. The tree never swayed. And once, on the 3rd-year anniversary of the day she walked out backward, she heard his voice again. Not from the forest this time, from behind her, from the road. "Mara!" She spun. A figure stood on the gravel, backlit by late afternoon sun. John's build, John's stance, even wearing clothes she recognised. He smiled, and it was his smile, warm and real. "I got out," he said. "I don't remember how, but I got out. I've been looking for you." Mara's heart hammered against her ribs. Every instinct screamed at her to run to him, to touch him, to confirm he was real. But she'd learned better. She'd learned the rules. "What's your full name?" Her voice was steady despite the shaking in her hands. "John Hale, you know that. Your full name?" "John." He paused, confusion crossing his face. "Jonathan. Hale. Middle name. Why can't I remember?" He took a step toward her and she backed away. "Mara, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" She pulled her jacket off, turned it inside out, shrugged it back on. The figure on the road watched with John's eyes, with an expression of hurt bewilderment that was so perfectly him it made her chest ache. "Mara Lynette Cole," she said clearly. "Mara Lynette Cole met Jonathan Reed Hale on a Tuesday in October. His middle name is Reed. He could never forget it because it was his grandmother's maiden name and she raised him after his parents died." The figure's face smoothed. The confusion disappeared, replaced by something ancient and vast and other. It smiled with John's mouth, but the expression was all wrong, too wide, too knowing. "Clever," it said in a voice that was John's and also wind through trees and also roots growing in darkness. "You learned well. Let him go. He stays. He's part of the woods now, part of the green. He keeps the paths. The paths aren't yours to keep. These paths are. These woods are. Always have been." The thing wearing John's shape tilted its head. "But you respected the old ways, spoke the names, walked backward. You can pass safely. You always could. Why do you keep coming back?" "For him." "There's no him to come back to. There's just the woods now, wearing what he left behind." It smiled again, and this time Mara saw sap on its teeth. "Go home, Mara Lynette Cole, find a new path. This one's closed to you." "No." She took a step toward the forest. "Every year I come back, every year I speak his name, every year I tie that scarf tighter. You can wear his face, use his voice, tell me he's gone, but I'll keep coming back and speaking his full name until the woods remember who he really was." "Why?" "Because that's what love is. Remembering fully, speaking truly, not letting the forest eat your footprints." The figure regarded her for a long moment with eyes that held green shadows and growing things. Then it laughed, and the sound was wind in autumn leaves, and it stepped backward into the forest. Between one blink and the next it was gone, leaving only swaying branches and birdsong. Mara approached the still tree and placed her hand on John's scarf. It was warm beneath her palm, warmer than fabric exposed to weather should be. She whispered his full name one more time, a promise and a prayer. And then she turned and walked back to her car. She'd return next year, and the year after that, as many years as it took. The Leshy could keep the paths, could move the blazes, could mimic voices until the forest learned to speak. But she'd learned the rules too, learned them in blood and backward walking and the speaking of full names. The woods could eat footprints all it wanted. Some paths you followed forward, but some paths, the ones that mattered most, you had to walk backward to find your way out. And some people were worth walking backward for, speaking their full names into the moss and the dark and the spaces between trees, until even the forest remembered what love was. After that, when a trail asked her to hurry, when the blazes seemed to drift and voices called from empty air, Mara turned her coat inside out and counted names until the wind remembered how to move. She became a woman who hiked alone but never got lost, who could read forests the way some people read water. Other hikers would see her sometimes on the difficult trails, jacket inside out, walking backward, speaking to the trees in a steady litany of names. They thought her strange, probably touched. Best to give her space. But the lost hikers she found, the ones who'd wandered off trail and couldn't find their way back, they told different stories. They spoke of a woman who appeared when the woods went wrong. who taught them to turn their coats and speak their names and walk backward towards safety, who knew the old rules and the old ways and how to make the forest release its claim. The Leshy kept its woods, but Mara Lynette Cole kept her vigil, year after year, walking backward into the places that ate footprints, speaking the full name of the man she loved to trees that refused to sway. The forest learned to recognize her, learned to let her pass. And sometimes, when she tied John's scarf tighter around that birch that never moved, she thought she felt warmth beneath the bark, thought she heard him say her name the way he used to. Maybe it was memory, maybe it was the wind, maybe it was something else entirely, something the woods had learned from the love she brought with her every year, planted like seeds in the spaces between the trees. She didn't know, but she kept coming back, kept speaking his name, kept walking backward when the path went strange. Because some things were worth more than safety, more than sanity, more than all the sensible warnings carved into trailhead boards. Some things were worth walking into the forest that swallowed footprints, armed with nothing but a full name and an inside-out coat, and a love too stubborn to let the moss grow over. On the 7th year, something changed. Mara arrived in early autumn when the leaves were just beginning to turn, that particular week when the forest exists in 2 seasons at once. Summer's green still clinging to the canopy, while copper and gold crept through like fire. She parked at the same pull-off she always used, shouldered her small pack containing only water and an emergency kit she'd never needed, and walked the service road to the tree line. The still birch was waiting, John's scarf now weathered to a colour between rust and dried blood, but intact. She touched it the way she always did, a ritual of greeting, and spoke his name. Jonathan Reed Hale. This time the forest answered differently, not with his voice mimicked from deep within the trees, but with a rustling that moved through the undergrowth like something alive, like breath through countless leaves. The still tree's branches stirred, just once, just barely, but they moved. Mara's hand froze on the scarf. In 7 years that tree had never moved, not in hurricane winds, not in the strange gusts that seemed to blow from inside the forest outward. It had stood rigid as iron, as death, as the boundary between the world that made sense and the world that didn't. "Jonathan Reed Hale," she said again, firmer this time. The rustling grew louder, closer, not threatening, not quite, but purposeful. Something was coming toward her through the trees, something that made the ferns bow and the saplings bend but left no visible shape in its wake. Mara's instinct screamed at her to run, to get back to the road, to the car, to safety. But she'd been walking into this forest for 7 years, she'd learned its language, and this didn't feel like the Leshy's usual games. This felt like an answer. The air around the still birch grew thick, almost liquid. Mara could see it now if she looked sideways, the way you see faint stars by not looking directly at them. A presence coalescing in the space between the tree and the forest floor. It wasn't taking a shape so much as suggesting one. Tall, broader through the shoulders than it should be, with proportions that hurt to look at too long. When it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the tree roots and the leaf litter and the spaces between raindrops that had just begun to fall. 7 years, it said, and there was John in the sound and wind and wood stretching as it grew. 7 years of names, 7 years of remembering. The forest asks, "Do you know what you're calling back?" "I know," Mara said, though she didn't. Not really. "I'm calling back Jonathan Reed Hale, the man I love, the man who got lost. Lost." The word rolled through the trees like distant thunder. Lost implies he can be found. Lost implies he's still what he was. 7 years in the green, Mara Lynette Cole. 7 years of roots growing through memory. 7 years of becoming path instead of person. Do you understand what that does to a man? I don't care what it's done. I'm still calling him back. He may not want to come back. That stopped her. In all her imaginings of this moment, and there had been thousands of them, playing out in the small hours of the morning, in the empty spaces of her days, she'd never considered that possibility. That John might choose the forest, that he might have become something that preferred the green darkness to sunlight, to the world outside, to her. "Let me talk to him," she said. "Let him choose." The presence seemed to consider this. The rain fell harder now, but it didn't touch Mara. The drops simply stopped existing a foot above her head, as if the space she occupied had been carved out of the weather. The still birch's branches swayed more strongly now, almost naturally, and the rustling in the undergrowth grew to a sound like applause, like static, like the hiss of sand through an hourglass. "Names have power here," the voice said. "You've used his name as an anchor, as a way to hold him to what he was. But names can also be chains. We will let him choose. But you must understand, Mara Lynette Cole. If he comes back changed. The forest doesn't give up its own easily. And if he chooses to stay..." The presence leaned closer, and Mara felt bark scraping against her thoughts. "If he chooses to stay, you must stop calling. You must stop coming back. You must let the footprints be eaten. Do you agree to these terms?" Every fibre of her being wanted to say no, to refuse any bargain that might take away her right to remember, to return, to call his name into the darkness. But she'd walked backward out of these woods 7 years ago on the promise that love meant remembering fully, and love also meant letting go if that's what the other person needed. "I agree," she whispered. The presence withdrew, pulling back into the forest like a wave retreating from shore. The rain resumed its normal falling, immediately soaking through Mara's jacket and hair. The still birch stood motionless again, but now there was a gap in the trees beyond it, a path that hadn't been there before. "Walk," the forest said, "but walk forward this time. He's waiting at the heart." Mara's hands shook as she turned her jacket inside out from habit, then realised what the Leshy had said. "Walk forward." After 7 years of backward steps, of counting names and zipper teeth, of checking every tree for realness, she was being invited to walk forward into the forest that ate footprints. It felt wrong. It felt like a trap, but it also felt like the only way through. She took a breath and stepped off the service road onto the path between the trees. Her boots sank into soft moss, and when she pulled it up, the impression remained. The moss didn't grow to fill it. The forest was letting her be remembered. The path led her deeper than she'd ever gone, past the place where she and John had found the impossible trailhead board, past the clearing with the cairn that grew stones, past the fork where 3 paths met. That shouldn't exist. But everything was still now. The blazes stayed put on their trees. The cairns didn't follow. The voices were silent except for actual birdsong, actual wind, actual things making actual sounds. It should have been comforting. Instead, it terrified her. The forest was too well behaved, too normal. It was performing normalcy the way a predator performs sleep. After what might have been an hour or 10 minutes, time was still negotiable here. The path opened into a clearing she'd seen before, the birch ring, the place where John had been taken. But it was different now. The trees had grown taller, thicker, their white bark marked with symbols that might have been letters, or might have been the tracks of insects, or might have been something else entirely. The ground inside the ring was covered in a carpet of moss, so green it almost glowed in the filtered light. And at the centre, sitting with his back against the oldest birch, was John, or something wearing John's shape. He looked up as she entered the clearing, and his eyes were green. Not hazel, not the brown-green they'd been. Green like new leaves, green like moss, green like the heart of the forest. "Mara," he said, and it was his voice, but also not. There were layers to it now, harmonics that spoke of wind and growth and the slow patience of trees. "Jonathan Reed Hale," she said, and her voice broke on his name. He smiled, sad and gentle. "Is that still who I am? After 7 years of being roots and bark and the path that leads hikers astray? After 7 years of keeping the woods the way the Leshy kept them before me?" "You're the man I love," Mara said. "You're the man who spilled coffee on my paper on a Tuesday in October. You're the man with a scar on his left knee and his grandmother's maiden name. You're Jonathan Reed Hale, and I've been calling you back for 7 years. I know." He stood, and he moved like John, but also like wind through branches, like water finding its level. "I've heard you. Every year. Every time you spoke my name. It echoed through the green, reminded me of what I was. Some days that was a comfort. Some days it was a torture." "I'm sorry," Mara whispered. "I didn't know. I thought I was helping. Thought I was keeping you alive somehow." "You were. You did." John, or the thing that had been John, crossed the clearing toward her. The Leshy takes people all the time, Mara. It takes them and digests them, and they become part of the forest. No thoughts, no memories, just growth and green and keeping the paths. But you kept saying my name, kept remembering, and memory is like a seed. It grew, I became something new, not John and not tree, something between. He stopped a few feet from her, close enough that she could see the faint grain of wood beneath his skin, the way his hair moved like leaves even when there was no wind. Close enough that she could smell him. Not the laundry detergent and deodorant and human warmth she remembered, but pine and rain, and the complicated smell of healthy soil. The Leshy says I can choose, he said. I can go back with you. Try to be Jonathan Reed Hale again, the man I was. Or I can stay and be what I've become, a keeper of these woods, a thing that helps lost hikers find their way, that moves blazes to guide instead of confuse, that mimics voices to lead people to safety instead of danger. The Leshy is old, Mara. It's tired. It wants to rest. It wants someone who remembers being human to take its place, to be kinder than it was. And what do you want? Mara asked, though she was afraid of the answer. John looked back at the birch ring, at the trees that stood in their patient circle. I want both. I want to remember what it felt like to hold your hand. I want to remember laughing and arguing about wedding venues and the taste of black coffee. But I also want... He gestured at the forest around them. I want this, the green piece of it, the purpose. I'm part of something bigger here, something old and important, something that needs doing. Then stay, Mara said, and the words came out steady even though her heart was shattering. If this is where you belong now, if this is who you've become, then stay. Be the keeper. Be kind. Help the lost ones find their way. She took a breath. But can I visit? Can I still come back sometimes? Not to call you out, but just to see you? To remember together? John's green eyes met hers and she saw tears there. Sap, actually, golden and slow. The Leshy says if I stay, you have to stop calling me back. You have to stop trying to pull me out. But he glanced around as if checking whether the forest was listening. It was always listening. But visits aren't the same as calling back, are they? The air in the clearing seemed to hold its breath. Then the rustling came again, that sound like applause, like approval. The oldest birch in the ring bent slightly, just slightly toward them. Permission, or at least not refusal. Once a year, Mara said, speaking to the forest now. I'll visit once a year. I'll bring news of the outside world. I'll remember with him. But I won't call him back. I won't try to pull him out of the green. Is that acceptable? The wind rose, warm and gentle, and carried the scent of growth and rain. The birch trees swayed in unison, a slow bow. Acceptance. John's smile was bright and broken and beautiful. Then I'll stay. I'll be the keeper. And once a year, you'll visit, and we'll remember who we were together. Jonathan Reed Hale, Mara said one more time, letting his full name ring through the clearing like a bell, like a blessing, like goodbye. Mara Lynette Cole, he answered, and stepped forward, and pulled her into his arms. He felt different. Harder in some places, softer in others, with the texture of bark beneath skin and the warmth of sunlight through leaves. But his arms around her were still his arms. His breath against her hair was still his breath, even if it smelled of moss instead of mint. They stood like that while the forest breathed around them, while the birch ring held them in its patient circle, while the Leshy's presence receded like evening falling, satisfied that its woods would be kept, and kept kindly. When they finally pulled apart, John touched her face once, gently, and his fingers left traces of pollen and sap on her cheek. Go home, Mara. Live your life. Love someone else if you can, if you want to. But come back in a year. I'll be waiting. What if the forest won't let me in? The forest will always let you in. You learned the rules. You walked backward in faith. You earned your passage 7 years ago. These woods will never trap you, never eat your footprints, never lead you astray. His green eyes held hers. You're protected here. Always. Mara nodded, not trusting her voice. She turned and walked out of the birch ring down the path that now led straight and true back to the service road. Behind her, she heard John's voice one more time. Thank you, Mara, for remembering, for 7 years of names, for loving me enough to let me stay. She didn't turn around. Turning around was how you lost yourself. She walked forward, tears streaming down her face, pollen and sap marking her cheek like a claim, like a promise. The still birch by the road was swaying now, moving naturally in the wind. John's scarf remained tied around its branch, but it was clean now, the red restored to brightness, no longer faded by weather or time. The forest had renewed it, a gift or a reminder. Mara got in her car and drove home to her empty apartment, to her life that had continued without Jonathan Reed Hale for 7 years, and would continue for 7 more. She lived. She worked. She hiked other trails, safer ones, marked ones, trails where the blazes stayed put and footprints remained and voices only came from actual human mouths. But every autumn, on the anniversary of the day she'd walked backward out of the woods, she returned. She parked at the pull-off, walked the service road, greeted the birch with its red scarf, and followed the path that now opened willingly before her. John would be waiting in the birch ring, becoming less human and more forest with each passing year. But still himself in the ways that mattered. They'd sit together and she'd tell him about the world outside, politics and movies and the small dramas of human life. He'd tell her about the woods, which animals had denned where, which lost hikers he'd guided out, which storms had reshaped the landscape. Sometimes she'd stay for an hour, sometimes until dusk fell and the forest grew alive with its evening sounds. But she always left before full dark, walking forward now, the path straight and clear before her. The Leshy kept its woods, but John kept them kindly, the way someone who remembered being lost would keep them, the way someone who'd been loved so thoroughly, so completely, that his name had anchored him through 7 years of dissolution would keep them. And Mara Lynette Cole walked her own paths forward, carrying the memory of the man who'd become a forest, marked by pollen and sap, protected by green things and growing things, and the promise that love sometimes meant walking backward, and sometimes meant letting go, and sometimes meant visiting once a year with news and remembering. Some paths you followed forward, some you walked backward to escape, and some you returned to, year after year, because the person you loved had become the path itself, and walking it was another way of being together. The woods could eat footprints all they wanted, hers were always welcome, and that was enough. The next story is about to begin, please relax and enjoy. Night rain hisses on power lines, a sound like static spilling from the sky. Riley stands at the apartment window, forehead pressed to cold glass, watching the street shimmer black and gold under the sodium lamps. The panic came 20 minutes ago, that animal flutter in the chest, the sense of being watched from somewhere that doesn't exist. But Riley swallowed it down with 3 fingers of cheap whiskey and a laugh that sounded hollow even alone. "I'm not scared," Riley says to the empty room, and the words feel like a dare. The red balloon string appears between one blink and the next. It's already knotted around the left wrist, thin as thread, bright as fresh blood. Riley jerks back from the window, raising the arm, staring. The string tightens. Not slowly, hard, immediate, a cinch that burns through skin like hot wire. Riley gasps and claws at the knot with the other hand, but there's no slack, no give. The string bites deeper, and a bright ring of blood wells up where it cuts into flesh, tiny beads that run together into a bracelet of red. What the... Riley yanks the arm hard, trying to snap the string, but it only tightens more. The pain is sharp and clean, the kind that makes vision go white at the edges. Above the wrist, maybe 8 inches up the string, a small red balloon floats. It wasn't there before, now it is. It bobs gently, tugging at the wound like something alive and curious. The streetlights outside flicker. Not a brown-out flicker, a carnival strobe fast and sick-making, on off in a rhythm that feels deliberate. Riley stumbles back from the window, cradling the arm, and that's when the TV turns itself on. The old box set across the room, the one Riley keeps meaning to throw out, blooms with white snow. Static fills the screen, crackling loud enough to drown out the rain. And in the snow, something moves. A silhouette, tall and wrong-jointed, stepping forward from somewhere deep in the static. The figure resolves slowly. A clown, old-fashioned, grease paint cracked like shattered porcelain, wearing a harlequin pattern that might have been diamonds once but now looks like wounds. The eyes are flat and grey, the colour of dead screens. The mouth is a painted smile that doesn't move. Riley backs toward the door, and the string tightens again. This time it saws inward, splitting skin deeper, opening a thin groove around the radius bone. Riley can feel the meat of the forearm compress, can see the yellow of fat tissue peek through the parted edges of the wound. Blood runs down to the elbow, drips to the floor in a soft patter that harmonizes with the rain. Jesus Christ, Riley breathes, and the balloon swells slightly, latex squeaking. The clown doesn't step out of the TV, not yet. It just watches, head cocked, waiting. Riley fumbles for the phone, dials 911 with shaking fingers, but the line is dead. Or not dead. Worse. It hisses with the same static as the TV, and underneath, faint and rhythmic, the sound of calliope music played backward. Riley drops the phone and runs for the apartment door. The knob turns, the door opens 6 inches, then stops. Not locked, not blocked, just stopped, like it's pressed against an invisible wall. Riley shoves harder, shoulder to wood, and the door shudders but won't open further. The hallway beyond is dark. The motion sensor light's dead, but there's a shape out there. Another clown. Same cracked paint, same flat eyes, standing perfectly still at the end of the hall, one gloved hand raised in a slow wave. Riley slams the door shut and locks it, breath coming fast now, heart a drum solo in the ribs. The string tightens. The groove around the wrist deepens, a narrow canyon through skin and fat, and Riley can see the white gleam of tendon starting to show at the bottom of the wound. The pain is enormous, dizzying, the kind that makes the stomach lurch. "Okay," Riley says aloud, voice cracking. "Okay, I'm scared. I'm fucking terrified. Are you happy?" The balloon deflates a little. Just a little. The string loosens a fraction of a millimeter, and the pain eases from unbearable to merely awful. Riley stares at the balloon, panting, and the TV static drops in volume, just enough to hear the rain again. Riley grabs the laptop from the coffee table, fingers slipping on blood, and types one-handed, "Red balloon string clown." The search results load slowly, the Wi-Fi stuttering like it's afraid. There's a Reddit thread, 3 years old, tagged urban legend creepypasta. The top comment has been gilded twice. Harlequin, fear eater. He comes when you lie about being afraid. The string tightens every time you deny it. Hold your breath and the balloon swells. He likes that. Likes watching you choke on your own air. But if you breathe true, if you admit the fear out loud, the balloon deflates and he loses a little ground. Riley reads faster, scrolling past arguments about whether it's real, past blurry photos of people with rope burns on their wrists, until another comment catches the eye. He learns tricks. Every time you peek at him, every time you lie, he learns. He can multiply in mirrors. He can make rooms smaller, box you in with invisible walls like a mimes act. The only way out is to name your fear. Really name it, the one that lives deepest. Write it on the balloon with a marker and let it go outside in the rain. Don't look back. If you look back, he learns your voice, and then he can call you from inside your own throat. Riley looks up from the screen. The TV clown is closer now, pressed right against the glass of the screen from the inside, face distorted by the curve of the tube. One white-gloved hand spreads against the glass, fingers too long, joints bending in too many places. "I need a marker," Riley whispers. The apartment seems smaller. The walls are where they've always been, but the air feels compressed, hard to move through, like walking in a pool. Riley stands and takes a step toward the kitchen, and the motion is slow, effortful. The invisible resistance is everywhere, pressing in. Riley takes another step, pushing hard, and the balloon swells. The breath had been held without noticing. Riley forces an exhale, says, "I'm afraid," and the balloon shrinks back down. The bathroom is closer than the kitchen. Riley changes direction, wading through the thick air, and pushes into the small tiled room. The light flickers on, that same carnival strobe, on off on off. In the mirror, there are 3 clowns, one behind each shoulder, close enough that Riley should feel their breath, and one grinning from the ceiling, hanging upside down, hair defying gravity. Riley spins, but there's nothing behind, just the shower curtain and the empty air. When Riley turns back to the mirror, it shows only Riley now, pale, blood-streaked, eyes too wide. A knock on the apartment door, hard and urgent. "Riley?" You okay? I heard something fall. Dima, the neighbour from 4B, the guy who always smells like cigarettes and instant coffee, who borrows sugar and never returns it. Relief floods Riley's chest. Dima, don't... Riley starts, but the words tangle. Don't what? Don't come in? Don't help? The string tightens, sensing the hesitation, the unspoken fear. Riley gasps and shouts, I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. Just wait. The string loosens a fraction. The balloon sags. Dima's voice muffled through the door. What? Riley, I'm coming in. You sound... The lock clicks. The door swings open. Dima steps into the apartment, and the hallway light behind him strobes, and in the strobe, frame by frame, another clown walks down the corridor toward him. Each flash of light brings it closer. Flash. At the far end. Flash. 10 feet closer. Flash. Right behind Dima. Tall enough that its shadow swallows him. Close the door, Riley screams, stumbling out of the bathroom, and Dima turns, sees nothing, looks back at Riley with confusion turning to alarm. Jesus, your arm. Close it now. Dima shoves the door and it swings shut, but the clown is already inside. Not the one from the hallway. The one from the TV. It stands in the corner where the TV sits, stepping out of the static like stepping through a curtain of rain. Up close, it's worse. The grease paint is old, flaking, and underneath the skin is grey, corpse grey, mottled like meat gone bad. The smile is painted on, but the teeth underneath are real and yellow and too many. It doesn't make a sound. It just stands there, swaying slightly, and begins to clap. Slow, silent claps. Gloved hands meeting without a whisper of sound. Do you see it? Riley asks, voice barely there. Dima follows Riley's gaze and his face goes white. What the fuck is that? The clown tilts its head, pleased. It raises one hand and pushes gently at the air in front of it. Dima stumbles backward, but not from the gesture, from something solid that wasn't there a moment ago. He puts his hands out, palms flat, and they press against nothing, against a wall of invisible glass that's appeared in the middle of the room. What? Dima pushes harder, and the invisible pane doesn't budge. He slaps it, and the sound is dull, muted. What is this? Riley tries to reach for him, but there's another pane between them now. The room is being cut into sections, invisible walls boxing them in. Riley shoves against the barrier, and it's solid, cold, smooth like polished glass. The clown watches from the corner, still swaying, still silent, and then it pushes again. The invisible cube around Dima slides forward, slowly, grinding against the wall of the apartment. Dima's arm is pressed against the edge where cube meets wall, and as the cube moves, the angle tightens. His forearm folds wrong. The ulna snaps with a sound like a green stick breaking, and Dima screams. The skin tears, accordion pleats of flesh ripping open, and blood fans across the wallpaper in a wide arterial spray. The bone pokes through, white and jagged, and Dima collapses, cradling the ruined arm, gasping. The clown claps again, delighted. Stop! Riley screams, slamming fists against the invisible barrier. The balloon swells. Riley had been holding breath without realizing. Stop, please, I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. The balloon deflates slightly. The string loosens a quarter inch. The clown in the corner flickers like a bad signal, and for a moment there are two of them. One in the corner, one standing beside the TV, both watching. In the bathroom, the mirror ripples. The reflection doesn't match reality. In the mirror, a third clown steps forward, out of the glass, peeling itself free like shedding a skin. This one moves differently, smoother, more fluid. It walks to where Dima is crumpled on the floor, kneels beside him with exaggerated care, and reaches into a pocket of its harlequin suit. It pulls out a coil of red string, identical to the one around Riley's wrist, and threads it between Dima's fingers. Dima tries to pull his hand away, but the clown holds it gently, almost tenderly, and tightens the string. The loops cinch down, biting into the soft webbing between fingers, cutting through skin, through muscle, through tendon. The fingers cheese wire apart, falling away from the hand one by one, nails pinging against the tile like dropped coins. Dima's scream is high and thin, barely human. Riley can't look away. The balloon swells again, huge now, latex stretching translucent, and the string around Riley's wrist buries itself completely under the skin, vanishing into the meat of the forearm. The tendon twangs like a guitar wire, and Riley's hand goes numb, fingers twitching uselessly. "I'm terrified," Riley says, and the words come out true, raw, helpless. I'm terrified. I can't." The balloon deflates a notch. The string surfaces slightly, peeking out of the wound. The clowns, all three of them now, turn to look at Riley, heads swivelling in unison. They tilt their heads the same way, same angle, synchronized. One of them raises a hand and points at the TV. The static intensifies, and in the snow, shapes move. More clowns, dozens of them crowding the screen, pressing against the glass from inside. Riley backs away, hits another invisible wall, spins. The apartment is a maze now, invisible cubes and panes everywhere, cutting the space into a labyrinth. Dima is on the other side of a barrier, bleeding out, hand reduced to a palm and a thumb, the other fingers scattered around him like discarded toys. His breathing is shallow, fast, going into shock. "The drawer," Riley says aloud, trying to focus, trying to think through the pain and the fear. "The junk drawer. There's a marker." Riley navigates the invisible maze by feel, hands out, shuffling forward. Each time Riley hits a pane, it's a jolt, a surprise. The clowns watch, splitting and multiplying. Now there are 5 of them, arranged around the room like points on a star. One stands in the window, silhouette against the rain-blurred city. It holds a bouquet of balloons. No, not balloons. Ruptured balloons, deflated and torn, dangling from strings, dribbling thin red runnels down its white gloves. Riley reaches the kitchen, finds the drawer, yanks it open. Contents spill, batteries, rubber bands, receipts, and there, a black Sharpie, half dried but still good. Riley grabs it and turns back, and the clown from the window is right there, inches away, breath cold and smelling like ozone and old grease paint. Riley freezes. The clown's eyes are empty, camera lens empty, reflecting Riley's terrified face in miniature on each flat grey surface. Riley exhales slowly, says, "I'm afraid of you," and the balloon deflates another inch. The clown blinks. A slow, wrong blink, eyelids sliding sideways instead of down, and steps back, just one step. Riley moves past it, back into the main room, cradling the wounded arm. The string gnaws at the wrist, a constant soaring pressure. The bone is visible now, white and slick, and every heartbeat sends a pulse of blood down Riley's fingers. Riley holds the balloon string with the good hand, pulls it down, brings the red latex close. The balloon resists, tugging upward, but Riley pulls harder and it yields. The marker cap comes off with a pop. Riley presses the tip to the balloon's skin and writes, shaking, letters smeared but legible, "I'm afraid of being trapped." The static shrieks, a feedback squeal that makes teeth ache. The clowns flicker, their images stuttering like corrupted video files. The one nearest Riley, the one from the corner, inches closer, lifting a hand. Between 2 fingers it holds a handful of pins, long, sharp, glinting under the strobing light. It teases the air with them, dragging the points along the invisible pane between them, and the sound is nails on glass, unbearable. "Don't look," Riley whispers, not to the clown, to Riley. "Don't look, just go!" The apartment door is 10 feet away. Riley takes a step, then another. The balloon tries to rise, but Riley keeps it clutched tight, keeps the string wound around the good hand. The clowns are moving now, all of them, circling slowly, tightening the ring. One of them drags a finger along the wall, and where it touches, the paint blisters and peels, revealing static underneath, as if the wall is just a screen pretending to be solid. Riley reaches the door, fumbles with the lock, gets it open. The hallway beyond is dark, the motion light still dead, but it's a way out. Riley steps through, and the clowns don't follow. They just watch, arranged in a line now, 5 of them, swaying in unison. Riley pulls the door shut and runs. The hallway's wrong. It's too long, stretching away into darkness that doesn't match the building's real dimensions. The walls are close, pressing in, and every few feet there's another invisible pane. Riley hits the first one face first, a full-speed collision that crunches the nose flat against the barrier. Cartilage buckles inward, a sensation like crushing an aluminum can, and blood explodes from both nostrils, running hot and thick down lips and chin, into the mouth, tasting like copper and terror. Riley staggers back, vision sparking with white stars, and tries to find a way around. The clown appears at the end of the hall, pressed flat against its own invisible wall like a mime trapped in a box. It pushes, and the cube slides forward, gliding silently toward Riley. Behind Riley, the apartment door opens, and another clown steps out, grinning. They're coordinating, herding. Riley finds a gap in the maze, a narrow opening to the left, and squeezes through. The balloon catches on something and tugs hard, but Riley doesn't let go. The string tightens, cutting deeper, and the pain is so enormous now that it is almost abstract, a bright white thing that fills the whole body. Dima crawls out of the apartment, leaving a smear of blood, his ruined hand clutched to his chest. He's whispering something, maybe a prayer, maybe just nonsense. The clown in the apartment doorway looks down at him, curious, and then kneels. It places both hands on the invisible cube around Dima and pushes. The cube slides into the wall, and Dima folds wrong, body bending at angles that bodies shouldn't bend. Ribs snap in rapid succession, a sound like wet pencils breaking, and one lung collapses with a sigh, a mist of blood fogging the invisible glass. Dima's eyes are open, staring at Riley, and then they're not staring at anything. Riley runs, sobbing now, gasping, the balloon clutched tight. The hallway becomes a gauntlet of invisible barriers, and Riley navigates by pain, by collision, by the feel of surfaces that shouldn't exist. At the stairwell, the door is propped open and Riley crashes through, starts down the stairs. The clowns are faster. They're on the landing above, 3 of them now, braiding their red strings together into a single cord, thick as rope. They toss it down, and the cord loops around Riley's. Shoulder pulls tight. The braided strings saw through shirt, through skin, scooping out crescents of meat. The flesh parts in scalloped layers, fat and muscle, and the shirt blooms black-red, soaked through in seconds. Riley screams and stumbles, nearly falls down the stairs, catches the railing with the good hand. "I'm scared of my own voice," Riley gasps, the words spilling out unbidden, pulled from somewhere deep. "I'm scared of what I sound like. I'm scared no one listens." The balloon sags, deflates another inch, and the braided cord goes slack. 2 of the clowns flicker and fold backward into static, vanishing. The third one remains, standing at the top of the stairs, watching Riley descend. The ground floor, the lobby. The door to the street is right there, glass and steel, rain hammering on the other side. Riley pushes through, and the night air hits like a slap. Cold and clean, washing away the static smell, the grease paint stink. The rain soaks through clothes in seconds, mixing with blood, diluting it, carrying it away. Riley keeps eyes on the ground, on the wet pavement, on the reflected neon from the bodega sign across the street. The balloon tugs upward, eager to rise, and Riley lets the string play out, arm extended, holding the balloon high. "I'm afraid of being trapped," Riley says to the rain, to the night, to no one. "I'm afraid of small spaces. I'm afraid of my father's voice when he used to yell. I'm afraid of that door in the basement of the house I grew up in, the one that was always locked. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm afraid of dying alone. I'm afraid no one will remember me. I'm afraid I won't matter." Each fear spoken, the balloon deflates a little more, sagging in the rain. Riley says the last one, the deepest one. "I'm afraid of being forgotten while I'm still alive." The balloon is small now, wrinkled, barely inflated. Riley lets go of the string and the balloon rises slowly, tugged upward by some current Riley can't feel. It climbs past the second-story windows, past the third, wobbling in the wind and rain. Behind Riley, close enough to feel, something breathes. Cold breath, smelling like old stages and grease paint left to rot. Harlequin, the last one, the real one, standing just behind Riley's shoulder. Riley can feel him there, a weight in the air, a presence that makes every nerve scream to turn around, to look. Riley doesn't look. The balloon climbs higher, drifting toward the streetlight on the corner. The rain dimples its surface, little impacts that make it shudder. It reaches the hot crown of the bulb, touches the glass and pops. A soft sound, barely audible over the rain, and a fine red mist spreads and is immediately washed away. The string around Riley's wrist goes slack. It slides out of the wound, slithering out of the meat groove like a worm retreating into soil, and falls to the pavement, a limp red line on the black asphalt. The moment it touches the ground, it dissolves, melting into rain, and running away into the gutter. Riley's breath comes easier. The pain in the wrist is still there, enormous and awful. But the pressure is gone, the constant sawing tension released. Riley risks a glance down at the wound. It's deep, meat canyon deep, but the bleeding has slowed. Behind Riley, a sound like cracking porcelain. Harlequin's grin splits wider, the grease paint sloughing off in grey sheets, revealing nothing underneath, just more static, more empty space. The clown tips backward, falling in slow motion, and crashes into the window of a storefront behind him, into the display TV that's playing late-night infomercials. He breaks apart into snow, into white noise, and the screen goes black. Sirens approach from somewhere, distant but getting closer. Riley sinks down to sit on the curb, cradling the ruined arm, rain pouring down. The street is empty except for the rain, and the neon, and the distant wail of emergency vehicles. Riley looks back toward the apartment building. The entrance is dark, the lobby lights out. There's no sign of Dima, no blood trail, nothing. Just a drift of red balloon shreds scattered on the steps, limp and torn, already washing away in the rain. It's as if he was never there, as if the whole thing happened in some other version of the building, some pocket dimension that's collapsed now, leaving only this quiet, rainy street. Riley's phone buzzes in a pocket, somehow still intact, somehow still working. The screen is cracked, spider-webbed with fractures, but the notification is clear. One missed call. The caller ID says Riley. Riley stares at the phone, not wanting to check the voicemail, knowing already what will be there. But curiosity is stronger than fear, or maybe they're the same thing. Riley thumbs open the voicemail and lifts the phone to one ear. The message plays. It's Riley's voice, perfect and clear, no static, no distortion. It says, "I'm not scared." In the background of the recording, faint but distinct, the sound of calliope music. And underneath that, the wet sound of something moving, something dragging itself across a floor, something with too many joints. Riley ends the call and sits in the rain, watching the streetlights. They're flickering now, all of them up and down the block, ticking on and off in a rhythm that feels familiar. Carnival strobe, on off on off. The timing matches the words from the voicemail, matches the syllables. I'm not scared, I'm not scared. Riley understands then. The balloon is gone, the string is gone, but Harlequin learned the voice before it popped. He got in. Just a little, just enough. Now fear can call from inside, can wear Riley's voice like a mask, can whisper with Riley's own throat. An ambulance turns onto the street, lights painting everything red and white, and Riley stands, waving with the good arm. The paramedics will have questions Riley can't answer. They'll stitch the wrist, wrap it, give Riley something for the pain and something for the shock, and they'll ask what happened, who did this, and Riley will lie because the truth is impossible. But later, alone in a hospital room with the lights too bright and the smell of antiseptic thick in the air, Riley will feel it again. That tightness in the chest, that animal flutter, that sense of being watched from nowhere. And Riley will say it out loud, will name it, will speak every fear before it can fester. I'm afraid of the dark hallway outside this room. I'm afraid of the way the IV stand looks like a person in my peripheral vision. I'm afraid the nurse won't come when I press the button. I'm afraid of the sound the ventilation system makes, that low hum that sounds like breathing. Every fear named, every terror spoken aloud, robbing it of power. Because when Riley doesn't, when Riley tries to swallow it down and laugh it off and say, "I'm fine," the streetlights visible through the hospital window start to flicker in that familiar rhythm, and the TV mounted on the wall blooms with static, and something tall and wrong-jointed leans closer to the screen from the inside, waiting. The wrist heals slowly over the weeks that follow, scar tissue building up in thick ridges, a permanent bracelet of damaged flesh. Riley keeps a marker in every room now, Sharpies in the kitchen, the bathroom, the bedroom, one in every jacket pocket. And when the fear comes, Riley finds something to write on, a napkin, a scrap of paper, the back of a hand. Writes the fear down in black ink, names it, makes it concrete and small and manageable. The TV stays unplugged. Riley gets rid of it, hauls it to the curb and watches the garbage truck compress it into scrap. But screens are everywhere. Phones, computer monitors, the display on the microwave, the rearview mirror of the car that sometimes reflects things that aren't there. Riley learns to glance without staring, to look without seeing, to keep moving. Dima is gone. The police have no record of him. The building manager insists apartment 4B has been vacant for 6 months, and Riley's memories of him feel thin, threadbare, like something half remembered from a dream. Maybe he was real. Maybe he was just another trick, another piece of the maze. It doesn't matter. The blood on the stairs was real. The fingers on the tile were real. And somewhere in the static, in the spaces between channels, Harlequin keeps them, adds them to his collection of fears and tricks and stolen voices. Riley changes apartments, moves across the city to a place with good lights and no mirrors in the bedroom and a door that locks from the inside with 3 separate bolts. The new place feels safer, but safety is relative when the danger can step out of any screen, any reflection, any moment of denied fear. The phone rings sometimes late at night, caller ID blocked or showing Riley's own number. Riley never answers. The voicemails pile up, all of them the same. Riley's voice saying, "I'm not scared." And in the background, that calliope music, always a little closer, a little clearer. Riley goes to therapy, talks about trauma, about fear, about the need to vocalize and process rather than suppress. The therapist nods and takes notes and suggests cognitive behavioral techniques, exposure therapy, medication. Riley doesn't mention the clown, the balloon, the string. Those aren't the kind of fears you can explain to someone who lives in a world where TVs are just TVs and mirrors, only show what's really there. But late at night, when the city is quiet and the rain hisses on the windows, Riley practices, says every fear out loud, names them one by one. I'm afraid of that shadow in the corner that looks like it's moving. I'm afraid of the way the floorboards creak when no one's walking on them. I'm afraid of the gap under the bed. I'm afraid of the closet door that won't stay closed. I'm afraid of forgetting to be afraid, of letting my guard down, of saying, I'm fine when I'm not. Because when Riley forgets, when Riley gets comfortable and careless and denies the flutter in the chest, the lights start to flicker. The carnival strobe comes back, on off, and the nearest screen, phone, laptop, the LED display on the coffee maker, blooms with snow. And in the snow, something tall and patient begins to take shape, painted grin cracking wider, ready to teach a new trick. Riley learned the rule. Fear named is fear diminished. Fear denied is fear multiplied. And Harlequin is always waiting, always listening, always ready to tie a new string and watch it tighten, to see how long it takes before the truth comes out, before the fear is spoken, before the balloon is released. The string is gone, but the scars remain, and the voice on the voicemail keeps calling, and the screens keep flickering, and somewhere in the static, Harlequin practices Riley's voice, learning the cadence, the inflections, the way Riley sounds when Riley lies. And Riley answers every fear out loud after that, because when Riley didn't, the carnival strobe came back, and the TV remembered how to open, and the clown stepped through with a new balloon, a new string, and a patience that could outlast anything except the truth. The scars itch in cold weather. Riley learns this 3 months after the night with the balloon, when October comes and the temperature drops and the old wound on the wrist starts to burn and tingle like it's being carved open all over again. The tissue is thick there, raised and ropey, a permanent reminder wound in a perfect circle. People notice it sometimes, co-workers, baristas, the woman at the dry cleaner. They ask what happened and Riley has a rotation of lies. Cooking accident, fell through a window, a dog that didn't like strangers. The lies come easier now, smooth and practiced. But every time one leaves Riley's mouth, the scar tissue tightens just a fraction, and Riley has to stop and say something true immediately after. Actually, I'm afraid you think I'm lying. I'm afraid you can tell. I'm not being honest. It helps. The tightness releases. The person asking usually looks confused, changes the subject. Riley has learned that most people don't know what to do with raw honesty, with fear spoken plainly in the middle of a Tuesday morning while picking up shirts. The new apartment has good bones but bad wiring. The lights flicker sometimes, usually when the building's ancient heating system kicks on, and every time it happens, Riley's heart rate spikes and the scars burn and Riley has to stop and breathe and name it. I'm afraid of the lights flickering. I'm afraid it's not the wiring. I'm afraid he's found this address. Speaking it aloud makes the fear smaller, containable, just another anxiety in a world full of them. Work becomes difficult. Riley works tech support for a software company. which means 8 hours a day staring at computer screens, and the screens are never fully trustworthy now. Most of the time they're fine, just displays showing code or customer service tickets or email, but sometimes, in peripheral vision, the screen seems to flicker with something that isn't there. A shape moving behind the windows, a suggestion of diamonds, a flash of white and red. Riley has learned not to look directly, to keep focus soft, to speak the fear immediately. I'm afraid of what I'll see if I look too close. I'm afraid the screen will open. And it passes usually. But one afternoon in late October, a customer service call goes wrong. The client is angry, shouting through the headset about lost data and incompetence, and Riley is trying to help, trying to de-escalate, but the anger is relentless. Riley's chest tightens, that familiar flutter starting up, and Riley wants to say, "I'm not bothered, it's fine, I can handle this," but knows better. Instead, mutes the mic and whispers, "I'm afraid of his anger. I'm afraid I can't fix this. I'm afraid he'll complain and I'll get fired." The screen flickers. Just once, but not the normal flicker of a monitor glitching. This is the carnival strobe. Unmistakable. On, off, on. And in the off moment, something stands behind the desktop background. Something tall. Riley yanks the headset off, disconnects the call and says louder, "I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid you're in the screen. I'm afraid you never really left." The monitor goes solid again, normal. Just a frozen customer service portal. Riley's supervisor appears at the cubicle entrance, concerned. "Everything okay?" The call dropped. "I need a break," Riley says, and the supervisor nods, probably assuming it was a difficult customer, not understanding that the difficult thing was holding back the fear, letting it build up unsaid. Riley takes 15 minutes in the building's parking garage, sitting on a concrete divider watching traffic pass on the street beyond, says everything out loud, a full inventory. "I'm afraid of losing this job. I'm afraid of not being able to pay rent. I'm afraid I'm going crazy. I'm afraid people can tell. Something's wrong with me. I'm afraid the fear will never stop, that I'll have to do this forever, name every fear every day for the rest of my life." By the end, the tightness in the chest has eased. The scar has stopped burning. The world feels a little more solid. But the parking garage lights are flickering too, the fluorescents strobing in that rhythmic pattern, and Riley leaves quickly, back to the false safety of the office. The calls keep coming. Not phone calls, the other kind. Riley's phone rings at odd hours, always showing Riley's own number, always leaving the same voicemail. The collection grows. 20 messages, then 30, then 50. Riley doesn't delete them, doesn't know why. Maybe it's a form of documentation, evidence that this is real, that something happened. Sometimes Riley plays them back, listens to the stolen voice saying, "I'm not scared," in that perfect mimicry, and tries to hear the difference between the real Riley and the copy. There isn't one. Harlequin learned it perfectly. In November, Riley tries dating again. A woman named Sarah, met through a friend, drinks at a bar that's loud enough to drown out most conversation. Sarah is kind, funny, works as a veterinary technician, has a laugh that sounds genuine. They see each other 3 times before Sarah asks about the scars. They're at Riley's apartment after dinner, sitting on the couch with the TV very deliberately unplugged and facing the wall. Sarah traces a finger along the wrist scar, gentle, curious. This looks painful. What happened? Riley has the lies ready, the rotation, but something about Sarah's openness, her genuine concern, makes the truth want to come out. Not the whole truth, that's impossible, but something closer to it. "I got trapped," Riley says carefully, "in a bad situation. It hurt me, and I got out, but it left marks." Sarah nods, doesn't push for details. "I'm glad you got out." "Me too." Riley pauses, then adds, "Because the fear is there and needs naming. I'm afraid you'll think I'm damaged. I'm afraid I'm too much to deal with." Sarah looks surprised, then thoughtful. "That's honest. I appreciate that." She leans back, considers. "I'm afraid you'll get bored with me. I'm not that interesting. I spend most of my time with sick cats." Riley laughs, a real laugh, the first one in months that doesn't feel forced. "I like cats." They keep seeing each other. Sarah is patient with Riley's quirks, the unplugged TV, the Sharpies everywhere, the way Riley sometimes stops mid-conversation to say something that sounds like non sequitur. "I'm afraid of the shadow behind you," or "I'm afraid this silence means you're upset with me." At first Sarah finds it odd, asks if Riley is in therapy, and Riley says yes, which is true. though the therapy doesn't address the real issue. By December, they're spending most nights together, usually at Sarah's place because it feels safer to Riley. Sarah's apartment has fewer screens, more windows, better light. The building is newer, the wiring more reliable. Riley starts to relax slightly, starts to believe maybe this can be normal, maybe the worst is over. Then Sarah suggests watching a movie. "I have a projector," she says, excited. "We can make popcorn, the whole thing. There's a great horror movie that just came out on streaming." "No horror," Riley says quickly. Too quickly, Sarah notices. "Okay, comedy then, or we don't have to watch anything." But the damage is done. Riley said no horror, which implies fear, which Riley didn't name or explain. The scar tightens. Riley feels it immediately, that cinching sensation, phantom pain in a wound that's long closed. Riley grabs Sarah's hand, maybe too hard, and says, "I'm afraid of horror movies. I'm afraid of what I'll see on the screen. I'm afraid something will come out of it." Sarah's face cycles through confusion, concern, a decision being made. "Riley, are you okay? Like really okay?" Riley wants to lie, wants to say I'm fine, but knows the cost of that now. "No, I'm not. Something happened to me. Something I can't fully explain, and it left me afraid of screens and reflections and static. I know it sounds crazy." "It doesn't sound crazy," Sarah says carefully. "It sounds like trauma, like PTSD maybe." Riley nods, accepts that interpretation, because it's close enough to shareable truth. Yeah, something like that. They don't watch a movie that night. They talk instead. Riley offering the sanitized version of events. An attack, a stalker maybe, details fuzzy from shock and fear. Sarah listens, holds Riley's hand, doesn't demand more than Riley can give. When Riley leaves that night, Sarah kisses Riley at the door and says, "I'm afraid too, of different things, but I'm not afraid of you." Riley walks home through December cold, breath fogging, streetlights steady and normal, says a gratitude out loud, something the therapist suggested. "I'm grateful for Sarah. I'm grateful she listened. I'm grateful for this moment of feeling okay." It feels silly talking to empty air, but it also feels necessary, a counterbalance to all the fear-naming. The apartment is dark when Riley arrives. The lights should turn on automatically. There's a smart system installed, motion-activated, but they don't. Riley stands in the doorway, hand on the light switch, scar burning. "I'm afraid of the dark apartment," Riley says to the threshold. "I'm afraid something's inside." The lights turn on. The apartment is empty, normal, no shapes in corners, no static from unplugged screens. But there's something on the kitchen table that wasn't there before. A red balloon, deflated and torn, lying in a small pool of water. Rainwater, maybe, though it hasn't rained tonight. Riley approaches slowly, pulls out a chair, sits down across from the balloon. It's the same one, has to be. The black marker writing is still visible on the wrinkled latex. "I am afraid of being trapped." The ink is smeared now, running, but legible. Riley picks up the Sharpie from the table, always one there, and writes on the balloon skin again over the old words, adding new ones. "I am afraid you're not gone. I am afraid I'll never be free." Nothing happens. The balloon just lies there, limp and wet. Riley crumples it up and throws it in the trash, then immediately regrets it, fishes it back out. Evidence, documentation, proof that this is real, that Riley isn't imagining things. The next morning, Sarah texts, "Had a weird dream about you last night. You were on TV, but it was all static and you were saying you weren't scared. Woke me up at 3 a.m, probably just processing our conversation." Riley stares at the text for a long time before responding, "I'm sorry, my stuff is bleeding into your dreams. It's okay, just weird. Are you free tonight?" Riley wants to say yes, wants to maintain this small piece of normalcy, but the fear is too strong now. "I need some time alone. Something's happening and I need to deal with it. I'll explain later." Sarah's response takes a few minutes. "Okay, I'm here if you need me. Be safe." Riley spends the day fortifying, buys more markers, the industrial kind that don't dry out easily, writes fears on index cards and tapes them to the walls. "I am afraid of the dark. I am afraid of being watched. I am afraid of screens. I am afraid of mirrors. I am afraid of forgetting to be afraid. The apartment becomes papered with fears, a full taxonomy of terrors made visible and named. The therapist calls a scheduled check-in. Riley doesn't mention the balloon, doesn't mention the dreams bleeding into Sarah's sleep, doesn't mention the way the apartment lights still flicker sometimes in that carnival rhythm. Instead, talks about the relationship, about work stress, about the upcoming holidays and the dread of family gatherings. The therapist seems pleased with Riley's progress, notes that verbalizing fears is a healthy coping mechanism, assigns homework. Keep a fear journal, write down 3 fears every morning and 3 things that bring comfort every night. Riley keeps the journal. The fear entries are easy. I'm afraid of Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house where all the TVs will be on. I'm afraid of my phone ringing in the middle of the night. I'm afraid Sarah will ask questions I can't answer. The comfort entries are harder. What brings comfort when comfort is conditional, temporary, revocable? Riley writes generic things. Coffee in the morning. Sarah's laugh. The cat that hangs around the building entrance. It feels hollow but necessary. Thanksgiving comes. Riley drives 3 hours to the family home, a suburban house full of screens. TV in the living room, TV in the den, computer in the home office, tablets on every surface. Riley's mother hugs too tight, comments on how thin Riley looks, how tired. Riley's father shakes hands, asks about work, doesn't wait for a full answer before turning back to the football game. The day is an endurance test. Riley positions carefully, always sitting with back to the TV, angling away from reflective surfaces. The fear mounts steadily, layer by layer, until Riley excuses to the bathroom and locks the door and says everything out loud in a rushed whisper. I'm afraid of the TV in the living room. I'm afraid of my parents noticing something's wrong. I'm afraid of the bathroom mirror. I'm afraid I'll see him behind me. I'm afraid of making a scene. I'm afraid of being alone in this house at night if I stay over. The mirror stays normal, just Riley's reflection, pale and anxious. Riley runs cold water, splashes face, tries to breathe normally. At dinner, Riley's sister asks about dating. Riley mentions Sarah, keeps it vague. The sister presses for details and Riley's mother joins in, and soon it's an interrogation disguised as interest. Riley feels the walls closing in, that invisible mind box sensation, and has to stand up abruptly. I need air, Riley says, and walks out the back door into the November cold. The backyard is dark, just a porch light casting a weak yellow pool. Riley stands at the edge of the light, breath fogging, and hears the back door open. The sister, following. You okay? She asks, and she sounds genuinely concerned, not just nosy. I'm afraid I'm not, Riley says, the honesty surprising them both. I'm afraid I can't do normal family stuff anymore. I'm afraid you all think I'm broken. The sister is quiet for a moment, then, We don't think you're broken. Mum's worried about you. Dad doesn't know how to ask what's wrong, and I'm just trying to figure out if you need help. I do need help, Riley admits, but not the kind you can give me. They stand in the cold for a while, not talking, just being. Eventually the sister goes back inside and Riley follows a few minutes later. The rest of the evening is quieter, the family giving Riley space, maybe understanding on some level that Riley is holding something fragile and close to breaking. Riley drives home that night instead of staying over. Can't risk sleeping in the old childhood bedroom with its closet full of shadows and its window that faces the street where the lights flicker in sequence. The drive back to the city is long and dark, highway mostly empty, and twice Riley's phone rings with Riley's own number calling. Riley doesn't answer, lets it go to voicemail, adds 2 more messages to the collection. December accelerates toward the holidays. Sarah is patient but clearly confused by Riley's increasing withdrawal. They see each other less, and when they do, Riley's distracted, always listening for sounds that aren't there, always watching screens in peripheral vision. Finally, over coffee at a neutral cafe, Sarah asks directly, Do you want to keep doing this? Us, I mean. Riley wants to say yes, wants to fight for this small piece of normalcy, but the honesty compulsion is too strong now. I want to, I'm afraid I can't. I'm afraid I'll bring something into your life that you don't deserve to deal with. Something or someone? Both. Neither. I don't know how to explain it. Sarah nods slowly, stirring her coffee, not drinking it. I care about you, but I can't be with someone who won't let me in. Not even part way. I know. Riley's throat is tight. I'm sorry. They don't break up officially, but they don't make plans to see each other again either. Sarah hugs Riley in the parking lot, says, "If you figure things out, call me. Really call me." Then she drives away, and Riley stands in the cold feeling the weight of another loss, another piece of normal life slipping away. At home, Riley adds new index cards to the walls. "I am afraid I'll always be alone. I am afraid I pushed Sarah away. I am afraid this is forever." The apartment is thick with named fears now, papered floor to ceiling in some places, a taxonomy of terror that would alarm anyone who saw it. Riley doesn't have visitors anymore, so it doesn't matter. Work becomes harder to maintain. Riley's supervisor calls Riley in for a meeting, concerned about performance. "You've been distracted. Multiple dropped calls, missed deadlines. Is everything okay at home?" Riley wants to lie, to say everything's fine, but the cost of lying is too high now. "I'm dealing with some things, personal things. I'm trying to manage it." "Do you need time off?" "We have programs, resources." "I need my job," Riley says. "I need the structure. I'll do better." The supervisor looks unconvinced but doesn't push. "Okay, but if you need help, ask. That's what the support systems are for." Riley nods, thanks them, goes back to the cubicle and stares at the computer screen. It's just a screen, just pixels, just light. Riley repeats this like a mantra. It's just a screen. It's just light. I'm afraid it's more than that. I'm afraid I'm right to be afraid. The screen stays normal. For now. The winter solstice comes, the longest night of the year. Riley has read somewhere that this is significant in folklore, in old stories about things that come out in darkness. Riley doesn't know if Harlequin follows those rules, but the date feels heavy anyway, weighted with significance. Riley decides to face it directly. Sets up in the apartment with every light on, every Sharpie within reach, a stack of blank paper for writing fears, and deliberately, carefully, plugs the TV back in for the first time since October. The screen powers on, just a logo, then a menu. Riley navigates to a streaming service, finds a nature documentary, something safe and calm, plays it. The screen shows whales, ocean, blue vastness, nothing else. Riley watches for an hour, tense, waiting. But the screen remains just a screen. Maybe it's over. Maybe Harlequin is gone, has moved on to other victims, other fears. Maybe Riley is finally free. Riley exhales, feeling something like hope for the first time in months. Turns off the TV, unplugs it again just to be safe, and goes to bed. The dream comes immediately, fast and vivid. Riley is in a carnival, the old-fashioned kind with striped tents and ticket booths and rides that creak and sway. Everything is flickering, lit by strobing bulbs that turn on and off in that familiar rhythm. The midway is empty except for balloons, hundreds of them, all red, all tied to invisible strings, all floating at eye level. Riley walks through them, and they part like a curtain, and at the centre of the carnival is a stage. Harlequin stands on the stage holding a microphone, and he speaks with Riley's voice. "I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm not scared." Each repetition makes the balloons swell larger, their latex stretching translucent. Riley tries to shout, to say the truth, to name the fear, but no sound comes out. The balloons keep growing and the carnival tilts, and Harlequin tilts his head and grins and says in Riley's voice, "You thought I was gone. I'm never gone. I'm just waiting for you to forget to be afraid." Riley wakes up gasping, tangled in sheets, scar burning like it's fresh. The bedroom is dark, and across the room, the unplugged TV is on. Not showing anything, just that grey-white static, but it's on, glowing, impossible. Riley sits up, heart-hammering, and says loudly, "I'm afraid. I'm terrified. I'm afraid you're still here. I'm afraid you'll always be here. I'm afraid I can't escape this." The static intensifies for a moment, then cuts out. The TV goes dark. But in the silence that follows, Riley's phone rings. Riley's number calling. Riley doesn't answer, but can hear the voicemail being left, can hear through the thin speaker the message being recorded. Riley's voice saying, "I'm not scared," and in the background, louder now, close enough to sound like it's in the room, the calliope music. Riley gets out of bed, grabs a Sharpie, and writes directly on the bedroom wall in large letters, "I am afraid and that's okay. I am afraid and I'm still here." I am afraid, and I name it. The phone stops ringing. The apartment is silent except for the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the distant sound of traffic outside. Riley doesn't go back to sleep, sits up for the rest of the night, lights on, writing more fears on more paper, filling pages and pages. I'm afraid of sleeping. I'm afraid of dreaming. I'm afraid of my own voice being used against me. I'm afraid this will never end. I'm afraid I'll forget how to be normal. I'm afraid I'll hurt someone by being close to them. I'm afraid Sarah was right to leave. I'm afraid I'm already too damaged to fix. By dawn, the apartment is even more papered than before, every surface covered with fears written in black marker. It looks like the lair of someone losing their grip on reality, and maybe that's true, but it also feels necessary, like building a fortress out of honesty, a defence made of named terrors. The sun comes up, cold December light, and Riley makes coffee and adds to the fear journal. 3 new fears for the morning, then 3 comforts. I survived the night. The sun came up. I'm still here. It's not much, but it's enough for now. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.